Chapter 151. The situation in the Shinobi world has become very tense on the side of the Iwagami battlefield, because Tsukumo Hajiki launched a decisive battle with Onoki. The two sides are fighting like a raging fire. And here in the New Iron battlefield, after experiencing the painstaking effort of the 7 people, Uin knew that it could not be dragged on like this any longer. Therefore 3 generations of Mizukage decided to have the final battle with Konoha, and use this stop to decide the outcome of this war. If the mist is defeated, it means that the mist will be suppressed by Konoha from now on. And there will never be a day before. If Konoha loses, then he must retreat to the line of defense, so that Konoha's originally soothing battle becomes very tense. Therefore, this battle Konoha cannot be defeated, otherwise the situation that was originally good will face a collapse due to the defeat of the Misty battlefield. Therefore, for Konoha, this decisive battle can only win without losing. Fog Hidden Battlefield. I have already released the combat locations of the various units. Pfeng, if Sanwai Renzialai appears, please take care of you. Nara Lukisa dignifiedly handed a file to one of them. After Konoha Ninja, he immediately said to Pfenglin. Obviously, Pfenglin can be said to be Konoha's last trump card. If it weren't for the other side, it is very likely that the opponent would send a 3-tailed man to fight. Generally use Bi Pfenglin. After all, the effect of Pfenglin fighting against the 3 generations of water shadows or 3-tailed people on the front battlefield is not as good as focusing on the treatment of Konoha Ninja in the rear. But there is no way. Konoha definitely won't send out human pillars to fight. Therefore, to deal with a powerful person like Renzialai, it can only be dealt with by Bi Pfenglin, the strongest of the Konoha troops in the Misty battlefield. Don't worry. Although the human pillar is very strong, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with it. Pfenglin nodded slightly and agreed. Indeed. After all, the only person in Konoha's army who can deal with the strength of the 3-tailed man is probably only himself. Oh, Pfenglin also forgot a person. That was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tomitake, that I met a few days ago. About Uchiha feudake, key to Pfenglin has some one-sided understanding. The opponent had already opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel during the Third Ninja World War. So he must have this strength too. But Uchiha Tomitake is absolutely impossible to expose the fact that he has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. You must know that once he spreads the matter of turning on the kaleidoscope and writing round eyes, then he will definitely be worried about, and even be monitored. For the power of the kaleidoscope. Sarutobi Hisaki and Shimura Danzo can't be said to be clearer. Therefore, they will definitely carry out high-intensity defenses against Uchiha feudake and the Uchiha clan. After all, this is the Uchiha clan. God knows what crazy things they will do. Well, if that's the case. I'm relieved. After getting Pfenglin's answer, Naralujai also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, one of the most dreadful points has been solved. Then he can play tactics with the 3rd generation of Water Shadow with peace of mind. But, I think you need to pay attention to Danzo. Although he gave him the defense line of Uzumaki, that old guy is not a good bird. For power and his own purpose. He can do anything. After Pfenglin left these words, he left. Dairis is Kakashi. Be careful all the way. And Naralujai heard what Pfenglin said for a long time, and was stunned in the same place. Is this telling me to watch out for Danzo? Narashikaji frowns. Then his eyes turned to a certain location on the map, and there are 3 words on it. The country of Vortex. The Uzumaki defense line does not have much effect on the entire battlefield. It is impossible for the fog to attack. Therefore, for a long time, Narashika hasn't paid much attention to the movement of Uzumaki country for a long time. Although Pfenglin and Shimura Danzo have a deep hatred. But Nara Lukisu understands that Pfenglin is not a person who puts personal grievances on the business side. Since he said so, there must be some truth in it. Then just do what he said. Lay a little eyeliner to observe the movement of Uzumaki country. Nara Shikaji finally made this decision after pondering for a long time. Regarding the words of Pfenglin, Naraluji naturally believed very much in his heart. After thinking about weighing the pros and cons. Naralukisa believes that Kita Pfenglin will not say such words for no reason. Therefore, Narashika was able to defend himself for a long time. If Shimura Danzo didn't move, it would be best. If there is any change, then it will be too late to regret it. After all, for Shimura Danzo, Narashikuiza did not have a very good impression of him. After Pfenglin left, he went to say goodbye to Kakashi and Yuanlin. If Kitak is not wrong in the budget. Today should be the day Uchiha Madara will do it. Therefore, Pfenglin needs to make some marks on Rin's body, so that she can save Rin's life, so as to become a whole card to counterbalance Uchiha's soil. Although Uin's 7 ninja swordsmen have been solved by me for 5, there are still 2 alive. I don't know if Uin will use them again. If you run into it, don't fall in love with it. Pfenglin looked at Kakashi and said. Then she gave Lin Yuan a vague look. At this time, Kakashi also understood what Pfenglin meant. What Pfenglin said is indeed correct. It is very difficult to deal with a ninja 7 Wang Zhao. There was also an oil bottle like Yuanlin by her side, so naturally they couldn't be their opponent. So if you encounter it, escape is their best choice. I understand. Thank you, Pfeng. Kakashi nodded, and then left the Konoha camp with Nohara Lin. And the moment the two left the Konoha camp, the secretly prying eyes also escaped underground. This is Beige Team. Pfenglin sensed the disappearance of this very vague aura, and he also had this answer in his heart. In the ninja realm, what can be so cryptic and hard to find under his perceptual range? Probably only Beige. But Uchiha Madara. Yes, there is Kazuki. Let me see. Who is calculating whom? Chapter 152. Chapter 151. At this time, Uin and Konoha officially entered a decisive battle. I don't know if there will be a problem with Beifeng. I have to say, Naraluji's military talents far exceeded everyone's expectations of him. The various conspiracy tactics used by the hidden side of the fog were easily resolved by him. Every time he can spend it safely. Ambitious. I like it. Naraluji looked at a certain point on the map, frowning at this moment. Obviously, he was still a little worried about Sanwai Renzulai. If Pfenglin could not completely suppress the force of the three-tailed man, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha's frontal battlefield. After all, the battlefield that was originally just a balance of power would have joined the terrifying combat power of Sanwai Renzulai at this time. The situation will definitely fall to Uin's side. This is an extremely difficult point for Konoha. Unless it is said that a shadow-level powerhouse is brought up on the battlefield of Yanyin, it is impossible to win the battle. At the same time, Pfenglin has arrived at the location of information provided by Triumi Ming. According to the information provided by Triumi Ming. Mitsubishi Juriura should appear here. The opponent will lead an assault force composed of several shinobu to attack Konoha's headquarters from the left. But a pity, Pfenglin was already waiting here early. Triumi Ming really wanted to kill Yagura. I really didn't lie to me. Pfenglin closed his eyes as he sensed the tyrannical Chakrabaku who had broken into his perception range. Hanging a faint smile. But thinking about it is extremely normal. After all, Yagura is to Triumi. The biggest threat she has in fighting for the position of the water shadow. There is no one. If you can get rid of Yagura and the three tails in his body, then no one in the mist can resist Triumi Mei's footsteps. Pfenglin smiled lightly, then opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. And at this moment, several figures appeared in front of Pfenglin. Shoo! There are 4 people in total, headed by a child who is holding a tin stick. It looks the same age as Pfenglin. But the sharpness and vigor in his eyes is completely inconsistent with his immature face. After Pfenglin saw the person in front of him, He also knew who the other person was. The person in front of him is surprisingly the three-tailed man Julai. The age should be around 20s, but it is only because of physical reasons that it has stopped growing on the surface. Don't look at him like this. His strength should not be underestimated. This guy. So strong. Yura felt very strong and dangerous when he saw Fenglin at the first glance. This danger is the first time that Yura has felt this since he grew up. Obviously, Fenglin made Yura feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Blue lightning. Fenglin. As Mist Hidden's strongest combat power, Yura is naturally able to recognize his opponent. And he also knows that this is the only one who can give such a serious sense of crisis. Fenglin, who had 7 people killed 5 people, was able to do it. You all go back. This guy, let me deal with it, Yura said calmly while looking at the 3 Kiryuki Shinobu behind him. But, Master Yura, the opponent is Konoha's blue lightning. Kirin Kamenino said hesitatedly after hearing what Yura said. Obviously, leaving Yura alone to deal with Konoha's blue lightning makes him very worried. Obviously, if these Yui and Kaminari were here, Yura would still be distracted to take care of them. You stay here will only become a burden. This level of battle is no longer something you can intervene. Yura faintly glanced at the people behind him, then continued. But due to the orders of the 3 generations of Shui Ying... he can only come out until the decisive battle begins. After all, Fenglin's strength must have reached the shadow level, so Yura knows that these people not only can't help him here, but may also add chaos to himself, so letting them leave is the best choice. Yes, I understand. Yakura-sama. Let's go. A touch of unwillingness appeared on Yui and Shinobu's face, but there was nothing to do. As Yura said, they will only let Yura show some scruples here. After all, the Fenglin in front of him was an existence that was able to kill 5 of the 7 ninja swords alone, and their strength was not at the same level as them. TSK Tusk. Sanwai Julai Yura, the disciple of the 3rd generation of Suikage. I was right. Fenglin looked at the Yura in front of him and said with a smile on his face. This guy. Yukura's heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect Fenglin to know that he was Zulai with 3 tails. Only some middle Tupa people in the mist knew this news. Could it be that the news leaked out? Damn. There is a ghost in the mist. Konoha's blue lightning. Just let me see. What is your strength? Yura waved a tin rod and stood on the ground, sneering into a deep hole. Obviously, he was very interested in a genius like Fenglin. Yura became very interested in Fenglin after he heard that Fenglin had killed 5 of the 7 Naito swords, and wanted to fight with him. Now as soon as he came out, he ran into the opponent he wanted. And the blood on Yura couldn't help but become boiling. This guy is not as terrifying as his speed in terms of strength. Mainly because this lightning is a bit strong. Blue lightning appeared on the surface of Fenglin's body at this moment, and the majestic power of thunder and lightning shone out. And at this moment, Yukura's face also became extremely solemn. This thunder and lightning. It is completely different from the ordinary thunderbolt, and it feels extremely dangerous. Call out. Fenglin's figure suddenly flickered like a ghost, and flashed in front of Yura with a blue electric light in a blink of an eye. So fast. Yukura's pupils shrank suddenly, although he knew before that the opponent was as fast as lightning. As fast as Union's 4th generation Raikage. But what made Yura didn't expect was that the opponent's speed was far beyond his expectations. But Yura is also a person with extremely rich combat experience. Naturally, he will not be shocked by the speed of Kitakiden. Lifting the coral tin rod in his hand blocked Fenglin's terrorist attack full of thunder and lightning. Bang! Aloud and earth-shattering noise suddenly uttered, and even the space seemed to be shaken into ripples. The airwaves raged in all directions along with the power of thunder and lightning. Immediately, the figures of Kita, Fenglin and Yura retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing. Sure enough, The defense of this coral tin rod is simply, Fenglin looked at the tin rod covered with coral in his hand and said with some surprise, "You need to know which strike he used just now, but used 80% of the strength." I didn't expect Yura to be able to defend so perfectly. Yura also quickly came up with an answer in his heart. It seems that it is not so easy to deal with this guy. Chapter 153 Section At this moment, Yukara's heart was already at the extreme of vigilance. For Fenglin. He could say that he was not sure of winning. Shui done? Whirlpool water blade. I saw Yukara wave the coral tin rod in his hand, and a stream of water quickly rotated into 3 huge circular blades similar to wind demon shurikens. The momentum is extremely large. The water escape power contained in it is beyond Fenglin's imagination. The next second, the coral tin rod swung the huge water blade wheel towards Fenglin. The speed of the huge disc is extremely violent, and all the shocking sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded at this moment. Boom! The location of Fenglin was directly covered by this terrifying and swift water blade roulette. The surrounding ground tens of meters was instantly shattered. It should be. It's not that easy to get rid of him. Yura looked at the rising water curtain, still vigilant in his heart. Dare to relax in any way. Although he saw that Fenglin had not dodged in just a moment. Yura still did not dare to relax his inner vigilance, still trying his best to perceive Fenglin's breath fluctuations, for fear that the other party will suddenly appear in other directions to attack him. And at this moment, the aura of Fenglin appeared in the range of Yukara's perception. The other party turned out to force his whirlpool water blade to resist? For a while, Yura felt very horrified. His face also began to turn a little blue. It deserves to be Sanwai Renzulai, and also a direct disciple of the 3rd generation of Shuiying. Shui Dun of this level has reached the power range of Sleeville Shui Dun. Fenglin sighed. At this moment, it sounded, and Yukara's face suddenly sank. Sure enough, this level of attack would pose no threat to Fenglin. I saw Fenglin slowly walk out of the water curtain. What surprised Yura was that the Fenglin, which was full of thunder and lightning, had undergone tremendous changes. The majestic and frightening Dun has disappeared, replaced by a rich and ancient golden light covering the whole body. Is he relying on this water blade to resist me? Yura, who has extremely rich combat experience, understood at this moment the reason why Fenglin was able to withstand the water escape that he released with all his strength in that instant. Presumably because of the golden light that trapped around his body. It can be said that he can observe so carefully. It can be seen how rich Yukara's combat experience is. When Yukara was surprised, Ki to Fenglin's figure turned into a golden streamer and struck towards Yura. Compared with Fenglin in the state of Lifa, his speed in the golden light curse state was obviously slower. This also gave Yura a chance to counterattack Fenglin. Sure enough, after the thunder and lightning chakra mode was lifted, his speed really slowed down. Yura secretly said with his eyes condensed in his heart. But Yura didn't dare to relax a little bit. Since the other party changed into this golden light state, it must be to deal with him. Shui done? The art of water mirror. Fenglin's speed slowed down, which also gave Yura a chance to react and release ninjutsu. The next second. A person exactly like Fenglin appeared in the water mirror. But he didn't want to be wrapped in a golden curse like Fenglin. Can't copy the golden light curse? It seems that this water mirror technique is nothing more than that. Fenglin smiled faintly after seeing Fenglin that looked exactly like himself at that moment. Can't replicate the golden light and thunder and lightning of his body. This guy. Isn't he using ninjutsu? Yura saw Kita in front of him. Fenglin was in a normal state, and he was shocked. You have to know that your own water mirror technique can be replicated. It's just that you can only have 3/10 of the opponent's strength. But now, The Bfenglin he copied was actually unable to use his technique. This is a situation that Yakura has never encountered before using the water mirror technique for so long. Bang! Exclamation mark middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. The palm of the northern maple forest with majestic golden light suddenly hit the northern maple forest made by Yakura. The result was exactly as Yakura expected. The replica he made could not compete with Kitakidin. With just a palm, Bfenglin smashed the created clone into pieces and turned it into a puddle of water scattered on the ground. But just in that instant, Yakura's figure quickly receded. After all, if he was still standing here stupidly at this time, that terrifying palm of Bfenglin is very likely to fall on him. Bfenglin did not stop the offensive and did not give Yakura any breathing time. The speed skyrocketed again towards Yakura, and the golden light radiating from all over his body rose to the extreme at this moment. Boom! Exclamation mark. The tin rod wrapped in coral collided with Bfenglin's fist again. Click! Exclamation mark. Boom! Exclamation mark. This collision was different from the last time. The coral shattered directly, and Yakura's arm numb. What a terrifying force! Yakura retorted the pain in his hands in horror. Then he picked up the tin rod in his hand, and an invisible wave swept away at this moment, and then Yakura's figure quickly receded back. Bfenglin did not forcibly pick up the invisible wave, and dodged sideways. And at this moment, due to the impact of the waves, a huge groove was formed on the ground. This sky gold represents power. Does thunder and lightning represent speed? Yakura cursed secretly in his heart, because he could feel how terrifying the force Bfenglin had just now. This is completely the same as Bfenglin in the thunder and lightning state. Therefore, Yakura felt so horrified. You must know that his coral defense is not something ordinary people can destroy. But Bfenglin did it. It seems that golden light curse is far better than thunder law in terms of strength. Bfenglin mumbled as he watched the coral shattered on the ground. The reason why he switched the golden light curse was because he shattered Yakura's coral defenses. Things are as I expected. The power bonus of the golden light curse is indeed able to do this. Chapter 154, 153. Chapter Yakura Defense Coral. Although it is extremely robust, but in the face of North Maple 100% proficiency or grazing, as the golden curse in no hurry. After all, the strength of the golden light curse varies from person to person, even if it is the most basic exercise method of the Heavenly Master Palace. Under the condition of absolute strength, it can display the basic power beyond the original power of this exercise method. It is not without basis. The Celestial Master in one person is using the most basic golden light curse to force the four madnesses of the whole nature not to mess around. Then it was in the middle of the Celestial Master going down the mountain, just using the golden light curse to wipe out the whole nature. No one dared to move. The 10 guys didn't dare to have the slightest murderous intent towards the Heavenly Master. After all. This is the peak of strength. Therefore, the golden light curse is already an extremely terrifying technique in the hands of such a superb person. It varies from person to person. The stronger the strength, the golden light curse is naturally stronger. Nowadays, Bfenglin's strength has also been slightly improved after practicing the Triple Rebellion. Now he wants to defeat Yakura. Although it's a bit difficult, it can still be done. Today's Bfenglin came with the heart to kill Yakura, so naturally it is impossible to let the opponent leave this battlefield alive. Red Lotus Industry Fire. Bfenglin shot again, and blue lines appeared in the void. Rumble! Exclamation mark. Then a huge flame lotus filled with high temperature appeared in front of Yakura, and then rushed towards Yakura. The momentum is very big, showing an earth-shaking situation. It makes people feel suffocated. Such a huge fire escape directly caused Yakura's face to change suddenly. He didn't expect Bfenglin to be even proficient in fire escape. To be able to create such a huge fire escape in just a few breaths. Instead, he releases the same water escape himself, which can only be achieved by relying on the chakra provided by Sanwai. But now, Fenglin did it, which is really amazing. If ordinary people want to take over such a huge fire escape released by Fenglin, it is naturally impossible. Of course. Unless that person has shadow level strength, chakra and Shui Dun are in an extremely peak state. And Yakura just satisfies this point. After all, he still has 3 tails in his body, so there is no shortage of chakra at all. Yakuramian didn't change his color, and calmly mixed with a stick of coral tin stick in his hand. The next second, a wave of waves rose in front of Yakura, showing a huge water curtain blocking the red lotus karma fire released by Fenglin. And just at this moment, Yakura's face has a dignified look. Obviously, the sudden release of such a huge water escape caused the chakra in Yakura's body to pass violently. Yakura. Be careful. This guy is very strong. Not so easy to deal with. At this time, the voice of Sano Isusu quietly sounded in Yakura's mind. Obviously, Sanwai also realized that the Fenglin in front of him was an extremely tough enemy, so naturally he couldn't take it lightly. Besides, Isusu didn't want Yakura to die so easily. After all, after spending so long with Yakura, Isusu also recognized the strength of this man, so he was willing to give his power to Yakura. It can be said that Yakura is a more perfect person who can communicate with Isusu. Mayo. Yeah, I understand. Yakura nodded slightly to understand when he heard Mayo's reminder. Even if Isusu didn't give a sound reminder. Yakura knew that Kitakidin in front of him was not an easy person to deal with. From this moment on, he must go all out to deal with each other. After all, once there is any mind that underestimates the enemy. I am afraid it will directly die. Kai. The flame and the water flow collided, and the harsh sound of the flame burning the water flow sounded at this moment. Then a large amount of water vapor was generated, covering the entire area and spreading, quickly removing the arrow. The figures of Kang and Fenglin were wrapped in. Is this an assassination technique to compare with me? At the moment when Yakura was caught in the fog, he suddenly understood what Fenglin meant. This guy is obviously provoking himself. As everyone knows, the assassination troop of Mist is the elite of Mist Ninja, let alone Yakura is the captain of the assassination troop of Mist. And the ninja swordsman was once directly led by Yakura, so Yakura is very proficient in assassination. At this moment, Yakura was not in any panic, and Fenglin, who was hidden in the steam mist in the distance, did not immediately move his cell phone. Both sides are masters of masters. The strength is extremely strong, and naturally they will not do it easily, because they all know. In this dense fog, they either don't make a move. Or they kill with one blow. After all, in the dense fog, everything that is unknown is the most terrifying. Few people can maintain absolute calm in this situation. And the moment the enemy lost his calm. The moment the hunter prayed, it came. Well, if that's the case, then let go. Fenglin looked at the thick fog in front of him and his perception. The corner of his mouth was drawn with a smile. Obviously, Fenglin just wanted to use Wu Ian's proud assassination technique to get rid of Yakura. The next second, Fenglin moved. Like a lion catching its prey, a sharp golden light flashed in his eyes. Call out! Fenglin suddenly turned into a golden streamer and shuttled in the thick fog. He found the location of Yakura. And just at this moment, Yakura, who has keen awareness, turned around and blocked the coral tin rod in front of him. Boom! The strong collision sound suddenly sounded at this moment, and the endless waves of air swept away at this moment. The dense fog was also blown away by this powerful air wave, and 2 people in the central area immediately appeared in the field of vision. I saw that Yakura's complexion was dignified. He was holding the coral-covered tin rod and resisting Fenglin's terrifying palm. At this moment, Yakura only felt that his hands were a little numb from the shock. And he couldn't resist anymore. Bang! Fenglin renewed its strength and kicked out abruptly with a kick that contained golden light. But Yagura also reflected it, and directly used it to make a coral defense like an armor to resist Pfenglin's attack. But in the next second, the coral defense was directly kicked to pieces by Pfenglin's violent kick, and then Yagura's figure ejected like a cannonball. Bang bang bang. After breaking two big trees one after another, Yagura's figure barely stopped, and was sunken in a big tree behind him. Damn. This guy is just a monster. Has ninjutsu and physique reached this point? Yagura kept cursing in his heart. He didn't expect that Pfenglin's strength would be so strong. This is simply impossible to cope with. Yagura, retreat or continue fighting? At this moment, Mio Isasuke's voice sounded in Yagura's mind. Obviously, just now Pfenglin's palm that contained terrifying power really shocked him. For a moment he even thought that Pfenglin was a beast. You know, it is impossible for human beings to burst out such a powerful force. But the Pfenglin in front of me actually did it. According to Sanwai Isasuke's observation, if you want to defeat the North Maple Forest you must turn into a tail beast. But the beastization of the tail is extremely suitable for Yagura, and they seem to have no need to do this. Therefore, Maya gave the choice to Yagura and let the other party make the final decision. 155 Chapter 154 Yagura, after getting questions from 3 Rocky, ask of the people, are caught in a burst of meditation. Indeed. Just now, he really wanted to escape. But Yagura knew that he couldn't retreat, and he had to entangle Pfenglin to prevent him from going to other battlefields. If the powerful combat power of Pfenglin were to go to the frontal battlefield to fight, the original situation of 5050 would be completely changed. It can be said that Yagura must drag Pfenglin firmly here, and he must not be able to let the opponent go to the frontal battlefield. Otherwise, this will be a huge blow to the Misty troops. After all, Yagura has already seen Pfenglin's strength, and someone who knows the opponent can change the pattern of the entire battlefield. The reason why he didn't appear on the frontal battlefield presumably was to prevent him from leading the assault troops to sneak attacks. After all, the current Yagura can be said to be the most powerful existence in the mist, and his role must be exerted to the extreme. I think I can't retreat. After all, let this guy appear on the frontal battlefield. I'm afraid it will really lead to the defeat of Mist. Yagura, there was a touch of determination on his face, and he answered the words of Mitsuo Isasuke in his heart. Since you have made up your mind, then I don't advise you anymore. Let's give it a go. This enemy in front of you can be said to be the strongest opponent you have ever faced. Isafus' heavy voice sounded in Yagura's mind. Indeed. Isafus' judgment was correct. Kitakdabayashi is the strongest opponent Yagura has ever encountered. Facing such an opponent, Yagura must use the power of the tail beast. Otherwise it is impossible to defeat the opponent. So he can only go all out to use the power of the tail beast. Otherwise, Pfenglin will definitely find a chance to kill. I understand. Yagura's face became extremely thick at this moment. Are you serious? Pfenglin looked at Yagura with determination on his face. The corner of his mouth was slightly curved with a smile. In the beginning, I wanted to escape. But it seems that I had thought of something and gave up the idea of running away. Pfenglin's sharp eyes showed a gleam of light, as if he could see through Yagura's inner thoughts. Obviously, he analyzed every move of Yagura and got the conclusion in his mind. As for why the opponent 27 would give up the idea of escaping. I must be afraid of going to the front battlefield to put pressure on the fog-hidden troops. After all, if a strong man like Pfenglin can reach the front battlefield and participate in the battle, it must be able to make the battlefield situation instantly fall to Konoha. This is not what Yagura wanted to see. Therefore, even if he died today, he still wanted to stop Pfenglin firmly here. In an instant, Yagura moved. Shoo! Yagura's speed suddenly doubled, and the coral tin rod in his hand was stabbed at the northern maple forest by Yagura as a spear at this moment. This suddenly increased the speed of eruption. Even Fenglin was surprised by Ikaru's hand. But if you look closely you can see that a red chakra bubble has emerged around Ikaru's body. Obviously, Ikaru has already begun to use the power of the tail beast to deal with Fenglin. He knew very well that if he only wanted to hold Fenglin by his own strength, it would be impossible. Fenglin did not retreat. Although he was surprised by the speed of Ikaru's sudden eruption for a moment of loss. But Fenglin was not a rookie who had just entered the battlefield, but a ninja who had gone through several battles, so it naturally changed his reaction in an instant. At the moment Ikaru stabs, Kitagawa also mobilizes the chi in his body and the golden light around his body to fight against Ikaru. Fenglin's fistful of vast ancient golden light collided with the coral tin rod in Ikaru's hand. Boom! Earth-shattering explosion broke out at this moment. The air currents driven by the rapid actions of Kita Fenglin and Ikaru collided in midair. At the same time, it was also at this moment, at the feet of Kita Fenglin and Ikaru, an extremely terrifying rise spread out in all directions. The ground is like the floor. Pieces by pieces of this terrifying airwave swept away, and the ground that the two of them had trampled on was completely shattered at this moment. The water vapor tumbling around was completely cleaned up at this moment. Who could have imagined that even the seemingly young kid in front of him could cause such a terrifying destruction? When Ikaru and Fenglin were in a stalemate, a huge magic circle suddenly rose in the sky. What? How did he seal the formation to release the formation? Ikaru looked at the red and flame-filled formation in the sky. His face suddenly changed. The real fire is gone. A majestic flame instantly formed a huge war spear, and the light on the flame turned red to white. The surrounding land has been burnt red by the scorching high temperature, and the remaining water is also instantly evaporated at this moment. Asshole! Does this guy want to kill himself as well? Ikaru was shocked, and his pupils suddenly shrank and looked at Fenglin, who was smiling indifferently in front of asshole. Madman! You madman! You don't speak martial arts! Ikaru suddenly broke through. Scold! Ikaru, let me see how thick your tortoise shell is. Fenglin looked at the horrified Ikaru in front of him, without the slightest panic because of the fall of the flame spear, as if the spear's attack would not affect him at all. Still with this indifferent smile, without any panic. And at this moment, Ikaru has exhausted all his life's strength. He wanted to break free. But the golden light of Fenglin was pulling him tightly. So that he had no room to break free. In order to attack me, you can even catch your life. Boom! The flame war spear suddenly fell, and the power of the real fire broke out completely at this moment. The white flames instantly involved Kita Kidin and Ikaru. Not so much as being involved. It is better to say that it is swallowed. The white flame broke out completely at this moment. The earth shattered. The ground vibrated instantly like an earth dragon overturned. Endless fires burned the earth, and even the surrounding air began to become hot due to the scorching heat. And at this moment, Fenglin's figure suddenly appeared in Ling's direction, and that was the range outside the flame. Although the defensive performance of Golden Light Curse is extremely powerful, but I'm not stupid enough to resist the moves made by Tongxin Ern. Fenglin looked at the burning white flame and murmured with a smile. Although his strength coupled with the defensive ability of the Golden Light Curse was able to barely resist the attack of this flame war spear, but Fenglin is not so stupid as that. After all, the cost of doing this is too great. Therefore, he released the charm of the G-Doll before, so as to be able to transfer positions with the G-Doll. After all, in order to maximize the power, Fenglin had strengthened the power of the flame spear to the greatest extent, and almost even Fenglin himself was involved. This is why Fenglin chose to accept Ikaru's trick. He wanted to kill the opponent, not fight. If Ikaru dies, then Kita Kidin will be much more convenient in the future. Seeing that the white flame in front of me was still burning, Fenglin frowned, and then slowly backed away. Because he knew that Yagura was the human pillar of the three tails, it was naturally impossible to be killed by himself in such a simple way. No one's Zili is easily eliminated. Fenglin can be said to be very clear about this. However, just before Fenglin retreated dozens of steps, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the white flame. The flame was blown away by the vast scarlet chakra, and a blood-red figure jumped out of the raging white flame. A touch of surprise flashed in Fenglin's eyes, and then he smiled helplessly. Sure enough, I want to kill a person who can use the power of the tail orc. It's not that simple. Roar! A roar full of killing intent and anger resounded throughout the forest at this moment. Suddenly, the birds and beasts fled, daring not to stay anymore, because they were afraid of this roar from the bottom of their hearts. The inherent sense of crisis told them that the source of this sound was an extremely terrifying existence, and they did not dare to provoke anything at all. A red light flashed by. The earth-shaking explosion sounded. Fenglin looked at Yagura, who was wrapped in scarlet chakra, and there were three tails behind him. Dozens of big trees were most directly shattered. Oh! It's a bit troublesome now. It is now the momentum of Fenglin is soaring, which makes Yagura feel very shocked. Obviously, Yagura has entered the form of humanoid tail beastization, and it is still the most prosperous period. So if Kita Fenglin wanted to deal with Yagura like before, it would be a bit unrealistic. Hey, I really don't want to face such a tail beast. But if I say that I will kill you, then it will not be possible for you to live today. At this time, Fenglin stretched out his hand. Void painting amulet. The blue spell pattern appeared at this moment. He wants to fill up all the buffs as he did with the 7 Naito swords before, and face Yagura in the state of violent tail beastization. Although Fenglin's strength is very strong, in the face of such a powerful enemy, Fenglin is still very serious. Will not be careless. Tangang War Energy, Body Protection Curse, Imperial Wind Curse, Diamond Curse. A series of buff spells were quickly drawn at this moment, and then penetrated into Fenglin's body. But the tail beast-shaped Yagura, who had just escaped from the flame swallow, had not yet figured out what Fenglin meant by doing this. Fenglin's momentum broke out in an instant, and a majestic wave of air swept in all directions. This guy. Can he increase his strength? Or he has hidden his true strength from the beginning? Yagura murmured in disbelief under the tail of a beast. Although he was in a state of tail beastization at this time. But because he had been running in with Sanwai for many years, and the addition of Sanwai Isasuke did not interfere with him. Therefore, Yagura's use of tail beastization is a very easy thing, and it will not lose reason and self-consciousness because of this. Facing the North Maple Forest in this state. Yagura can be said to have not much sure of victory, but his current speed and strength have been greatly improved compared to before. So facing Fenglin will not be the same as before. Bang! Exclamation mark. At this time. Yagura launched an attack. The scarlet figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Fenglin, and it was in front of him in the blink of an eye. The violent punch filled with the tail beast chakra suddenly blasted out, as if to directly destroy the North Maple Forest in front of him. Fenglin was also unwilling to show weakness, and the violent sound of breaking through the air was caused by his fist, and even the wind became harsh. Even though Yagura was in the state of being transformed into a tail, but Kita Kiden was still not afraid. After all, he now has the blessings of various buffs and golden curses, and he is completely worthy of facing the tailed beastly Yagura. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion sound like thunder in the ear suddenly burst out. The ground on both sides was originally bombed with potholes, but at this time it just cracked like a spider web spreading. Click, click, click! Exclamation mark. Bang! Exclamation mark. An airwave like a mountain whistling a tsunami broke out at this moment, and some of the smaller trees could not bear the terrifying airwave and were directly uprooted. Kai kai kai. Immediately after the sound of violent friction sounded, the figures of Kita Fenglin and Yagura quickly swept towards the back of the two of them. In a moment, the dust was flying. Two huge traces were drawn on the ground. But if you look closely, you can see that Kita Fenglin's figure is much closer than where Yagura was shot out, and the rift that Yagura drew had a thick scarlet-tailed chakra remaining on the ground. After a while, the two of them slowed down the huge impact and barely stopped their bodies. That is to say, Fenglin used the power of the flesh to harden the tail of Yagura in the beast state. Is this the power of tail beastization? It's really a bit scary, Fenglin muttered while looking at Yagura, who was staring at him in the distance. The power of Yagura's beastization is exactly what he expected. He can suppress Yagura. This guy is a monster? Question mark. This This is simply a human-shaped tail beast. Myo Isayuke's horror sounded in Yagura's heart, filled with difficulties. Believable. You need to know the punch that Yagura just now. Even the 5-tree earth flow wall can't resist it. But Kita Fenglin slammed Yagura with his fist. This completely subverted Sano Isayuke's perception of human power. The brute force that Fenglin showed before him. It is no longer possible to describe him in 2 words. Such people can only be called monsters. Konoha. What kind of monster has he cultivated? Yagura looked at the indifferent Fenglin in front of him, cursing in his heart. At this moment, he already felt that his arm was a little numb from the impact just now, even in the state of the tail beast coat. He was shocked by the incomparable strength of Fenglin. Is this the power that humans can possess? If you insist on finding one, it would be the 3 generations of Raikage who fought against Yao alone and used physical force to smash the 3 generations of Raikage. But that was Yunyin who majored in ninjutsu. That was the special physique of Raikage's line. They can do it. But Fenglin. Why can he do it? Question mark. Isn't this guy really a transformational incarnation of a tail beast? Even if human beings exercise their bodies to the extreme, it is impossible to do so. Ying's bloodline will not be mentioned. They are people with their own special physique, but they are a tree leaf in Bi Fenglin. Moreover, the name is not a child of a big family at all. How could it be possible to have such a powerful force? For a while, Yagura's head fell into confusion and consternation, and he couldn't figure out why the power of Fenglin was so terrifying. Chapter 156. Section Yagura. I would not do it. North Maple smiling and looking at Yagura, who waved wipe dust short laugh. Obviously, in terms of strength, Fenglin relied on the strength of various buffs and golden light spells to surpass Yagura in the state of the tail beast coat. Even Isayuke in Yagura never expected that Kita Kiden would be like a human-shaped tailed beast, regretting Yagura in this state at this time. Damn. This guy. Yagura heard Fenglin's understanding ridicule. The face under the tail beast's coat became extremely hideous, although he had a hint of expectation in his heart. But it was actually even more shocking. Yagura can no longer be beaten blindly like this. You must take the initiative to attack. His state broke out suddenly. There must be some time constraints. As long as the stalemate is maintained by constant attacks, it will be fine to drag him until his state is over. At this time, Sanoiso's calm voice sounded in Yagura's mind. Gifu, who has lived for thousands of years, has never seen any scene, let alone Fenglin, an opponent who suddenly burst into such a terrifying force. I have to say that Yagura's fighting power under the tail beast transformation is still extremely strong. It is still a bit difficult to kill the opponent. Regardless of Gifu's retreat in the water for thousands of years, he also knows some things about humans. After entering the body of Renzulai in Yagura, Isayuke also began to understand the things of human society. So the eyesight is very fierce. Therefore, Gifu is naturally able to see that the strength of Bi Fenglin will suddenly soar because there is a time limit. After all, in the previous battle, Fenglin could not have been suppressing strength, and his violent aura is only because of the blue lines painted. So Gifu judged that those blue spells were the key to the sudden rise of Fenglin's strength. If Fenglin could learn about Sanwaiji's thoughts, he would definitely praise him. After all, It was the tail beast that had lived for thousands of years. This kind of vision and experience is simply not what Yagura can compare now. It seems ... It makes sense. After listening to Isopha's words, Yagura nodded secretly in agreement with Isopha's statement. After all, Fenglin's sudden burst of such terrifying strength made him feel very strange. If the previous Fenglin had such a tyrannical strength, there should be no need to hide it, and it would be impossible for him to react. It must have depended on something to suddenly soar to this point, just like his tail beast coat. Then do as you said. A gleam of light flashed in Yukira's eyes, and then the scarlet chakra bubbles became boiling at this moment. Do you want to do it seriously? Fenglin looked at Yagura, who was suddenly in the chakra riot. His expression condensed slightly. But it wasn't impossible to do it. It just needed Fenglin to go all out. Bang! The ground at the feet of the tail beast Yagura shattered instantly, and the deafening sound of breaking through the sky suddenly sounded. Suddenly, the dust flew up, turned into a red streamer and attacked Fenglin, and appeared in front of Fenglin in a blink of an eye. So fast. Fenglin's eyes condensed, and then he stretched out his hand and turned his fist into a palm to resist. Boom! Exclamation mark. One offense and one defense. The two majestic energies collided at this moment, and the surrounding space seemed to have ripples. The airwave broke out again, as if a fierce beast was roaring, making a vibrating sound. Immediately after Fenglin's figure flickered, the golden light curse switched to thunder magic at this moment, and Yagura didn't give Fenglin any chance to get away. Like a tyrannical beast, it roared. The figure immediately followed Fenglin and launched an attack. Small-tailed beast cannon. Yagura was chasing Fenglin, and a purple-black small-tailed beast cannon condensed in his mouth and continuously bombarded Fenglin. Boom boom boom. The explosion sound like thundercloud rolls through the entire tropical rainforest at this moment. Two figures, one red and one blue, are constantly shuttled in the forest. The naked eye can't catch their speed figure at all. The chase battle between the tail beast and the monster is not something other people can intervene. This guy is really chasing after him. Let me not even have time to paint and attack the talisman. Fenglin watched as he kept chasing his tail beastization behind him. A touch of helplessness appeared on Yagura's face. Go to die. Die to me. It seems that Yagura also knows that his only advantage now is the blessing state of the tail beast coat, so he does not need to be far away from Fenglin. All it takes is a head-to-head fight. After all, the defensive power of the tail beast's coat is extremely powerful, and it can't be broken so easily. A gloomy voice like a demon came from Yagura's mouth. Although it is said that his three tails have no control over Yagura's mind, the tail beast chakra is evil after all. It will be somewhat affected. Bang! Yagura, who was on all fours, suddenly exploded at an unprecedented speed. With the help of the force of the ejection, he burst into the North Maple Forest. The ground along the way is already trampled on by potholes. It can be seen how great the force is. The next second, Yagura's speed seemed to surpass that of the North Maple Forest, and his figure appeared above the North Maple Forest. The violent claws slammed down, and the violent force swept the surrounding air, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Good fellow. Fenglin's eyes condensed, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes, because it was the reason for the activation of thunder magic. At this time, Fenglin was already much faster than in the state of golden light curse, and the body's reaction was quicker and more acute with the thunder and lightning. Facing Yagura's attack, Kitaklin was still able to reflect it. Ziz thunderbolt. At this moment, Dianguan wandered away. With Fenglin's loud shout, the power of thunder and lightning from all over his body gathered in his hands to form a columnar shape. The original blue thunder and lightning became white and flawless at this moment. The power looked a little more terrifying. The jumping white thunder and lightning shone incomparably. Like a dazzling star. Boom! Exclamation mark. The power of thunder and lightning collided with the fist containing the tail beast chakra, and the violent scarlet chakra and the stubborn 5 thunderbolts broke out completely. The 5 sun thunders released from the Tonkshan urn provided by the 5 Yang Thunders can be said to be the most masculine force between the heaven and the earth. Its owner is devastating and, therefore, the moment the evil-tailed Chakrayura came into contact with the lightning pillar of North Maple, the outcome of this collision was already known. Yakura's body was devastated by the lightning pillar, and the violent thunder and lightning seemed to be the natural nemesis of the tail beast Chakra. So that Yakura had no way to fight against the northern maple forest. The earth shattered again. At this time, the forest seemed to have experienced a prehistoric earthquake and suffered severe damage. When Pfenglin repelled Yakura, pieces of coral appeared on Pfenglin's hands and spread. This kind of trick is of no use to me. Pfenglin's eyes were cold, and the lightning around his body immediately destroyed it. Yakura only used that trick to get rid of him. If he was unhappy, point to get rid of it. That can restrain tailed beast Chakra. Lightning sooner or later will make you defeated. Anjali's the horrified voice sounded in Yakura's mind. Obviously, he didn't expect that the lightning from Pfenglin could suppress the tail beast Chakra. At the moment just now, Gifu seemed to have seen the 6 immortals back then, with absolute suppression of the tail beast. Yeah. You are right. Can't drag on like this anymore. Yakura replied with a gloomy expression under the coat of the tail beast. Obviously, Yakura in the state of Tailman Chakra also has to face some load. He originally thought that Pfenglin could be solved easily, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. Actually forced him to use the strongest move of the tail beast. You know, Yakura didn't really want to use this trick. After all, the lethality of this trick is too great, and it will make a lot of noise. Without a last resort, Yakura really didn't want to use this trick. But the current situation does not allow such a delay. Yakura felt that he couldn't hold the secret state of Pfenglin at all, and he would be killed by the opponent in the past. Gurulu. At this moment, the wound that Yakura was attacked by the North Maple Thunderbolt was wrapped in the Scarlet Tail Beast Chakra. It didn't take long. The wound healed slowly at this moment. This shows how terrifying the self-healing ability of the Tail Beast is. In that case, Pfenglin, can you take this blow? Yakura was already desperate at this time and was forced into desperation by Pfenglin, murmured in a cold tone, immediately opened the mouth of the blood basin of the tail beast's coat, which was scarlet and dark. Then, the red purple black blue chakras gathered in Yakura's mouth. Tailed beast Jade. Yakura, this guy. Do you want to work hard? The moment Pfenglin saw the tailed beast condensed in Yakura, his expression became a little dignified. You must know that the tail beast Jade is a missile-level existence in Naruto, and it is almost one of the most powerful attack methods in Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto and Nine Tails reached a consensus to shoot the tail beast Jade condensed by flying tail beasts. Just a single one would destroy a mountain in an instant. Although Yakura didn't have a complete tail beast, but Gita Pfenglin knew that he couldn't escape from this level of tail beast Jade attack range. Palm Thunder. Pfenglin released an extremely powerful Palm Thunder towards Yakura, but a coral line of defense instantly rose up around Yakura to resist Pfenglin's Palm Thunder. It can be seen, since Yakura has released the tail beast Jade in this way, he must have the means to guard against the northern maple forest. Now. What should you face? North Maple. Yakura roared. The tail beast Jade in front of him was also gradually taking shape at this moment. Where the huge tail beast Jade passed by, the air was turbulent, and the wind screamed. The sky was flickering and dimming, and it seemed to be affected by the suffocating aura. The light fell into dimness, and the space was constantly distorted and cracked. The howling gust of wind rolls up. Who? Exclamation mark. Call out. Exclamation mark. A roar like a wild beast suddenly resounded through the world. The wind and clouds are violent, and the air currents turn over, as if a scratch was drawn in the sky. Diaresis. It seems that you have to take it seriously. Pfenglin looked at the flying tail beast Jade. A serious look flashed in his eyes. At this time, his face no longer had the previous indifference, and replaced it with a serious one. Obviously, Yakura's tail beast Jade already poses a huge threat from Pfenglin. The advantage naturally knows the letter. Take down the image of all things. Sunny and true water curse. Fenglin quickly painted the debut talisman, and at this moment, the tail beast Jade was already whizzing to his eyes. Defense. At this critical moment. The defense formed by Sunny and true water instantly wrapped Fenglin in it. And at this moment, the tail beast Jade also fell. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sound accompanied by a strong tail beast Jade completely erupted, and the earth shook, as if the sky broke and the earth cracked. It was astonishing. Another battlefield. What's the situation? This. Who released the wind escape? What's the matter with this voice? Question mark. At this moment. Whether it is Konoha's ninja or Konoha's ninja, the Misty ninjas were horrified by this earth-shaking sound and this terrifying airwave. You must know that it is possible to create such a big movement. It must be the powerhouse of the shadow level who is fighting. But, is this really a movement that a shadow level powerhouse can create? At this moment, Naruto, who was in the Konoha headquarters, also heard the movement, and could even feel the ground tremble. Beifing. Have you already started fighting with the three-tailed man July? Naruto looked at the source of the explosion in the distance. His brows could not help but frowned. Such a terrifying movement must have made the frontal battle more intense. North Maple. You have to come on. The victory or defeat of this war is in your hands. Narushikaji looked into the distance and muttered. Now the forces of Uin and Konoha are in a stalemate, and upper-level combat power is needed to break this deadlock. The battle between Kita Fenglin and Yakura can be said to be able to decide who wins and who loses in this big battle. If Kita Kiden killed Yakura, then it would be great news for Konoha. This means that this war will definitely be won by Konoha Wang Zhao. After all, losing at top combat power is a major loss for Uin. The battlefield between Kita Kiden and Yakura. At this moment. This area has become a huge ruin, under the devastation of the tail beast Jade. There was no sign of any living beings alive in a radius of hundreds of meters. Even an earthworm or something with such a tenacious vitality is destined to die in this terrifying explosion. Now. This guy should be dead. At this time. Yakura slowly lifted his tail beast coat off. After all, maintaining the condition of the tail beast's coat for a long time puts a huge load on Yakura's body. After releasing the tail beast Jade, Yakura can no longer maintain the tail beast coat. I cannot perceive his breath. It should be dead. After all, at the end of such a beast attack Jade, no matter how kind, he could not have maintained the defense. Rocky asked. The voice of Yakura slowly rang in Yakura's mind. He was also searching for the breath of Fenglin. Unable to perceive the breath of Fenglin. If nothing unexpected happened, Fenglin should have died under this big explosion. No matter how fast he was, he would never escape the scope of the tail beast Jade explosion in such a short time. Therefore, Gifu concluded that Fenglin had died under the tail beast Jade. Indeed, I have maximized the range of perception, but I still can't perceive it. Yakura nodded slightly and replied. And at this moment. Yakura's heart felt a tingling pain. Ha! Exclamation mark. Team. The sound of the sword piercing into the flesh sounded, and the blood immediately swayed in front of Yakura's eyes. In an instant, Yakura's pupils shrank suddenly. Look to the heart. A thunder and lightning sword with fierceness penetrated his heart with drops of blood. Yakura, you will eventually kill us. Chapter 157. Chapter 156. Ticking. Blood kept dripping on the floor. The boss who stared at Yakura's eyes at the moment. His eyes were full of horror and puzzlement. This guy Fenglin. Why did he appear behind him? He clearly couldn't perceive any breath fluctuations in Fenglin at all, and he couldn't even feel the Gifu in his body. This guy. How did he appear behind him? Yakura. After seeing Yakura's heart pierced by the lightning sword made by Fenglin, who would have thought that Fenglin would be able to avoid the aura of a head and tail beast? Unconsciously, he pierced Yakura's heart. Yakura. So I told you not to get distracted. Fenglin looked at Yakura in front of him with a light smile, And the reason that Kita-Kilin was able to appear behind Yakura so unconsciously, and was able to prevent Myo Isasuke and Yakura from discovering the aura of Kita-Kilin. It was completely because of Kita. Fenglin used the concealment curse. Of course, Fenglin can only use this degree of concealment curse once a day. The reason why he wanted to kill Yakura so resolutely was because Fenglin felt that if he didn't get rid of Yakura quickly then the opponent would definitely become a beast. Although the state of North Maple Forest was overwhelming at this time, there shouldn't be much problem even if it was against a head and tail beast. The problem is that his state can't last for too long. But Sanwai Isasuke's defense is very amazing, and it will be impossible to break it for a while. Therefore, Fenglin will kill the three-tailed man's Yakura so decisively, not wanting to cause more trouble. Damn. Asshole. Yakura's mouth gushed out a lot of blood, and then there was a loud anger. Yakura at this moment can be said to feel extremely aggrieved and unwilling. He doesn't want to die! Exclamation mark. He wants to live! Exclamation mark. You must know that he is already sitting firmly in the position of the 4 generations of Shui Ying. As long as this war is over then the position of the 4 generations of Shui Ying must be his own. I originally thought that no one on this battlefield could do anything about him. But now he was actually forced into death by Fenglin. This intense unwillingness caused the three-tailed chakra in Yakura's body to completely burst out. The scarlet chakra bubbles rose up again at this moment. What's different from the previous one is Yakura's red chakra coat has a little bit of coral on it. This is obviously a sign of complete tail beastization. The idea is good. But how can I make you wish? Fenglin watched Yakura's move to be completely tailed, without any panic on his face. On the contrary, Fenglin was smiling slightly, without any panic at all. Fenglin yelled coldly, and immediately behind him, several talismans flew out and plunged into Yakura's body. These talismans are all seal-type talismans made by Fenglin in advance. It can be said that they give full respect to the three-tailed man named Yakura. Obviously, he had expected that Yakura would have such a hand. So he used the protection formed by Sani in water during the explosion of the tail beast jade and began to draw a talisman that could seal the Yakura tail beast chakra. Originally, Fenglin thought that this kind of talisman would not have much effect on Yakura, but now it seems that Fenglin completely unexpected. After Fulu penetrated into Yakura's body, he directly suppressed the rioting chakra in Yakura's body. Suddenly, whether it was Yakura or Myo Isasuke, they were shocked by this sudden domineering power. What kind of power is this? It was able to completely suppress the tail beast chakra. For a moment, Sanwai Isaac couldn't help recalling the scene of that year in his mind, which made his soul feel a little trembling. Decades ago, a person also forcibly suppressed the chakra of the tail beast just like Fenglin. And that man was the god of war who ended the warring states period and captured the 9-tailed beast. The god of ninja, Senjujujuma. Originally, Gifu thought that he would never meet such a terrifying person again in his life, until the appearance of Fenglin made Gifu recall the fear of the year. The invincible tail beast was in front of the Kaienzu's Yujian's eyes. But it was like a pet, without any combat power at all. Even the most powerful Kyuubi among them was easily suppressed by Senju's Yuma. This shows how terrifying the other party is. Asshole. Yakura's breath gradually weakened. When he said these 2 words, his vitality disappeared, and his body lost his skills and escaped from Fenglin's thunder and lightning. The sword slowly fell on the ground. Plop. Mizuto July. Yakura, die. No one can imagine that the outcome of the battle would be like this, and the 3 tails in Yakura's body also fell into a death state with Yakura's death. This Bi Fenglin is simply a monster. Of course, the tail beast is an immortal existence. The death of Renzieli will only keep them trapped in Renzieli's body forever. After Renzieli's body functions and the chakra seal have completely disappeared, the tail beast will also be rebirth. However, this time will take about 1 or 2 years, so Sano Isasuke will have to wait for a long time. Finally, this guy was dealt with. In this case, Kakashi and Lin Lin should also start over there. Fenglin murmured while looking at the distance. I have to say that Uchiha Madara is indeed a good calculation. At this time, even if he kills the three tails and wants to rush to the rescue time, it is too late. Even if Fenglin increased the speed to the extreme, it would not be possible for him to feel unable to save Yi Yuanlin, who was killed by Kakashi in the first place. It can be said that the calculation has reached this point. Uchiha Madara is also considered an exhaustive plan, and no one can stop his plan from happening. But as far as Fenglin is concerned, as long as Yi Yuanlin is not cut off by anyone, then Fenglin can also be rescued with both hands. It's like Yura, who has been pierced and died now. As long as Fenglin is willing to be able to save him anytime and anywhere. It's just that the consumption of Fenglin is a bit big, so Fenglin only needs to wait quietly for Uchiha to bring the native Rinohara to be buried. Well, if that's the case, let's get rid of this tale first. The corner of Fenglin's eyes looked in a direction vaguely, and his figure disappeared in place. For a moment, after Fenglin left, a black shadow slowly emerged from the ground. Beige looked at the other Beige and said slowly, should we take the corpse of Sanwai Renjali back? Although it is just a corpse, it may have some value to Madara. Although the dead Renjali is not of much value to them. But at any rate, it is also a human pillar, but it can't take out the tail beast inside. No. In Madara's plan, there is no intention to act on the tail beast immediately, and the plan to capture the tail beast is entrusted to Uchiha to take the soil to complete in the future. We don't need it. Do it in advance, another Beige said slowly after thinking about it carefully. Indeed. Just as he said, if Sanwai's corpse were not moving, there would be one less thing. And it wouldn't make anyone suspicious. After all, it is better to do more than less, and there is no need to worry about the tail beast. Okay, let's go back and tell Madara about the situation first. It's a pity. This Fenglin is not from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise this terrifying power can be fully activated in advance. Moon Eye Project. Beige exclaimed in admiration as he looked at the land that had been devastated to such a degree. They had seen the battle between Fenglin and Sanwai before. They were all shocked by Fenglin's terrifying strength. But it is a pity that Kitagawa is not from the Uchiha clan. If it is from the Uchiha clan, then Uchiha Madara can start the Moon Eye Project without even dying. It's a pity. It's a pity that such a person can only become a hindrance to their plan in the future. Indeed. Let other Baiju stare at him and collect all the information about him. If such a person can join Akatsuki. Then the plan will go smoother. Another Beige nodded in agreement after hearing what Beige said next to him. In the dark and damned cave. Take soil. Your two teammates are in danger. Beiju's voice sounded. Uchiha's face suddenly changed, who was in a daze. You guy. What do you mean? Uchiha jumped up with dirt in an instant, crushing the simple bed directly. I went out just now, seeing that the two of them were single-handedly attacked by the hidden part of the mist. I believe they will die soon. Beige looked at the whirlpool state. Uchiha said in a very frivolous tone. What? Exclamation mark. Uchiha's heart with soil suddenly became very flustered, and then quickly ran to a wall. Boom! Exclamation mark. A punch suddenly slammed, and the wall was not broken. Uchiha's right hand connected with the soil by the white cell directly broke open. The stinging pain was transmitted to his brain. Damn! Uchiha sternly cursed secretly, holding his arm in pain. You can't break this wall with your current strength. Put on my body, so that you can fight. The whirlpool state of Beige suddenly transformed into a vine and began to entangle Boss body with soil. You are Madara's subordinates. Is it really okay to do this? Uchiha covered his arm with dirt and said slowly, frowning. Take soil. Aren't you trying to save Lin and Kakashi? Thank you for your help. Uchiha nodded slightly with this power can let you save Kakashi and Lin. Beidou smiled faintly again. Immediately, Beidou's possession state was completed. For a moment, Uchiha brought the soil to feel the majestic power emerging from his body, as if he could shatter the huge stone wall in front of him with a single blow, reaching the level of destruction. Perhaps I am now. I can compete with the fellow Fenglin, Uchiha exclaimed as he felt the majestic power with the soil. Drink! Uchiha gave a cold shout with the soil, and then smashed the wall, blocking him directly with a punch. Boom! The wall burst open instantly, and the whole cave felt violent tremors. And just after Uchiha took the soil to pull out the roots given by the outgoing golem, Uchiha Madara sitting on the chair slowly raised his head and stared at Uchiha's back. Grandpa Madara, you saved me. I am grateful to you. But now my best friends are in danger. I have to go. Uchiha's voice filled with soil was full of soil. Resolutely, you are too anxious. Thank me now. Maybe it's too early. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha and said lightly, I think ... I won't be back again. Anyway, I have already thanked him, and I will leave first. Uchiha took the soil and turned to look at Uchiha Madara, his tone full of determination. Because his injury has been recovered, going back at this time will definitely give Master Lin and Kakashi a huge surprise. Thinking of this, Uchiha's heart with the soil can't help but get excited. No. You will definitely be back. Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha taking the soil, and his tone became heavy at this time. Uchiha Madara looked at the two Shirazu and asked immediately. However, Uchiha Daido ignored Madara Uchiha, and instead looked up at Shirazu, the white guy. Where are Lin and Kakashi? Uchiha's tone of soil was very anxious. Attached to you is my clone, we can telepathically. And other clones are also walking around. Anyway. I will lead the way for you, and my clone will guide you. The white tentacles on the outside golem looked at the white tentacles squirming around Uchiha Daido and said slowly, then, thank you. Then Uchiha took the soil and ran not far away and saw the place where Uchiha Madara was storing things. Uchiha's fan, sickle and various weapons and swords. But Uchiha Daido was not interested in these. Instead, he turned his attention to a piece of clothing. After grabbing it and putting it on his body, he quickly walked to the exit. Just after Uchiha took the soil away. A strange light appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Master Madara. This child. Has been completely caught in our plan. Beizetsu, attached to the outgoing golem, said slowly while looking down at Uchiha Madara in thought. If the plan goes well, I believe it will be successful soon. Uchiha Madara nodded with a sigh of relief. After all, Uchiha Zarazu is the one he has observed for the longest time, and he is also the most suitable candidate for the Moon-Eye plan. At this time, there must be no mistakes at all. And at this moment. Two Beidou slowly emerged from the ground. How about the situation of Fenglin? At this time, the two Beidou glanced at each other, and then the one on the left Beidou slowly said, Master Ban, Fenglin has been successfully held back. It is impossible to save Kakashi and Lin. But for a moment, Beidou's tone became a little hesitant. But what? Uchiha Madara frowned. They have already learned that Fenglin can't destroy their plan. Why is Beidou hesitating so much? Is there anything else? Three-tailed man's Uliura was killed by Fenglin. After hesitating for a long time, another Beidou slow beast said. And at this moment, after hearing this news, Uchiha Madara's eyes showed a touch of horror. He hasn't been so shocked for a long time. Are you sure that the three-tailed person Juri was killed? There were still some doubts in Uchiha Madara's heart. You must know that the strength of the three-tailed person's Zuli is at the shadow level. If Fenglin can kill him, it also means that Fenglin is a strong shadow class, 14-year-old film class powerhouse. What is this concept? You must know that even he. Has never reached this level before. Chapter 158. Section for North Maple White must say killed 3 people in the news column for Suikihubara still has some doubts. But Beiju is absolutely impossible to deceive him, and he is absolutely loyal to himself. But at the age of 14, he was already a strong film class. This made Yukai Hamadara a little unacceptable for a while. He used to think that he and Senjutsu were the most decisive geniuses in the ninja world. Now, there is another person who has broken Yukai Hamadara's talent back then. After all, this is a 14-year-old film class. It's true, Lord Madara. We personally checked Sanwai Renzuli's body. After being pierced through the heart by Fenglin, Sanwai Renzuli died completely after struggling for a while. Now, Beiju replied calmly, this kind of terrifying monster, if it can be used for me, the plan will go smoothly. It's a pity. It's a pity that such a genius is not from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise it is planned. This important chess piece is not with soil. A trace of regret flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. After all, it takes a while for Uchiha to grow up with soil. And that genius monster named Kitakidin doesn't need it. By the way, if you have a chance, you can let Nagato or bring the soil to win him. If we can attract such people to Akatsuki, it will be of great help to our plan. Uchiha Madara, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After all, such a genius will grow up to be immeasurable. And Uchiha Madara needs this power. If Uchiha Daido and Uzumaki Nagato can't attract this terrifying Kitakidin, then Uchiha Madara is about to do it. After all, he would not allow such a threat to exist in his plan, since he didn't want to join them. Then the only thing to do was kill Fenglin, although it is a pity to kill such a genius. But Uchiha Madara will never tolerate any error in his plan. After all, he has the last hole card that is useless, and this whole card is Uchiha Madara's last killer. Northern Maple. I hope you won't let me use this assassin to deal with you. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a sharp look and a faint killing intent. Suddenly, the figure of Beiju who was present couldn't help shaking. At this moment, they seemed to see the return of Ninja Shura from the era of the suppression of Senjutsu. Lao Jifuping, aspiring to 1,000 miles. Although this Ninja Shura was old. But the killing intent of the ninja who had fought was not weakened by half. With the precipitation of time, it has become more and more dense. This guy Madara is still very scary. Haiju, who was hiding in the depths of the sacred tree, sneered after seeing this scene, and then fled away. Bai Fenglin, a genius who suddenly emerged. A 14-year-old shadow class. This is a good goal. If Madara fails. Maybe this little ghost named Bai Fenglin is worth visiting. Close to the lure. This time, Uchiha with soil are speeding away from Uekihubara arranged cave. How's the situation with Lin and Kakashi? Uchiha took the soil and drove on the road. Asked Shirazu who was facing his body. According to my companion's news, your companion's situation is very dangerous. They said what misty experimental subjects, but I can't understand them. Beiju's frivolous voice sounded at this moment. Experimental subject? Uchiha took the soil for a moment, and then fell into a brief contemplation. All in all, they are now surrounded by misty dark parts, and they are both at the level of the elite and the upper level. Beizetsu once again threw out a news that made Uchiha panic. You must know that when they faced a few Yani and Shangnin, it was already difficult to deal with. Now it is the Ui in hidden part, and it is Shangnin. This. How could Kakashi and Lin deal with them? Where are Mizumen teacher and Fenglin? Uchiha seemed to have thought of something with the soil, and then asked aloud. Knowing that Kakashi and Lin have been led by Teacher Watergate, it is impossible to get into this kind of predicament so easily. Moreover, he had received the news from Beiju before that he knew the existence of Blue Lightning Bai Fenglin on the Hidden Mist battlefield. This kind of critical time, with the speed of the two of them, it is possible to support Kakashi and Lin. Hey, who? Whirlpool Beiju made a questioning voice. It's the Golden Flash and Blue Lightning. Where are the two of them? Uchiha Daido asked eagerly. during the questioning. The pace under my feet accelerated. Yeah, the golden flash is fighting Yannian on the Yannian battlefield, and the blue lightning seems to be at war with Sanwai Renzili. The whirlpool Baiju said slowly after pondering for a while. Uchiha's expression condensed when he heard the words. Damn. Why? It happened at this time. The fist in his hand couldn't help clenching at this moment. Kakashi. You promised me. I will. I will do my best to protect Lin. I will. Soon, somewhere on the battlefield, Kakashi firmly guarded Lin Nohara behind him. Watching the misty ninjas around him with a vigilant look. Obviously. Even in a dangerous situation, Kakashi never forgot Uchiha's words with soil. Even if he died. He would die in front of Yuan Lin, and protect her thoroughly. Kakashi. Kill me. I have a tail beast in my body. If I return to Konoha, the conspiracy of Mist will be realized. At that time, everything will be impossible. Saved. Nohara Lin said to Kakashi in a pleading tone. She understood that she and Kakashi were already trapped in the encirclement of the hidden part of the mist, and that there was a tail beast in her body. Even if Kakashi can take her to escape the encirclement of misty shadow. Return to Konoha, the tail beast in his body will definitely riot due to this. At that time, she will become Konoha's biggest sinner. Lin. I promised to take the soil to protect you all the time. Don't say such things. There must be a solution. Back to the camp. Feng must. He is a great medical genius who can come up with a solution. Kakashi calmly dismissed the words of Nohara Lin. In short, don't say such things anymore. Although Kakashi is in a calm state at this time, but deep in her heart, she has begun to feel powerless and guilty. He didn't protect Lin well. Lin was once again plundered from his hand, and was also applied secretly by the mist to become the three-tailed man's pillar power. Just as Yuan Lin said, even if they can break out of the encirclement, then the misty plan must be realized. At that time, Konoha, who is about to win, will be attacked by a beast, and bring huge losses. No way. Kakashi. Nohara Lin's mouth showed bitterness, and her eyes had begun to become a little desperate. Obviously, she could clearly feel that the tail beast in her body was rioting. But for Kakashi, he can't do it, and he won't do it. Self-sacrifice is indeed great, but if you sacrifice your companions, it is no different from garbage. The importance of life cannot be measured by quantity. This problem has already been explained. In any case, Kakashi will not give up his companion, even if we die together. Therefore, Kakashi wants to use his life to protect Rin Nohara and protect his and Uchiha's agreement to take soil. Lin, stay here and don't move. I will meet these mists. At this moment, Kakashi and Lin Nohara have been completely surrounded by the misty dark parts in the center. But Kakashi's eyes never had a trace of fear, and their eyes were determined. Go, die. A dark shadow of the mist quickly stepped forward, raising his hand and waving a knife. He wanted to end Kakashi's life. But how could it be Kakashi's opponent under the blessing of Shalonian? Using the advantage of this writing wheel, Kakashi ended the opponent's life in less than 3 rounds. Although writing wheel eyes increased Kakashi's chakra consumption, it also brought Kakashi to Kakashi, a huge improvement. Boom boom boom. The fierce battle in the forest made a huge noise, and a large number of trees collapsed to the ground. The lake water is also constantly exploding and rising waves. Damn it. Kakashi, Lin, wait for me! After hearing this movement, Uchiha Daido speeded up anxiously and galloped towards the direction of the explosion. Obviously, with the super chakra perception given by Shirazu, Uchiha Daido already perceives that this chakra is Kakashi. With the passage of time, Kakashi also began to gasp after beheading a misty ninja. Will you write round eyes, Kakashi? This kind of strength is indeed powerful. As the son of Konoha and Baya, you have not lost your father's face. A Wu Yin and Bu after seeing Kakashi beheading so many Wu hidden dark parts, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he praised Kakashi's strength. Indeed, Kakashi is able to achieve this point is already very admirable. And the girl behind him must be his teammate. Obviously he can break out casually, but fight hard for this girl to stay. It is really touching. It's a pity. This is a battlefield, not romantic drama. Middle dot. Seek flowers. Middle dot 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 on the battlefield will not have any mercy and affection. There are only merciless killing. Kakashi. You go. You don't have to do this. Nohara Lin looked at Kakashi, who was consuming too much chakra, panting, and looked hurriedly to discourage her. No. I promise to bring soil. I will protect you. Kakashi stubbornly glanced at Yuan Lin, and then turned his gaze to the mist hidden ahead. If that guy Feng is here. That's fine. For some reason, Kakashi thought of Fenglin instead of his father at this time. Could it be that Fenglin's strength and image had penetrated into his heart? It made him think of each other's rescue. At this moment, Nohara Lin completely understood. But this time, there will be no more miracles. Long before Kakashi had learned that Fenglin was in a bitter battle with the shadow-level powerhouse in the fog. It is absolutely impossible to save them. So, this time there is no hope anymore. Lin. I'll make a way for you. At that time, you take this opportunity to escape. The faster you run, the better. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes flashed with perseverance. Resolutely, he decided to use his life to let Yuan Lin leave safely. What do you mean, Kakashi? What are you going to do? At this moment, Nohara Lin was completely panicked, and Kakashi's words like a last word changed her face. Squeak. At this moment, the harsh sound of Chidori chirping sounded. The situation has become more and more unfavorable. Kakashi gave up physical skills that consume huge amounts of physical strength. 0 Use the remaining chakras to use the Chidori. I hope to use the power of the Chidori to make a way for Lin. Kakashi. When Lin Nohara saw Kakashi who used Chidori, she immediately understood what the other party was thinking, and at this moment, an extremely dangerous idea emerged in Nohara Lin's mind. She didn't want Kakashi to die for her own sake, to use her body to make a bloody path. She doesn't want her beloved to do this. The voice fell. Kakashi's blue thunder and lightning light continued to shuttle through the crowd, and all the misty ninjas who resisted Kakashi's eyes were cleanly pierced through the chest by the terrifying power of Chidori. In her heart, she treats Uchiha with the only feelings of teammates and friends, and she loves Kakashi. Little girl, no one will protect you this time. At this moment, an insidious laugh rang behind Yuan Lin. I saw a misty dark part attacking and killing Yuan Lin at an extremely fast speed. When Kakashi saw this, he immediately changed direction. Using Chidori's sprint speed to attack the opponent's heart. And at this moment, there was a touch of determination on Yuan Lin's face that she had never had before. She knew that she would not be able to leave here alive today. If she leaves alive, then Kakashi is very likely to die because of herself, and the tail beast in her body will also explode after returning to Konoha. Therefore there is only one way in front of Lin Nohara, and that is to be killed by Kakashi. Nohara Lin's figure suddenly flashed, and it happened to be blocked between the hidden part of the mist and the Kakashi Chidori. At the same time, he slammed his heart towards the Chidori. At this moment, Kakashi's face suddenly changed, and he wanted to stop. His writing wheel eyes had already captured Yuan Lin's figure very clearly, but his nerve speed can't keep up with consciousness. Chidori's inertial sprint can't be retracted in this instant, and it can't be adjusted at all. In the next second, the Chidori in Kakashi's hand passed through Lin's heart. Puff! Exclamation mark! A muffled sound suddenly sounded. A large amount of blood sprayed out from behind Nohara Lin. The heart part was completely penetrated by Kakashi Chidori. Kakashi's right hand stayed in her heart. At the same time, Uchiha brought soil. just arrived on the battlefield, witnessed. This is the tragic scene that made him completely lose his belief in living. The time and space of the entire battlefield seemed to freeze instantly. Only Lin left in the air. Kakashi and Uchiha choked with soil. At this moment, the hearts of the three people seemed to be connected together and suffered the most severe pain in the world. Kakashi. Nohara Lin wanted to work hard to leave a smile on the person she likes in her heart. But the face was twisted uncontrollably because of the severe heart pain. Yes, Kakashi used his most proud Chidori to kill his last companion and best friend. Killed the girl he had promised his best friend Uchiha that he would take the soil to protect him all his life. How ridiculous. He personally killed her. Chapter 159. Chapter 158. A scarlet blood dripping from the mouth Nohara Lin sprayed out. At this moment, Yuan Lin seemed to have lost all the strength of her body. She was shaking for a while and she could not stand steady. Upon seeing this, Kakashi hurriedly withdrew the hand that pierced Yuan Lin's heart. Immediately, poof! Exclamation mark! A large amount of blood spewed out directly, splashing on Kakashi's pale cheeks. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to have lost the strength of his whole body, unable to grasp the Nohara Lin in front of him. His eyes were filled with desperate consternation, and watched Yuan Lin fall backward. Kakashi. To be able to die in your hands. Maybe it would be a good choice. But I haven't been able to say those 4 words to you. Nohara Lin closed his eyes, and then his body completely lost its functions. Boom! Following Yuan Lin's body fell heavily on the ground. And at this moment, Kakashi's heart seemed to have fallen into the abyss. His eyes were staring at Nohara Lin. Lin, Kakashi yelled softly in a low voice. But it's just a word. It is full of despair and sorrow, which makes people inevitably feel a sense of sadness. It was as if a dying puppy was whimpering. It took Kakashi's entire body to say this word. Tears flowed down from his cheeks. These were tears of sadness, and the blood in his hands kept dripping on the ground. This blood seems to have penetrated into Kakashi's heart, allowing Kakashi to remember the scene before him forever. At the same time, 10 meters away from Kakashi and Rin Nohara, seeing Rin Nohara who fell to the ground, Uchiha brought the soil and suddenly felt that his whole world was dark. At this moment, as if he had fallen into an abyss. He couldn't see any trace of light at all. At this moment, Uchiha's mind with soil echoed with good memories of himself and Rin Nohara, until witnessed Kakashi using Chidori to kill Nohara Lin, completely removing all the light and warmth from his body. At this time, Uchiha's earth-carrying world was plunged into extreme darkness and coldness. This feeling is more painful than half the body was smashed by a meteorite last time. And more desperate. At this moment, the most intense negative emotions were born in the minds of the 2 Shaolamian holders who were completely plunged into the ashes and darkness. The pupils of Erguia's writing wheel eyes were changing and spinning rapidly at this moment, replaced by 2 windmill-shaped patterns. This is love. This is Uchiha. No. It should be that the love of the holder of Shalamun has been taken away. The 2 tearful eyes of the writing wheel were stimulated by this desperate pure dark mental power. Astonishing changes have taken place. At this time, several sharp branches emerged from the soiled right half of the body quickly, splashing a large amount of transparent juice. This is the power of Mudan. The Uchiha clan. A pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes was born again. And at this moment, because of the opening of the kaleidoscope writing wheel and the heavy load on the body, Kakashi fainted weakly on the ground. On the other side, Uchiha Daido was burned in his heart by the flames of despair and pain. Mudan cells form spore tissues, blooming and blooming like petals. At the same time, Beige, who wrapped his head firmly, formed a mask in the shape of a whirlpool, revealing only a scarlet kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. This world, everything, It doesn't matter anymore. Uchiha whispered softly with the soil. His mind has begun to become distorted and crazy. I said how Madara would have liked this kid. Urgu directly drove into the kaleidoscope. This kind of pain in my heart, I am afraid that only this kid can understand it. Whirlpool Beige was seeing it. After Uchiha's writing round eyes with soil, a wave of horror rose in his heart. I saw Uchiha wailing like a lone wolf while pinching his fists. At the same time, a huge chakra breath erupted from the whole body. A burst of airflow blew up all over. This. What the hell is going on? Uchiha brought the soil and howled, muttering to himself in his heart. He witnessed the cruel scene of Kakashi killing Lin with his own eyes. It made him feel in a trance that everything was like an illusory nightmare. Boom. The appearance of these wooden dunes looks very emotional. Actually, it is not a good thing, because the Mudan cells in the soil of the Uchiha belt did not completely fuse. And then a large number of chakras burst out due to mental stimulation. So although Mudan was awakened, the balance in the body has been broken. The broken branches signify that Mudan chakra has begun to lose control. The truly perfect Mudanksuji will never have this kind of rooting and sprouting situation. Fog looked at the side of the tolerance. Uchiha with soil suddenly appeared and began to discuss. Whispered, "Who is that guy?" Is to reinforce it. Actually single-handedly break through to come. A dark fog forbearance department, he yelled and threw the ninja at Uchiha with the soil. Several shurikens draw arc-shaped trajectories in the air. Laser towards the soil from different directions. This is a relatively advanced throwing technique that can block the space around the target. It is impossible to avoid it so easily. But Uchiha stood in place in a daze when facing the attack from the attack. He whispered in his heart, "Do you want to admit it?" In the next second, something unexpected happened to the many dark parts of the mist. I originally thought that Uchiha would die directly under such a dense shuriken attack. Boom boom boom. All the ninjas weirdly penetrated Uchiha's body with soil, and shot on the big tree behind. The unscathed Uchiha belt soil seemed to be interrupted by the attack of the fog-hidden dark part. How is this possible? The faces of the people in the dark part of the mist who witnessed this process suddenly changed, as if they had seen a ghost. Don't underestimate people. They witnessed the shuriken passing through Uchiha's body with soil. Just now? Did you hide it? For a moment, everyone in the shadow of the mist guessed that Uchiha Daido had just avoided it. Presumably according to normal logic. It should be that the enemy's speed is too fast. Coupled with the dim light at night, this kind of ghost-like visual error will appear. But Buren, who was present, looked at the strange and cold-looking guy on the other side, and couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. I always feel that things are not that simple. I was completely shocked for a while and didn't rush to attack on the spot. Uchiha Daido didn't pay attention to the reaction in the hidden part of the mist. His head shook slightly. Immediately, chakra's momentum burst out, and an angry roar resounded throughout the area. I won't admit this kind of thing. The only right eye opened angrily. A huge chakra breath erupted in the eyes of the kaleidoscope writer. There was a blast of air in the air, and Uchiha took the soil all over and rushed towards the Mysterin on the opposite side with a frenzied aura. The ground was cracked by strong footsteps, and his right hand bent into a tiger claw. Combining the Mudan cells and the huge pupil power of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, Uchiha Daido has now reached the shadow-level combat power by relying on physical skills alone. Although there is only one eye. But don't forget that the whirlpool is white, but Uchiha Madara created it for Uchiha belt soil. Therefore, in terms of power, it is naturally very scary. It can be seen from the random smashing of a huge wall before. Akazuki seemed to be irritated by Uchiha's contemptuous behavior. Giri Shinobu faced the oncoming Uchiha Daido. While shouting to cheer him up, he raised the sword in his hands up to be cut off. It's a pity. He underestimated Uchiha's speed with soil. Before he could start the slash, Uchiha brought the soil to the front and slapped his right hand to his chest. which was wide open. Sneer. A sound of flesh and blood piercing suddenly sounded, and the sharp wood with thick roots penetrated from the chest of the hidden part of the mist. A lot of blood was splashed in the air, as if it was blooming like a bright red blood flower. Kaka ... Bang. Mudun continued to grow in the ground, digging into the ground to penetrate and fix the entire body of the hidden part of the mist in the air. Uchiha took soil immediately and directly broke the trunk connected to his right hand, and again used Mudun to create a long thorn in his hand. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. The sound of stepping on the ground was deafening, and the hidden part of the mist in the other direction quickly killed. Facing such a powerful and terrifying enemy. The mist-hidden Anbu, who became the target of the attack, was actually a little scared at this moment. Panicked and ran to the rear, trying to get out of Uchiha's attack range. But his speed. How could it be Uchiha's opponent? Under the blessing of Uzumaki Shira's, raising the wooden thorn in your hand will pierce directly towards the opponent's heart. And at this moment, the three misty shadows fell from the sky holding the long blades in their hands, and they all locked on the Uchiha goal of taking soil. The attack was fleeting. A splash of blood spread. The scene was very bloody, which made people feel terrified and terrified. Unexpectedly, the long blades in the hands of the three Kiriuki Anbu pierced through Uchiha's soil-carrying body in horror. It's as if the Uchiha belt soil in front of you is just a shadow, you can't cut it at all. And then, a scream of pain from the hidden part of the mist, and then, fell on the ground. This weird scene made one of the misty shadows who held the long blade in a trance. Did you miss it? Or you can't hit it at all? Exclamation mark. It's not that it didn't hit ... but it was impossible to hit. Uchiha Daido didn't give them time to think ... just jumped from the ground. At the same time, he twisted his waist and rotated his legs and launched a fierce kick at the three stunned Munin. Bang bang bang. After three muffled noises, the heads of the three Munin were hit hard, twisting their necks and flying backwards. Three cavities were smashed into the ground. After such a heavy blow, the brains of the three people had been shaken into a paste and instantly lost their lives. Killed several elite Anbu in such a short time. But he was unharmed. Just like ignoring all attacks, this weird situation made the Misty Ninja present retreat. And the reason Uchiha Daido was able to do so strangely is because of the kaleidoscope that he just opened. Shinwai is the only time-space attribute ninjutsu among all the Shulunai pupils. However, the soil with only the right eye is not strong in offensive power. It is more defensive. But Uchiha Daido was able to use it so skillfully just after awakening the kaleidoscope. And using it to crush Mizunobus Elite is already a very extraordinary performance. Uchiha Daido did not stop the attack, but rushed towards a Misty Ninja who was stunned in place, brutally pressed the opponent directly to the ground, and then roared like crazy while slamming his fists hard at Wu Ren, as if to inject all the despair and resentment in his heart into the opponent's body. The ground was smashed into a depression. Wu Ren could still let out a scream when he took the first few punches. He quickly made a complete mistake. However, Uchiha Daido continued to punch the corpse on the ground like a beast. Even the hidden part of the mist that was born in the blood mist was shocked by the cruel and bloody scene in front of him. In their eyes, this crazy guy is as terrifying as a demon. They watched in a daze as Uchiha brought the soil to smash his companion's body into a pool of blood. Standing stiffly on the spot, they didn't even dare to sneak attack from behind. Yes, Uchiha's belt soil at this time is killing like a violent beast, and he doesn't care who the person in front of him is. At this moment, the only thing in his heart is to kill, as long as the people who appear in front of him are killed. Such him is simply a killing machine. But who can understand that Uchiha Daido is completely plunged into the abyss of despair? Nohara Lin, the girl he loves most, vowed to protect her forever. But now, I was killed by my best friend who I asked to take care of this girl with my own hands. No one can understand Uchiha Daido's desperate and silent heart. Not even Uchiha Madara. His best friend Kakashi killed his most beloved girl. This scene completely caused Uchiha to fall into a state of madness, unable to wake up at all. Next, Uchiha's eyes with the earthy beast spots filled with the light of danger of killing. Immediately, they began to slaughter the remaining Misty ninjas and Misty hidden parts of the entire battlefield. Ah, devil ... This guy is a devil from hell. Madman. Then, the entire battlefield area was filled with screams of wailing and pain, and there was no sign of stopping. Cruel killings were being staged, as if even the bright moon above the sky was dyed red by the scene in front of him. 10 minutes later, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. The ground was already stained red by the blood flowing out of the corpse, as if it had become a lake of blood. It made people look very frightened. At this moment, only Uchiha Belt Soil was standing in the entire area, and in his eyes ... only the girl who was pierced to death by the heart, Lin Yuan. At this moment, a figure came silently into this battlefield. It seems ... I came at the right time. The guy Uchiha brought the soil happened to kill these misty shadows. The visitor whispered in the dark, and this person was surprisingly Fenglin, who rushed over after eliminating the three-tailed man's Yulai. When Fenglin saw the bloody scene in front of him, his complexion changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Although Fenglin also killed a lot of people ... but never created such a tragic scene. But now a bloody scene appeared before Fenglin's eyes. Fenglin couldn't help frowning at this scene. Sure enough, the death of your beloved one makes you completely mad. Take the soil. Chapter 160. Chapter 159. It can be said that Uchiha will reach this point with the soil, and the invisible behind it. The big hand pushed him forward at the back. Uchiha Madara ... Black Zetsu, Bai Zetsu, and Kita Kiden, who was hiding in the dark at this time, who was pushing the Uchiha belt to the bottom of the abyss, step by step. But ... this is also extremely normal when you think about it carefully. After all, Uchiha Daido was selected from the moment Uchiha Madara ... His fate was completely destined. Unless it is said that Kita Fenglin has taken action to change the status quo of Uchiha's soil, no one can pull him out of the abyss. But Kita Fenglin is not close to him, so how could he help Uchiha with the soil? And doing so will only give Kita Fenglin a difficult enemy like Uchiha Madara ... Not to mention the existence of this black end. In Fenglin's eyes, only his family and close friends can make him cherish. Indeed, he doesn't care about other people's life or death at all. It has nothing to do with him. All he had to do was to protect the two relatives of Uzumaki Juxinai and Bofeng Shuiman to survive in this troubled world. In addition, it is necessary to change the original ending of the deaths of Bofeng Mizuman and Uzumaki Kushina in the aftermath of the Kyubi rebellion as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fenglin shook his head faintly at this moment, looking at the Uchiha belt soil indifferently in the distance. The reason why he came here is because he wants to save Lin from the dead state, so that he can become a whole card for Fenglin to control the soil of Uchiha in the future. A world without Lin is meaningless. But with soil and soil, I have your so-called meaning in my hands. How do you deal with it? Fenglin can be said to have calculated everything to death. It can be said that everything is seamless, without any flaws. Afterwards, Kita Fenglin turned his gaze to the Uchiha belt soil in the distance, waiting for the other party's next move. At this time, the entire battlefield has fallen into a dead silence. Ground was covered with blood. It became a pool of blood that made people seem to be 27 horrified. And Beij, who saw this scene, was shocked at this moment. You must know that the people Uchiha Daito had killed before this did not look at as many people as it looks now. And the killing methods were not as cruel. It seems that the death of the one in my heart makes Uchiha take the soil completely crazy. That's not right. It should have been witnessed by my close friend killing my beloved love. This cruelty caused Uchiha Daido to fall into such a state, and he couldn't be sober at all. The next second, Uchiha moved the soil. He didn't go to see Kakashi ... and he didn't pay attention to the bodies of the dead Misty Ninjas. At this moment ... he only had this Nohara Lin in his eyes. The girl in his heart is like an angel, a girl who brings him hope and light. But now, it has become a cold corpse ... It will never be able to bloom that bright smile like a flower. I came to Rin Nohara's side. Uchiha brought the soil to a halt and bent over and stretched out trembling hands towards the pool of blood. The tears in the eyes kept streaming down at this moment. It was full of sorrow and sorrow. He tried to take the girl who once gave him a ray of light into his arms, trying to get a touch of warmth, but the temperature from the cold corpse made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The only gleam of hope in my heart, the ray of light in the dark, completely disappeared at this moment. If Rin Nohara wakes up at this time, Uchiha Madara's plan is probably going to fail. Fenglin saw the trembling expression of Uchiha Daido when he touched Nohara Lin's arm, and he was also aware of the only fluke mentality in the other's heart. But how can a dead person be alive if his heart is pierced? At this moment, the words Uchiha Madara said earlier echoed in Uchiha's mind. The longer I live, the more I feel that I am permeated in reality. There is only sorrow ... pain ... loneliness. Everything in the world is the same. Where there is light, there are shadows. These are, it must be inevitable. And these words ... continuously echoed in Uchiha's mind. Lin ... I want to ... create another world ... with you, Uchiha whispered while holding the corpse of Nohara Lin. A moment later. Then he turned his gaze to Kakashi, who was in a coma far away. The scene of Kakashi Chidori piercing Lin Nohara's heart was constantly playing back in his mind. At this moment, there is a complex in Uchiha's heart. He wanted to kill Kakashi. But if Kakashi was really killed, it would only make him feel more painful. If Kakashi is dead, no one in this world will remember him again. He wants to keep Kakashi alive ... Let Kakashi be immersed in this pain forever. I want to cut off the cause and effect in this world ... All Hakaju ... Let's go. Uchiha Daima whispered softly at this moment ... The body escaped into the ground and plunged into darkness. And the reason why he didn't take Nohara Lin's body was because he didn't want others to know that he was still alive in this world, even if it was Kakashi. Therefore, Uchiha Belt Soil can only cut away the share of reluctance in his heart. At the same time, Uchiha Madara, who was hiding under the throne of the golem, heard Shiraisa's report on Uchiha's situation with the soil. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master Madara, everything is as you expected. Taita finally embarked on the path you arranged for him. Byakuya, attached to the outer golem at this moment, said in a slightly congratulatory tone. As Uchiha took the soil into the darkness ... It meant that the Moon Eye project was about to be officially launched. That's right. Has the Kitakidin come here? If he finds out that the soil is still alive ... I'm afraid it will be a lot of trouble. Uchiha Madara's mind suddenly came up. Think of Fenglin, who has shadow-level strength. If Kitakid rushed to the battlefield in time to support, and found that the Uchiha Belt Soil was still alive, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Master Madara, you can rest assured that 500-meter radius of the battlefield is under Byakuya's surveillance. It is impossible for Fenglin to come over so quickly, Byakuya said confidently. But it's a pity. It is precisely because of his confidence that Uchiha Madara's plan to completely control Uchiha's belt is in vain. But Byakuya did not expect that Fenglin's method of hiding his breath would be so terrifying that it would be able to bypass his range of perception. That's naturally the best. If the news that the soil is still alive is revealed, it will definitely make Konoha suspicious. After all, he is from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara is there. At this moment, he nodded slightly and said, although he is not afraid of anyone in the shinobi world when he uses his whole cards, he doesn't need to use this whole card. After all, he will use it in the future at their battlefield. As Uchiha took the soil and Kurozu left, Fenglin's figure gradually emerged from the dark. Fortunately, I prepared to match her heart in advance, otherwise it would be really difficult. Fenglin hugged Yuanlin and sighed helplessly. Regarding what happened today, Fenglin can be said to have planned for a long time, just to wait for today. And he also knew that Linlin's heart would inevitably be pierced by Kakashi. So a long time ago, he used the convenience of the Oshimari laboratory to get a heart that could fit Linlin. As for why it fits so well, Fenglin has specially observed it. And when Kakashi woke up, he found that Lin Nohara's body was missing. That is simply too easy to handle. According to Kakashi's perception, the three tails were in Linlin's body. That is to say, after Kakashi passed out, the Misty Ninja is very likely to take Nohara Lin's body back into the mist. Therefore, no matter how much Kakashi doubts, it is impossible to doubt Fenglin's head. Besides, now Fenglin is suppressing the hidden fog forces on the frontal battlefield. You must know that the clone was made by Fenglin with a Tongtian urn, unless the strength reached the 6th level. Otherwise, it is impossible to see through the magic clone created by Fenglin using the talisman. Kakashi. From now on, you may have to bear two guilt. Fenglin glanced at Kakashi pity, but it was just a flash. Because this is the only way for Kakashi. It can also be said that Uchiha Madara arranged the bond between Uchiha and Kakashi. But what made Uchiha Madara unexpectedly was that witnessing the death of Rin Nohara made Uchiha Daido's heart so greatly stimulated. It actually opened from Ergu directly to the kaleidoscope, writing round eyes. This is the only existence in the history of the Uchiha clan, and because of this, Uchiha Madara knew who he had chosen, and he didn't choose the wrong one. But now that things have progressed to this point, then this war should also be initially over. The next step is to help the old man fight for the position of Naruto. Fenglin took Nohara Lin's corpse, take it away, and then a flash of light flashes in my mind. After all, it is most beneficial for Fenglin to have Bofeng Shuiman ascend the position of Naruto. And it is impossible for anyone to stop Bofeng Shuiman. The two men who can be regarded as threats are Oshimaru and Shimura Danzo. But if you want to deal with the two people of Shimura Danzo and Dashimaru, Fenglin has many ways to deal with them. After Nohara Lin with body to leave, he came to North Maple hidden in a cave. Sure enough, you still have to waste a bit of effort to save this guy, Fenglin said helplessly as Yuanlin, whose heart was pierced and his body stained red with blood, was pierced in front of Fenglin. If it weren't for the guy who brought the soil to Uchiha, maybe Fenglin wouldn't try to save Lin Yeyuan. No way, he is such a selfish person. The interests of all things are only considered for himself and his family. If today Uchiha Madara is planning to kill Uzumaki Kushina, then Kitakidin will desperately find Uchiha Madara and kill him. Now Fenglin is only for the plan in his heart, and has no other meaning. And he doesn't have a lot of affection for the girl Rin Nohara. Always feels that this guy is a bit green tea. Fenglin had observed Lin Nohara when he was in the ninja school. She seems to know what Uchiha Daido thinks of her, but she has never shown any rejection or consent. Using both hands to use the heart and blood vessel fusion technique, and then perform treatment. It's hanging. There is a feeling of wanting to catch it. After all, Fenglin knew very well that Rin Nohara liked the powerful and calm Kakashi, not Uchiha's belt soil. As for why it was so affirmed, it was because Fenglin could see the touch of love and comfort in Yuanlin's eyes before he died. Died in Kakashi's hands. She didn't feel any pain, on the contrary, she was happy. As long as you smile to the person you like the most in your heart. Well, no matter how many you are, let's save it first. Fenglin shook his head and put aside the messy thoughts in his mind, and then began to check Yuanlin's physical condition. Immediately, a red light glowed in his hands, and Fenglin's eyes also glowed with a faint blue light at this moment. Reverse birth triple. Both hands. In order to bring Nohara Lin back from the Ghost Gate, Fenglin can be said to be the first time that she has used her hands and all kinds of medical ninjutsu knowledge so seriously. Although the heart is broken, the brain supplement cells have not died. If it is in this world, it will not be able to be saved, but it is a pity. This is the Naruto world. As long as there is no complete brain death. That is, there is still a chance to be rescued. Fenglin checked that Yi Yuanlin was not brain dead. He was relieved immediately. After all, if it is really brain death, then from a medical point of view, it is already in a state of death in the true sense. Unless it is the use of reincarnation or rebirth, it is absolutely impossible to be saved. Then, Fenglin took out the heart that had been prepared from the space created by the talisman. The degree of guarding the nature of both hands can modify the flesh, the living dead, and the flesh and bones. I can't blame me. I just wanted to protect my family at first. The heart is the source of power for the human body. Once it stops working, it means that the whole body's cells will die from lack of oxygen within an hour. Fortunately, the guy Uchiha brought the soil didn't stay too much. Kita Fenglin also underwent the operation for the first time. The most important thing is, one night before Yi Yuanlin set off, Fenglin used an evil talisman to draw vitality from a misty ninja and turn it into a talisman into Yi Yuanlin's body. If it hadn't been for this vitality to support Lin Yeyuan. I'm afraid her brain would not be able to hold on for that long. After transplanting this prepared heart into Yi Yuanlin's body, Fenglin could feel that Yi Yuanlin's body functions began to slowly recover from the line of death. Pulled back. As for body organ rejection, it is absolutely impossible for Fenglin's dacking double hands to make such a mistake. Know that being able to modify the body is not a joke, and it can still heal wounds quickly. As for the vacancy in Yuanlin's heart, Fenglin also used both hands to repair a large part of it. The remaining small part can only be slowly recovered by Yi Yuanlin, and it is estimated that it will take 3 to 4 months to recover. After performing the operation for Lin Yuan, Fenglin was also idle and sitting at the light source at the entrance of the cave smoking a cigarette. Am I a bit too gloomy? Fenglin thought of what happened in this series. He could obviously prevent it, but let him happen. But people are not for themselves. The heavens are extinct. But there is no way. There are too many potential enemies. I don't count them. It's only for them to count me. Chapter 161 Section Sky. Fenglin looked at Yi Yuanlin, who was lying in the cave, and fell into deep thought. He was considering whether to modify Yi Yuanlin's memory, and then let him live in a small country. But if you don't stay with him, Fenglin feels that he can't control the other party at any time, and it is very likely that Uchiha will bring the soil to discover the existence of Nohara Lin. But if you live by your side, it will be a problem for Fenglin. Oh, I will have a distressed day. Fenglin looked at Yi Yuanlin, who was in a comatose state and couldn't help but sighed helplessly. He can't immediately modify Yi Yuanlin's memory. After all, using both hands to repair Yi Yuanlin's body has consumed a lot of chi. Moreover, to modify Yi Yuanlin's memory is to modify all aspects. Therefore, Fenglin needs to be completely restored before he can modify the memory. At 516,294,329, and it takes 3 days to fully recover. Which means that in these 3 days, Fenglin needs to face the waking Yi Yuanlin. No. It seems that there is a place to go. In an instant, Fenglin's mind suddenly flashed to light. Yeah? How did I forget that place? Even Uchiha Madara can't set foot here. An answer emerged in Fenglin's mind. And that is Whetbone Forest, one of the 3 sacred places in the legend. As early as 3 years ago, after the war ended, Fenglin was with Tsunade. As the core disciple of Tsunade, naturally, he signed a contract with the Whetbone Forest. So I want to let her into the forest be Whetbone over time, until the end of the war come out. Although this didn't have much effect on Fenglin. But Fenglin thought that one more ability was an ability. so he signed a contract with Whetbone Forest. Immediately, Fenglin bit his finger and patted the ground instantly. It seems that he hasn't used ninjutsu other than medical ninjutsu for a long time. Usually, he uses thunder magic or Tongtion Urn to fight. After all, he didn't learn much about ninjutsu. Tongtion Urn, Golden Light Curse, and thunder magic were all learned by others, not to mention that there were medical knowledge and problems waiting for Fenglin to study. Bang! The moment Fenglin's palm hit the floor, the black lines spread across the ground under Fenglin's palm in an instant. A crisp voice sounded, and then a thick white smoke wrapped Fenglin into it. Sure enough, I still don't like this white smoke very much. Fenglin frowned and waved his hand gently, dispelling the white smoke that enveloped him. Then a slug appeared in front of Fenglin. Master Feng, long time no see, is there anything you call me out this time? After seeing the Fenglin in front of him, the slug's words were full of surprises and doubts. You must know that since Fenglin signed the Whetbone Forest contract, the number of slugs summoned can be counted with one hand. Now Fenglin actually summoned himself. It is estimated that there was something difficult that needed slugs to solve. There is something that needs your help. I saw the girl who was unconscious on the stone platform. I just rescued her. But now I can send her back to Konoha camp directly. The slug looked at the girl on the stone platform, and found that the other party was injured. But the injury has been dealt with. Fenglin pointed to the unconscious Yi Yuanlin on the stone platform and explained to the slug. But now Fenglin offered to let the other party enter the Whetbone Forest to cultivate. This made the slug hesitate for a while. After all, according to the rules of the Whetbone Forest, a person who has not signed the Whetbone Forest cannot enter the Whetbone Forest. The person who could put forward the conditions was Fenglin, a person who was extremely valued by the immortal slug, so this made the slug somewhat unable to directly refuse Fenglin's request for a while. If it doesn't work, then don't force it. After all, I know the rules of the Whetbone Forest. Fenglin looked at the silent slug and sighed quietly in his heart. This time he asked the slug with a hint of luck. After all, the Whetbone Forest is not his, so naturally he can't do what he wants. Therefore, Fenglin summoned the slug this time with a glimmer of hope. And the silence of the slug caused Fenglin to refuse it by default. Master Feng. If it's you, maybe it's okay, but I'm going to seek the opinion of the body first. After seeing Fenglin's disappointed expression, the slug hurriedly said, There is hope. Fenglin's dim eyes became extremely bright at this moment, full of hope. Fenglin didn't know the rules of the Whetbone Forest. But at this time the slug gave him a little hope, which surprised Fenglin very much. What it means? If it were me. Maybe. What does it mean? Wouldn't it work if I changed to Tsunade? Yes. Let me go back and ask about the body. The slug nodded slightly, and then a small slug split into a white smoke and disappeared in place. As for the ontology, it said, it is naturally the slug immortal. Strictly speaking, the Whetbone Forest is only a creature like the immortal slug. Other slugs are not like Mayama Mountain and Whetbone Forest that have the ability to reproduce and relatives. The slugs all over the Whetbone Forest and the slugs that appeared in front of Fenglin were all clones of the immortal slug. It's just that there is some self-consciousness. Everything that you know will return to the mind of the slug Big Fairy after the clone is over. Seeing that the clone of the slug returned to the Whetbone Forest, Fenglin was not too anxious and continued to inquire. After all, the only thing to do now is to wait. There is no need to be so violent. And he is not too in a hurry now. Three Tails have dealt with it, and I believe that it is not difficult to win the front battlefield. After all, Triumi Ming had promised Fenglin that he would release the water and provided information to let Konoha win, and the information Fenglin was also handed over to Narala-Q-Iza. I believe Narala-Q-Iza can use this information to win the war. If you can't, then Naralujai is really a bit unworthy to sit in the position commanded by Konoha's troops. After a long time, the clone of the slug once again appeared in front of Fenglin. Master Pfeng. The body has agreed to your request. It's just that the body has offered a condition to let you do one thing in the future. You can't refuse it. The slug-cloned voice some weakly said to Pfenglin. And at this time, a trace of fluctuations appeared on Pfenglin's indifferent cheeks. Pfenglin said with a light smile, "Sure enough. There is no pie falling from the sky. But if I do this, I feel more at ease. If it doesn't make some conditions, I really dare not just let Rin Nohara in." And he didn't evade. The face of a slug said this. After all, they also have the consciousness of the ontology. So the intention of wanting the big slug immortal is also very simple. This Master Pfeng is really frank. The slug's voice was filled with a trace of sorrow and wry smile. It really didn't expect Pfenglin to tell these things so clearly. However, it may be precisely because of this unique character that Immortal Slug broke the rules of the Whetbone Forest for thousands of years. It shouldn't be too late. This girl will be handed over to you. The battle on the frontal battlefield still needs me to deal with it. Pfenglin glanced at Yi Yuanlin, who was in a comatose state, and said lightly, Then, Lord Beifeng, let's go first." The slug nodded, then crawled to Yi Yuanlin's side and covered Yi Yuanlin's body with her body. The next second a burst of white smoke suddenly appeared, and Yi Yuanlin's figure disappeared from Pfenglin's sight. Since Yi Yuanlin's troubles point has been solved. Then the next step is to defeat the Misty Frontal troops. Pfenglin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and then her figure suddenly turned into a blue. The streamer leapt towards the front battlefield. The frontal battlefield. Mist and Konoha's support troops felt that after the battlefield where Kitakidin and Yakura had fought before, their faces were full of shock. This level of destruction is something they have never seen before. And looking at the extent of the destruction of this ground, one can imagine how many terrifying battles have taken place here. At this moment, Konoha and the ninjas on both sides of the mist looked towards the center. The corpse of Yakura of July Sanwai appeared in front of them. Take a closer look. Yakura's heart has been pierced, and the blood flowing around his side dyed his clothes red. Yakura-sama. After seeing the dead Yakura, the Misty Ninja quickly rushed to Yakura to check his physical condition. And the two Misty Ninjas who checked Yakura's physical condition, their hands trembled after a while. His face became very ashen, as if he had encountered a ghost. Yakura-sama. Yakura-sama, he is dead. Boom! Exclamation mark. This explosive news resounded like thunder in the ears of all Misty Ninjas. But no one can believe that Yakura, who has the same strength as the 3 generations of Water Shadow, and reaches the shadow level, will be killed. Exclamation mark. This ... What is going on in this? Exclamation mark. Sanwai Renjulai is dead. The Konoha troops Hyuga and Hyuga Nissa changed their expressions abruptly after learning the news. That is to say, it was Pfenglin who killed him. For a while, everyone thought of the people who killed the 3-tailed man's Yakura, because in the frontal battlefield, Pfenglin has never appeared. In addition, among the current Konoha units ... Only Pfenglin has the strongest strength. Therefore, it is very likely that Pfenglin killed Sanwai Renzulai, and only he could do it. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone gasped suddenly. As Hyuga Hippo's figure rushed forward, the Konoha ninjas in the rear also rallied their morale to chase and kill the Misty Hidden troops. This news is too shocking for them. You must know that the other party is human, and the strength is no less than that of the 3 generations of Water Shadow. It can be said that it can be described as a strong shadow level. Now, Pfenglin was able to kill the opponent. This was too shocking for everyone. Darius is quick. Bring the body of Yakura-sama and report it to the 3rd generation of Mizukage. The captain of the Mist Hidden unit realized the seriousness of the situation, so he could only quickly take Yakura's corpse to the direction of Misty Hide. Retreated. After all, Yakura is one of their strongest combat power in the mist. Now that they are dead, how can they explain to Master Suikage? You must know that Yakura is not only Sanwai July, but also the most proud disciple of the 3 generations of Suikage. and also Suikige's successor. After fighting this battle, if there were no accidents, Yagura would surely be able to sit in the position of the fourth generation of Suikige. But now, Yagura is dead. For a while, many Misty ninjas felt that something was wrong. There are such terrifying powerhouses among Konoha. It is necessary to report to the third generation of Water Shadows as soon as possible. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Hyuga Hizu apparently saw through the Misty Troops' desire to retreat with Yagura's corpse. But how could he let these guys leave so easily? We must know that there have been many casualties among the Hyuga clan during this time. Now Hyuga Hisus naturally wants to avenge the dead clan members. The Hidden Fog Troops didn't want to fight at all. They just wanted to take Yagura's body back to the third generation of Suikige. After all, the news of the death of Sanwai Renzulai was very encouraging. And it also defeated Yuin's morale. Therefore, they all withdrew on the same side. So that the Konoha troops found a lot of flaws and launched a fatal attack. The battlefield. At this moment, the news of the death of the three-tailed man Zelia has spread throughout the battlefield, and it was at this time that Konoha's morale was greatly boosted. One Zhao Hao Narashika Hizu issued an order for everyone to counterattack. Yuin's morale was low, coupled with the fact that Pfenglin provided intelligence. It was impossible to defend Konoha's fatal attack. Thus, defeated. This battle can be said to be the first battle of Nara Lukaiza's command. So he dared not to have any negligence and contempt. Even after obtaining the information on the weakness of the fog-hiding defense provided by Pfenglin, he was cautious. From this, you can see the outstanding military talent and calm mind of Nara Lukisa. Under Nara Lukaiza's strategizing, the Misty troops were defeated and dispersed, and they directly withdrew to the defense line of the small islands around the water country. And somewhere on the battlefield, after Tsurumi Ming received the news of the death of Mizurui Yagura, there was astonishment in her beautiful eyes, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. She never thought that Pfenglin could actually kill Yagura. You should know that Yagura is the three-tailed man's Yali. Nanzieli's life-saving means is of course needless to say. But Pfenglin did it. For a moment, Pfenglin's confident smile appeared in Tsurumi Ming's mind. It turns out, this guy is really not talking big, but he can really do it. Tsurumi Ming was shocked in her heart, and she was already unable to organize her words. She originally thought that Pfenglin's most flower was only to severely inflict Yagura or defeat Yagura. Who would have thought that Pfenglin's strength was so powerful? Thinking of this, Tsurumi Ming's heart suddenly shuddered, and a trace of cold sweat dripped from her white back. When Pfenglin fought against her one day, he kept his hand! In other words, if Pfenglin wanted to kill himself at that time, it was an extremely simple thing. 14-year-old shadow-level pinnacle powerhouse. This guy is simply a monster. After a long time of shock, Tsurumi said these words slowly. Chapter 162. Chapter 161. Overtime. Battlefield situation has tilted away towards the side of Konoha, and this was destined from the beginning. Yuin can be said to be defeated. After Pfenglin appeared on the frontal battlefield, the situation was completely undecided. Even if the three generations of Shu Ying personally played against Pfenglin, it would be of no avail. The death of the three-tailed person's Yulai put a lot of pressure on Yuin's side. In addition, the information provided by Tsurumi Ming to Pfenglin was very deadly, and the various raid plans of Yuin were completely broken. There is no chance of winning at all. It can be said that this war was completely driven by Pfenglin to push Konoha to victory. But what makes Pfenglin feel most strange is that Shimura Danzo didn't make any small moves behind. This made Pfenglin lose the reason to do something with Shimura Danzo for a while. Because this is a fight. Where there is a fight, it will be chaotic. You must know that in this Konoha village, I am afraid that no one wants Shimura Danzo to die more than Pfenglin. After all, the two are already in a relationship between life and death enemies. As long as there is any chance, the other party will be in a situation where they will never be restored. If Shimura Danzo chose to open a gap in Uzumaki's defense line to allow the Hidden Fog forces to attack, then Fenglin would have reason to attack Shimura Danzo. But it's a pity. Shimura Danzo is also very smart, knowing what to do and what not to do. Think about it carefully. Shimura Danzo is not a fool, and he knows very well that if he does that, it will not be as simple as the country of exile. Although he is said to be the most important friend and most trusted person in Sarutobi's life. But if he really does something that harms the village, he will definitely be punished severely by Sarutobi, let alone. It was said that Fenglin was behind it. Soon, Wu Yin began to withdraw his troops. No, it is not so much withdrawing troops as it is shrinking the line of defense. It is still a thief who wants to attack the Konoha hinterland. If Wu Yin really admits defeat, he will definitely send an envoy to talk. Konoha Camp, North Maple. Your kid turned the tide, and you will help the building. If you hadn't killed the three-tailed force ... I am afraid the war is still going on now. Nara Shikuiza. He looked at Fenglin with a relieved smile and said, we must know that if this war did not take part in Fenglin ... I am afraid it would last longer, and it would even cause more damage to the personnel on Konoha's side. Compared to Uin Village, Konoha has no tail beasts to participate in the war, which means that Uin has one more powerful combat power than Konoha. This means that Konoha is under tremendous pressure. But fortunately, Fenglin killed a three-tailed man's Yulai, so there is no need to worry about the situation that the opponent will send out his man's Yulai again to participate in the battle. I have already written the details of the battle and gave the scroll to Master Naruto. I believe it. In a few days your deeds will spread throughout the ninja world. And they have the top combat power in Fenglin. Naturally, they have the chance to win. Not to mention that Fenglin had provided so much important information to Nara Lukisa before. No matter what, this war is a must-win situation. Well, probably it was luck. After all, the three-tailed man's Yulai has not completely turned into a tail animal. Otherwise, I will only have to run away. Fenglin smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Indeed, if Fenglin gave Yagura a chance to completely turn his tail into a beast, it would be very troublesome for Fenglin to kill the opponent. If you flee and lose, it won't be. At best, it will be a little troublesome. Fenglin's methods are more than just that. There are also various advanced spells that can be used. No matter how hard Sandway's shell is, Fenglin can use a spell to break his tortoise shell defense. After all, Fenglin had some experience in bombing indiscriminately, and Yagura didn't dare to use tail beastization indiscriminately. After all, once the tail beast Jade formed and did not hit Fenglin, then the Misty Ninja on the battlefield would suffer. Therefore, if it is not a last resort, you can only use the tail beast coat to fight with Fenglin. Compared to the four-tailed man's Ulilazi who didn't care about the life of the village ninja, Yagura seemed more cautious. But think about it carefully. After all, Yagura will be in the position of the fourth generation of Suikage after finishing this shot. Naturally, he does not want to lose popular support. Then you don't need to be humble. This war can be won. You are indispensable. Naruto looked at Fenglin's humble appearance and suddenly shook his head and laughed. Not arrogant or impetuous, humble and polite. It can be said that Fenglin is the most perfect person he has ever seen, and he doesn't have that kind of genius and domineering appearance at all. However, it is precisely because of Fenglin's state of mind that he can have the state he is now. From the time when Fenglin served as a medical ninja with the team. Naruto has seen that Fenglin is not simple. Facts have proved that his guess at the time was not wrong. Fenglin confirmed the idea in his mind. Well, it's up to you. Fenglin was stunned for a moment, then gave a faint smile and did not continue to speak. Fenglin didn't think there was anything wrong with Nara Lukaiza's behavior. On the contrary, he felt that Nara Lukaisa's behavior was beneficial to him. You must know that Bafenglin will help Bofeng Shuiman to ascend the position of Hokage in the future, so it must have a little weight. After this war, Bafenglin's status in the village will be greatly improved, and at that time, if you support Bofeng Shuiman, it can also play a big role. That's right. What do you think we should do in our next battle plan? Narashika smiled for a while, and then brought the topic to the aspect of war. It can be seen, Bafenglin was not angry because of his own assertion, which also made Nara Lugia's heart cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. The battle plan. You shouldn't ask me about it. I'm just responsible for solving the high-level combat power that is hidden in the mist. Besides, Big Brother Luju, don't you already have the answer? Bafenglin looked at the points marked by Nara Lugiu on the map and chuckled lightly. After listening to Bafenglin's words, Nara Lugi was taken aback first, then smiled. We can't let them fight as they want, and leave if they want. Originally, he still wanted to hear Bafenglin's opinions, but he forgot that he had clearly marked the combat intent on the map. I intend to fight Nguyen in a tug-of-war, Narulugiu said with a hint of solemnity in his tone, because the order he received before was to stabilize the situation in the hidden battlefield. Try not to take the initiative to attack. Now Bafenglin has killed a three-tailed man Zili, and the front battlefield has already dealt a heavy blow to the fog. Therefore, Narulugiu would naturally not let go of this opportunity. He wanted to directly counterattack Nguyen, and the scroll he sent back to Konoha not only recorded Bafenglin's deeds, but also had a letter of invitation. The so-called Bodhisattva also has 3 points of energy, let alone Nara Lukisa. Previously being in a defensive state made Nara Lukisa very uncomfortable. Now that the opportunity comes, it is absolutely impossible for him to let go of the mist. It is to take this opportunity to completely conquer Nguyen, hit them until they are afraid, hit until they ask for a truce to negotiate compensation. Brother Lugiu, since you have already made a decision. Then I have nothing to say. I will do my best to support you. Bafenglin looked at Narulugi's resolute face and that the eyes filled with fighting spirit and determination nodded. The reason why Narulugiu said this is to get the support of Kita Keeding. If you can have the support of Bafenglin, then the third generation of Hokage will make this decision much easier. And Narulugi is fully certain that he can make Nguyen defeat and seek peace, and he will wait for Hokage to make a decision. Thank you, Bafeng. Narulugiu glanced at Bafenglin excitedly, his eyes full of gratitude. With the support of Bafenglin, then my own application for combat decision must be passed. Thank you. I still believe in your battle plan, Brother Luju. Bafenglin waved his hand and said that there was no problem. I'm going to see Kakashi first. As for the follow-up battle plan, I will leave it to you to make. I just need to execute it. Bafenglin dropped this sentence and then walked towards the Konoha Field Hospital Camp, North Maple. After leaving the meeting room, War came to camp here. Medical Corps is located. From afar, you can see Kakashi with dim eyes, as if he has lost hope of living. Maybe he really lost his hope of life. He personally killed a girl who vowed to protect her life to her best friend. This guilt, this self-blame will never be erased in his heart. Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to be irritated, shaking violently. Immediately after rushing to the side of the lake, frantically washing their hands. This scene also caused everyone present to turn their heads and look over. Kakashi's strange behavior made them somewhat unable to understand. At this time, Kakashi was frantically washing his white and clean palms. Even the skin was almost gone wrong. But there doesn't seem to be any stains on this palm. What the hell is Kakashi doing? At this moment, a medical ninja wanted to step forward to investigate Kakashi's situation, but was blocked by a hand. And the person who appeared in front of this medical ninja was the Bafenglin who had been observing Kakashi before. You go ahead and I'll take care of him, Bafenglin said lightly to the medical ninja. Then leave it to you, Mr. Bafeng. The medical ninja also knew that Bafenglin and Kakashi were friends. Naturally, they did not refuse to make things difficult. What's more, Fenglin is also the captain of the medical unit, and has extremely high prestige in the hearts of many medical ninjas. After handing Kakashi to Fenglin, the medical ninja left without saying too much. Then Fenglin strolled to Kakashi's side and looked at Kakashi. Fenglin didn't stop Kakashi. Instead, he let the other party continue to clear his right hand like this, because Fenglin knew the reason why Kakashi would clean so hard was because this hand pierced Yuan Lin's heart before that. That bloody scene. It left a deep shadow on Kakashi. I am afraid it will be unforgettable in this life. After a long time, Kakashi finally stopped, sitting next to the lake panting slightly, sweat dripping from his forehead. But there was still a trace of regret and pain in his eyes. This is indelible. But, Kakashi, your hand cannot be washed clean. He will be with you forever. This shadow will haunt you until you don't know the truth. North. North Maple. Kakashi whispered out Fenglin's name after seeing Fenglin behind him. In the words, it seems that there is still a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Fenglin to appear here. Kakashi, I'm sorry. I was not able to support you in the first time. Fenglin looked at Kakashi in front of him, with a hint of apology on his face. This is indeed the truth. When Fenglin arrived at full speed, Uchiha had already killed all the Misty Ninjas present. But it's a pity, Kakashi didn't. He could only watch his Chidori blade pierce through Nohara Lin's heart feebly. Unless it is said that Fenglin can kill the three-tailed man's Uliura at the beginning. Otherwise it is absolutely impossible to get past. But how could Zulai the dignified three-tailed man be killed by Fenglin so easily? It can be said that this is a mortal situation. Unless it is said that Fenglin used his whole cards to quickly kill the three-tailed man Zili to support Yuan Lin. But this was not the result that Fenglin wanted, and Yuan Lin was not worthy of Fenglin to use her whole cards to rescue. After all, they are just disciples of Bofeng Shuiman, not disciples of Fenglin. This matter has nothing to do with you. How can I blame you? If I hadn't taken Lin to go deep behind the enemy lines, it would have been impossible. Hearing Fenglin's apology, Kakashi shook his head and said bitterly, although he wanted to find a point of venting at this time, but he still knew right and wrong. Fenglin dealt with the three-tailed people in the frontal battlefield and killed the opponent, which caused Yuan's overall strength to be severely damaged. This important battle. How could there be time to support him and Rin Nohara? And war is always dead. It's not just that Kakashi lost his important teammates, others also lost teammates. Blame. Kakashi's own strength can only be blamed for not being so powerful that it is beyond reach. If he could have the same powerful strength as Fenglin, the situation might not be the case. At this moment, Fenglin didn't know how to comfort Kakashi anymore, because he knew that Kakashi in this state couldn't use words to comfort each other, unless Fenglin threw Yuanlin in front of Kakashi. But unfortunately, Fenglin would not do that. Rin Nohara's greatest role for Kitagawa is to be able to check and balance Uchiha's soil in the future, otherwise she would not waste so much effort to save the opponent. After Fenglin pondered for a while. Then sitting next to Kakashi and patted the opponent's shoulder gently. This kind of silent safety is probably the best for Kakashi. Is it to say that Kakashi should not be immersed in this sad past? How could this be? You know, Kakashi's fetters are these two teammates. The friendship in this is far beyond what can be imagined. Not to mention that Kakashi's life was obtained by Uchiha's life with soil. But he killed the girl Uchiha brought with soil to let him protect. As for what will happen later, it can only be seen when Kakashi will be able to get out of this shadow. Chapter 163. Chapter Fog. Hidden battlefield situation probably already be completely calm. Naruto-Lukisa's battle plan was approved by the three generations of Naruto Sarutobi. So he began to lay out a battle plan. Although Fenglin also made some suggestions, after all, he didn't need to go to the frontal battlefield to deal with the opponent's shadow-level powerhouse. Instead of fighting against the three generations of water shadows on the front line, it would be better to summon slugs from the rear to treat the injured ninja. After all, If a shadow-level powerhouse like Pfenglin did it, then the 3 generations of Shui Ying would definitely not be able to watch like this. But fortunately, the 6-tailed man's Yulai on the side of Yuan village escaped from the village and disappeared without a trace. As a result, in this war, the Yuan could only dispatch a shadow-level powerhouse like the 3-tailed man's Yulai to fight against the North Pfenglin. If the 6-tailed man's Yulai and the 3-tailed man's Yulai come together to deal with Pfenglin, maybe the situation of this war will not fall to Konoha's side. Not to mention that Mist will definitely win. But it is absolutely impossible to end up as pale as the previous decisive battle, and lose a 3-tailed man's strength as a price to escape from Konoha's counterattack and escape back into the back line of defense. The form of the fog-hidden battlefield can be said to be very good. But the Yan-hidden battlefield is still maintaining a stalemate. But fortunately, with the presence of Tsukumo Hagai, although Konoha took a bit of advantage in the previous battles, Onoki was not a vegetarian. And Konoha suffered a small loss in a quick counterattack. It can be said that the confrontation between the two sides still has not stopped. There is no ups and downs, and it is deadlocked in this battlefield. As for why Yanian is able to fight for such a long time. Because the country of grass has reached a cooperative alliance with the country of soil. The country of grass helped the country of soil open up traffic routes, and then established a long supply line. And Onoki also bought a lot of grain in the country of grass. In addition, the grain in the rear has already begun to be transported. Therefore, it is possible to have a long battle with Konoha. The problem at the rear is solved. Onoki has one worry left. That is the Kingdom of Thunder far to the east. That is, Union Village. You must know that his Yanian army is now in a stalemate with Konoha. If Union suddenly comes in at this time, then the situation is extremely unfavorable for Onoki. Therefore, Oyemya has this concern in his heart. But the most urgent task now is to defeat Konoha's frontal troops. And then negotiate with the old guy Sarutobi Hitoshi to get more benefits. What is the purpose of the war? It is to start a war for the benefit, so as to win more benefits. Otherwise, why did the Third Ninja World War break out? Why are there so many countries attacking Konoha? The reason is that Konoha has fertile soil, abundant resources, and the economy is ahead of other countries. Otherwise, who will be idle to attack this powerful Konoha, instead of plundering the surrounding small countries? Resource. The death of the 3 generations of Fenyin can be said to give Yanian Misty Union an excellent opportunity for these 3 countries. Onoki led thousands of troops directly across the country of grass to invade Konoha's territory, and the 3 generations of Reikage also brought Union's elite troops to attack Konoha's border defense. When Onoki started his hand again, he sent out to force Konoha, but tens of thousands. They didn't expect Konoha's combat effectiveness and top powerhouses to be so many, so they could deal with the 3 countries perfectly. And from the wars that broke out over the years, the genius that Konoha appeared was too terrifying. It was simply unacceptable. Golden Flash, Blue Lightning. These 2 already resounded through the entire ninja world. No ninja didn't know their names. All the people in Shinobu Village already have a new order. If you encounter Golden Flashes or Blue Lightning during the mission, you can just abandon the mission and run away. It is not counted as a mission failure. From this command, it can be seen how fearful people are for the 2 great geniuses of Konoha. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with this command. After all, if an ordinary ninja meets a powerhouse like Pfenglin and Bofeng Shuiman, it is estimated that there will be no chance to escape. If this order is not issued, I am afraid that the village will only damage the ninja in vain. Konoha Hokage Office. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Uzan looked at the report placed in front of him with a flat face, and took a puff of cigarettes from time to time, exhaling thick cigarettes slowly fragrant in the sky. What do you 2 think about the current situation? Sarutobiji slowly put down the files in his hand. He turned his eyes on Swankshio-chan and Mizuki Menyon. Obviously, Sarutobi Risen has already encountered a problem, and needs to talk to these two senior consultants. Yuan is indeed beyond my expectation. I didn't expect Bfenglin's strength to be so terrifying, and it directly caused Mist to damage a celebrity's strength. It can be said that the situation is very good. Looking at the battlefield of Iwayne... it's not so good. We Konoha have been fighting Iwayne's war of attrition. Although Tsunade is at the rear, the number of casualties is still a little bit. Can't accept it. Menyon Mito helped his glasses and explained his analysis of the current battlefield situation. Yes, I deserve to be the think tank beside me. After hearing Mito Menyon's accurate analysis of the battlefield situation, Sarutobi nodded and said with satisfaction. But Swankshio-chan didn't analyze the current battlefield situation. Instead, he looked at Sarutobi Hisaki with his old muddy eyes. You came to us this time not just to listen to the analysis of the battlefield situation. Is there something important to discuss with us? The thoughtful turned to bed. Xio-chan is obviously penetrating the thoughts in Sarutobi Rishan's heart. Unceremoniously pierced Sarutobi Rishan. It's you. As expected, I saw my purpose. Yes. I don't think there is any need for this battle to go on. It will be meaningless consumption if it goes on like this, I think. Heian discusses peace. I believe that old fellow Onoki. I should have this idea in my heart. After all, on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Frost, the third generation of Raikage has caused a lot of damage to the tens of thousands of Yanin army. Sarufairazan slowly said what he was thinking in his heart. Obviously. Sarutobi Hisaki is already planning to discuss the issue of peace between the two parties with Iwayne, and for such a big decision, as Naruto, he naturally couldn't do his own way. Only two senior Konoha consultants could come over for advice. You. How do you have such an idea? Although the Yanin battlefield is still balanced, but we have achieved a huge amount in the Misty battlefield victory. We can immediately support Yanin battlefield until the end of the Uain battlefield. Then Yanin will definitely be defeated. How do you want to fight with Yanin? Nay. Exclamation mark. Menyon Mito looked at Sarutobi Hizu in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the two words Yai came out of Sarutobi Hizu's mouth. You must know that although the war today is not very good, but at least it is not as dense as the time when the war just broke out 2 years ago. In this situation, Sarutobi Hizen said that he wanted to make peace with Iwa. Menyon, I am Hokage. I have to think about the life of everyone in Konoha. The sooner the war ends, it means that Konoha will die one less ninja. I don't want Konoha's vitality to be so depleted again. Sarutobi Hitori took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, obviously. Even Sarutobi Hizen himself knew exactly what he meant by these words. If we talk about peace at this time, it will surely cause an uproar. We must know that once this news spreads, it will set off a huge fishing boat. The troops in front were desperately fighting the invaders. But Sarutobi Hisaki was thinking of arguing with the opponent. This approach is simply chilling. But if you think about it in the position of Sarutobi Hitoshi and Naruto, it's a bit different. You must know that from the beginning of the war to the present, the death toll on Konoha's side has been increasing. And more day by day. As Naruto, how can Sarutobi Risen not feel distressed? War will kill people. But you can't do meaningless death. For a while, the Hokage office became extremely silent as Sarutobi Hisaki's voice fell. The faces of the three of them were different, but they could all tell that Mito Menyon and Swankshio-chan did not approve of Sarutobi's decision. Because this is too unacceptable. Hisaki, I firmly disagree with your opinion. Doing so will only make Konoha fall into a more passive position, and it will chill everyone's hearts. After some meditation, Mito Menyon slowly said. After turning to bed, Xio-chan thought for a while, but also slowly shook his head and rejected Sarutobi Risen's proposal. This is really unwise. Although the two of them can understand the mood of Sarutobi Hisaki, But they who have been on the battlefield can better understand the mood of the many ninjas in the Konoha ninja troop. They fought this battle to protect the village and country behind them, as well as their family. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to agree with the absurd decision of Sarutobi Hizen. I understand. At that time, Sarutobi Hisaki will really fall into an extremely embarrassing situation. Konoha is also very likely to become confused. Sarutobi Hiro was taken aback for a moment. A wry smile appeared on his face. His thoughts are indeed a bit naive. Seeking flowers. Yeah. If the war really ends so easily, then there will be no outbreak of this third forbearance. The world is in war. The only thing I can do now is to go all out to deal with this war. To fight Yan Yin back to his hometown. But it really reached that point. Konoha's casualties would probably be even greater. By then, how many families will be broken, and how many children will eclipse childhood because of the absence of a father or mother? Danzo. So the innocence, indecision, and kindness you said before you left. Is that what you mean? Sarutobi Hiro looked towards the west, and this direction is the direction where Uzumaki Kingdom is located, which is where Shimura Danzo Roots is stationed. Indeed. What Shimura Danzo said is indeed not wrong. Sarutobi Hisaki is a qualified and excellent Naruto, but not the best Naruto. He is not cruel enough, not decisive enough, even a trace of innocence. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to make Kaiane Zenma care so much, and thus passed the position of Naruto to Sarutobi. I'm afraid that only Shimura Danzo knows. Light and shadow. Shadow cannot surpass light. Can only follow the pace of light. Yanin Camp, Commander-in-Chief Combat Meeting Room. Onoki looked at the map in front of him with a solemn expression. His fingers kept beating on the desktop, making noises. There was no one in the entire conference room except Oyamu and his son Huangtu, because before that, the rest of the combat staff had been sent to the rest of the combat forces to inform the mission order. 0 Yellow soil. You say ... I want to make peace with Konoha. Onoki said these words hesitantly. He, who used to be vigorous and resolute in the past, suddenly became a little indecisive about this matter. Obviously, even he was a little bit undecided about this choice, so he came to ask his son. Huangtu was taken aback for a moment, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he covered it up. Judging from his look, he seemed to have expected Onogi to make this decision. Master, it seems that Union has brought you a great sense of crisis, Huangtu said in a flat tone after looking at a location marked by Oyaki on the map. I'm a bit afraid to fight like this anymore. If we stay in a stalemate like this, wait until Union's side is fully in place. The only strong enemy we have to face is Konoha. Oyemi nodded and said in a deep voice. Some time ago, the ninja who monitored Union came back and reported that Union had recently shown signs of movement of the ninja forces, like some combat action. Onoki, who has an extremely keen sense of smell, is naturally aware of this. The newly appointed 4th generation Raikage. Maybe he didn't intend to let him go so easily. It is estimated that he wanted to take advantage of the time when Konoha and Iwaken were in stalemate, and directly bypassed the Kingdom of Frost to launch a surprise attack behind them. If that happened, then Yannian is very likely to be wiped out. Therefore Onogi didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble with the entire Yannian ninja. Once there is any mistake, there will be no place for burial. And Oyemu also knew the news from the Misty battlefield. If it is said that the Konoha unit in the Misty battlefield and the Blue Lightning Beifinglin that killed the Pillar Force rushed to the Yannian battlefield to fight, then the originally balanced battlefield situation and top combat power will be completely broken. At that time, if Onoki wanted to retreat, it would be completely late. If Konoha's troops arrive, and Union successfully bypasses the Kingdom of Frost and reaches behind Yanion's troops. Then Yanion village can basically be removed from this world, and the land of the country is directly kicked out of the team of the 5 major countries. Father, it is really against us if you continue to fight like this. If you really feel that there will be a great danger, you can send Konoha a letter of negotiation. I believe it. Konoha does. The 3rd generation of Hokage doesn't want to let this war go on. Huang Ta said slowly after pondering for a long time. Don't look at his 5 big and 3 rough ... Actually, he is careful. After all, he is the son of Tuiying and the captain of Yanion's 1st unit ... Naturally, there is no need to worry about IQ. And he also saw the shortcomings of this war going on like this. There is also a hint of agreement in the words. As for the result, the decision is in the hands of Onoki, and he can only provide some suggestions. Onoki was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. Then he closed his eyes slightly. He didn't dare to bet ... but he didn't want to withdraw either. At that time, Uchiha Madara already had an extremely terrifying reputation in the ninja world, Ninja Shura, because this is the best opportunity to attack Konoha. Once it is lost, it may not be there again. He didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. However, he dare not use Yanion's tens of thousands of troops to make his bet. Chapter 164. Chapter 162. At this time Ono has been completely caught in a dilemma among do not know what choice do. To know that his decision is very likely to change the fate of 10,000 Yanion's army, so he has to be cautious. In fact, Oyemu already had an answer in his mind, but he didn't want to accept that answer himself. The casualties on Konoha's side are indeed not small, but the casualties on Iwaguro's side are no lower than Konoha ... even higher than Konoha. Moreover, the current situation of Yanion's troops was in an extremely dangerous situation compared to Konoha. It can be said that it has reached the point where it is now ... It is because of the selfishness and stubbornness of Onoki in it. He wants to be as good as Sarutobi to see who is the first of the 5 great nations. Since the end of the First Ninja World War ... Onogi has taken over the position of the 3 generations of Dokage, and has paid great attention to the training of the ninja army, wholeheartedly training the ninja to prepare for future wars. And the reason why he did this is not only to wrestle with the old opponent Sarutobi Hisaki, but also to repay the shame he received at the beginning. This shame, Onogi will never forget it in his life. Back then, he and his master, the 2nd generation Dokage Wu, came to Konoha and wanted to submit an alliance application. But they didn't see Senjujuma at all. Instead they saw Uchiha Madara, who was as powerful as Senjujuma. Even the strongest 1st generation Tuiying in their Yanion village dare not say that he is the opponent of this murderous god. After all, Uchiha Madara had already demonstrated unmatched strength during the Warring States period. It gave people a feeling of extreme despair. Onogi will never forget the shame Uchiha Madara brought him. It's not right. It can also be said that it brought the shame to the entire Iwakura village. The arrogant and indifferent eyes didn't put anything in his eyes at all. It seems that it is a trivial thing for Uchiha Madara to be an enemy of Iwaguru village. It can be said that Iwaguru is not worthy of becoming an ally with Konoha at all. Although it was said that only the 3 people who were present at the time knew about this matter. But it was recorded firmly by Onogi and couldn't forget it in his heart. And it is precisely because of the humiliation and contempt that he received back then. Let Onogi become an enemy of Konoha in the 2nd Ninja World War and the 3rd Ninja World War, and will give it every time Konoha has an unexpected fatal blow. I thought it would be a success this time. After all, Konoha had no time to deal with the tens of thousands of his Onoki army. Thousands of Yanion troops rushed across the Shenwubai Bridge and crossed towards the border of Konoha for thousands of miles. But it was such a majestic and ferocious offensive that was resolved by Konoha. The Shenwubai Bridge was bombed, and the clouds secretly attacked. The result of this war only killed 3 generations of Reikage. and also damaged a lot of Yannian ninjas. But Onoka's mind is still placed on Konoha's side, and he still wants to break Konoha's defenses. But unfortunately, everything will not be what he wants. On the side of the rocky battlefield, Konoha can be said to attach great importance to ... All the elite ninjas of the whole village have been mobilized on the rocky hidden battlefield. Konoha White Fang, who is tactically comparable to Onoki ... Tsukumo Hagai, the cage-class combat power of Osamu and Tsunade. There is also a golden flash that is very troublesome when the time comes. The scene of the four kingdoms attacking fire. I am afraid it will really appear. It can be said that if this war is delayed so long to absorb ... Even if Union does not bypass the surprise attack from behind, then Iwain's defeat will be a matter of time. But Onoki didn't want to withdraw, because this was his last chance. If you lose this opportunity, I am afraid there will be no more. Father ... I know that you want to defeat Konoha and prove that the country of the earth is the strongest among the 5 great nations. But the current situation and Konoha's combat effectiveness now ... This is really not something we can cope with. Konoha is too many geniuses. Huang Tu looked at his dad in a daze, with a bit of bitterness from the corner of his mouth, slowly saying. Oyemi was slightly taken aback by what Huang Tu said, and then he came back to his senses. Yeah, Konoha is really too many geniuses. Sanin, white teeth, golden flashes ... Blue lightning. These people are already well known in the ninja world, and they all have proven themselves with real records. And if Iwain didn't have 2 human pillars who could reach a consensus with the tail beast, I'm afraid it would not be Konoha's opponent at all. But Onoki was grateful for one thing. That was Konoha's 9-tailed man Zulai had never participated in a battle. In other words, it was too difficult to reach a consensus with Kyuubi, and Konoha was unable to send Ranju to participate in the war. If the 9-tailed person's Zulai can participate in the battle ... I am afraid that no country in this world is Konoha's opponent. After contemplating for a long time, Onoki took a deep breath slowly, because Konoha in that situation is already so strong that a country cannot fight it. A joint approach must be made. The lowest ... Go to draft a peace agreement. This battle really can't be fought like this anymore. Onoki's voice became very heavy at this moment, but there was a hint of it. Reluctant to give up, although he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity ... But he couldn't gamble with the many ninja lives of Yannian's troops. He is too eyeing, and he must be responsible for his villagers ... To bear the responsibility of a shadow. You can't bet the entire Yannian's future for your own selfish desires. In the face of lust and righteousness ... As Dokijo Noki, there is no doubt that he chose the latter. Yes ... Father. After Huang Tu got the answer from Onoki, his originally tense nerves were slightly relaxed at this moment. You must know that he is not the only one who is persuading Onoki, but other high-level Iwain and middle-level ninjas have this idea. It's just that because of Onoka's majesty and face, he didn't dare to tell this matter face to face. Therefore, it can only be handed over to Onoka's most trusted son, Huang Tu, to handle this matter. It can be said that the lowest not only represents oneself, but also represents the idea of the high-level and middle-level ninjas of Yannian to persuade Onoki. Fortunately, Huang Tu succeeded. If Onomulai is willing to go his own way against all opinions, then the Lois and other Yannian high-rises can only do their best to reduce Yannian's losses. But now it seems, Onoki hasn't been so confused yet. He is still very wise in terms of the overall situation. It's a pity. It's really a pity. If you can, I really don't want to let go of such a good opportunity. This may be the last chance. Oyemi looked at the deserted combat conference room and sighed helplessly. After the negotiation, Yannian could no longer shake the giant Konoha. Hidden fog in the fog. After Fenglin received the Yannian battle situation and the information from Konoha sent back by the clone, a strange color appeared on his face. Sure enough, the guy Onoki paused his attack, and Sarutobi Risen also ordered to shrink the line of defense. This seems to be a prelude to a negotiation, Fenglin muttered softly after looking at the information written by the clone on the scroll. Road. If this is the case, then everything must follow the line in the original book. Sarutobi Hitoshi agreed to make peace with Iwayan, and did not ask Union for any compensation. Instead, he let Iwayan's army quickly evacuated from the interior and borders of the Land of Fire. It can be said that all this is in Fenglin's expectation. It seems that even the victory in the Hidden Mist battlefield did not make Sarutobi Hitsun want to stick to this war. But it is normal to think about it. After all, he is Hokage, not a warrior. This is for the sake of my villagers. Every additional person dies. It means that a family is very likely to be broken because of this. Fenglin burned the scroll with flames and looked back, whispered to the east. He is a kind-hearted Naruto, but not a good warrior. You know this decision is 100% to let Sarutobi Hitoshi come down from Hokage's position. At that time, the 4 generations of Hokage had to be selected. However, since Sarutobi Hizaki chose to do this. That is to say, he has already found a candidate for the 4th generation of Naruto. If Fenglin didn't guess wrong, his brother Bofeng Shuiman must be the person in Sarutobi's heart. The most powerful competitor is Dashimaru. Well. In short, everything just follows my plan. As for the road behind, let's talk about it later. Fenglin stretched out, and then walked to the battle meeting in Naralakuji. As for Kakashi, after Fenglin treated Kakashi's injury, this guy rushed to the front again. It seemed that Kakashi wanted to use killing to numb his heart that was almost broken. Fenglin did not interfere too much with Kakashi's behavior. Instead, Kakashi allowed Kakashi to paralyze his behavior by killing the Misty Ninja. After all, at this time, stop Kakashi's call. This guy might really want to go hunting for death. Naturally, there is no need to worry too much about the safety issue. With Kakashi's superior strength, almost no one will be Kakashi's opponent unless it is the Ninja 7 or high-end combat power. Well, let's deal with the current situation clearly. Fenglin shook his head, and then strolled towards the combat meeting room where Naralakuji was located. Chapter 165. Chapter 164 War Room. Fenglin looked at Naralakuji who stretched his eyebrows. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Luji. It seems that you have the chance to win this war. Fenglin's ridicule caused Naralakuji not to wave his hand to deny. Instead, he revealed one mysterious smile. Didn't you see it? And start. I want to tell you the great news. I just received news. I heard that Union seems to have a big move, and the goal is most likely to bypass the Frost Kingdom and carry out a surprise attack on Yanion's army. If this is the case, then Master Shamo at the Yanion battlefield can use this opportunity to carry out a big counterattack. Even. It is very possible to unite Union to eat all of Iwayan's army directly in one bite. Narashikaji said surprisingly. Tsk Tusk. Brother Luju, you are quite ambitious. But that old fellow Oyemu is not a vegetarian. How could he not receive the news you can receive? Fenglin, after thinking for a while, smiled and shook his head. He had an understanding of Fenglin, Onoka's intelligence system during the war. Otherwise it would have been impossible to have a brilliant record in the 2 ninja wars. The premise of launching a war is to have an extremely accurate intelligence system. To know the enemy's combat intentions and marching routes. From Onoki, unconsciously leading tens of thousands of troops directly across the country of grass to launch a strong offensive against the hinterland of 27 Konoha. From this point of view, it is enough to prove how good Onoji's intelligence system is. Therefore, it is not too simple to know what Yunyin is doing. Indeed, if it were to unite with Onion as Naralukisa said, it would surely cause Iwayan to take a heavy hit. And it might even be possible to eat Onoka's Iwayan's troops in one bite. But who is Onoki? 3 generations of Dokage, who have experienced 3 wars in the ninja world. and I don't know how keen sense of smell is. I'm afraid at this time Yannian had already sent an envoy to negotiate a peace agreement with Sarutobi Hizen. It's because I didn't think about it. After all, the opponent is Onokis, the one who almost put Sannin to death. Narashikahisa said carefully and suddenly realized. As for why it was said that he almost put Sannin to death. And the most important thing is, Brother Lugiu, can you be 100% sure that Union didn't unite with Yannian to surround Konoha? It was the beginning of the Second Ninja World War. Onoki designed Tsunade, Oshimaru, and Jiraiya to besiege the three people in a mountain. At that time, the strength of the three ninjas was far less powerful than that in the period when Sancho Hanzo called the three ninjas. If it hadn't been for the last Konoha's reinforcements to arrive in time. I am afraid that there will be no Konoha Sannin in the ninja world in the future. And Yannian has already sent an envoy to hand over the armistice discussion and agreement. It is estimated that the fighting on the Yannian battlefield will stop in just a few days. Yannian will also quickly withdraw within the borders of the country of fire. The old god Fenglin said comfortably. What? Suddenly. Naralakuji suddenly stood up from his seat and said in surprise. Impossible. Such a good opportunity. Hokage-sama will never give up such a good opportunity even if he is confused. Narashikohisa's words began to become a little confused, and he couldn't understand Sarutobi. What does Risen mean by doing this? You know, if you take this opportunity to defeat Yannian, you won't be able to destroy it all. But at least not 20 years. Yannian can't take his breath away. Now he actually agrees to Yannian's truce and retreat agreement. This is a bit unacceptable. It's not to be confused. On the contrary, I think the choice of the third generation of Hokage is quite normal. After all, if this battle continues like this, then not only Iwain's damage will be huge, but Konoha will also have to face it. There are huge casualties. If the two sides fought Konoha together, then the Yannian you envisioned will end. It is very likely that Konoha will end. North Maple Forest General, I told Narashikohisa the thoughts in my heart. And at this moment. After listening to Fenglin's words for a long time, Narala's figure trembled suddenly, and horror appeared in his eyes. Think about it carefully. What Fenglin said seems to make sense. No, it's not just as simple as it makes sense, but it's extremely scary if you think carefully. If everything happened as Fenglin said, then Konoha would face the biggest disaster in history. Once Yannian battlefield is defeated, it means that Yannian and Union will most likely pierce into Konoha's hinterland like a sharp blade. For Konoha, this will be an unprecedented crisis. It is a crisis of destroying the village. Thinking of this, Naraluji couldn't help shed a trace of cold sweat all over his body. He thought that the fourth generation of Raikage had come to seek revenge from Onoki. After all, his father, the third generation of Raikage, had died under the Yannian army. But if the opponent transfers the target to Konoha, then Konoha will definitely be defeated, unable to withstand the two-point attack at all. North Maple. This time I was abrupt. I didn't expect this point. Naraluji felt a touch of fortune in his heart. Fortunately, he was just talking about it, not that he could interfere with this decision. Otherwise, Konoha would be embarrassed. It's normal for you to think that way. After all, Union's goal is to cross the Frost Nation and assault behind Yannian. Under normal circumstances, I must be thinking about Union and Yannian fighting again. How could it be possible? I would think of this. But that's okay. If Iwain retreats, Union launches an attack on Konoha. A faint smile on Fenglin's face. He patted Naraluji's shoulder with relief. These are Fenglin's inner thoughts. And Sarutobi Risen must have taken this into consideration, so he went to sign an armistice agreement with Yannian. Therefore, most of the last words left by the first generation of Raikage are obsessive to Baiyan. Then Tsukumo Hagigi could free up his hand to clean up Union. You must know that there are 3 shadow-level combat powers on the battlefield of Yannian, plus a wave of Watergate that can play a huge role in the frontal battlefield. If Union dared to do something after Yannian retreated, then it really might never be able to go back. Of course, the guy from the 4th generation of Raikage is not so stupid. Being able to take over the position of the 4 generations of Raikage proves that he has a talent for leadership, rather than a simple mind and well-developed limbs. After all, after the death of the 4th generation of Shui Yingbo Feng Shuiman in the original work, the 4th generation of Raikage began to restlessly, forcing Konoha to roll his eyes. If it weren't for the Hyuga clan, there are separate and ancestral families, and Hyuga and Hyuga are twin brothers. I am afraid it is really very likely that the 4th generation of Raikage will roll his eyes to get his hands. As for the 4th generation of Raking ... no, it is not so much the 4th generation of Raking. It is better to say why the 1st generation of Raking to the 4th generation of Raking would be so eager to roll their eyes. That's because during the first Ninja Wars that year, the invincible first Raikage met Hyuga Tenin of the Hyuga family, and returned in a terrible defeat. After that battle, Hinata Tenin also disappeared, and he died of old age. The first generation Raikage also passed away with regret. Before he passed away, he still remembered Hinata Tenin's 1,000 pupils with blank eyes. If Union's ninjutsu ran into the eyes of the Hyuga clan, then who in the ninja world would be their opponent of the Raikage line? And this led to the abduction of Hinata Hyuga in the future and the death of Hyuga Nissa. Then Hyuga Neji blackened. It can be said that it caused a series of chain reactions. Makes people sound with relish. A few days later, the UI in battlefield is also as expected by Fenglin. Under the strong attack of Nara Lukisa, UI indirectly retreated to his country's defense line and did not dare to come out. Of course. This is also the credit of Trumi Ming's intelligence, which allowed Nara Lukisa to study the weakness of the mist and carry out a fatal blow. It can be said that Nara Lukuisa's military talent is quite outstanding. No wonder Sarutobi Hizen can cultivate him so hard. And if you train Nara Shikuhisa, don't worry about the second Konoha White Teeth. The reason why Sarutobi Hizen was so jealous of Haruki Tsukumo. Not just because of the opponent's outstanding military talent, it's the strength of the shadow level and the extremely high prestige. And Naralu hasn't possessed these 2 points for a long time. He is suitable to be a think tank to assist Hokage. So naturally there is no need to worry about such things happening. It can be said that Sarutobi Risen can be calculated to this point. It is already very amazing. But at the same time, a big thing happened in the ninja world. That Iwayne and Konoha ... They negotiated. This news is undoubtedly the most shocking news in the ninja world today. After the discussion, Konoha didn't need Iwayne to make compensation. Only Iwayne was required to evacuate Konoha as quickly as possible. After all, Sarutobi-san was worried that Union would raid Konoha's troops at this time. It would be very troublesome if Iwayne repented. But this decision made many Konoha ninjas, and even Konoha's mainstay, expressed their dissatisfaction with it. But due to the majesty of Sarutobi Hizen as the third generation of Hokage, I dare not have too many complaints on the bright side, and can only speak in the background. It's not just the ninjas below. Even Tsukumo Hajiki, who is the commander-in-chief of the battlefield, is somewhat helpless with Sarutobi's decision. But think about it carefully. If you don't do this, Konoha will probably bear the risk of siege by 2 forces. Although I feel a little unhappy, but I can only execute orders. After all, the battlefield disobedience is such a thing. Haruki Shamo has not the courage to disobey Sarutobi and make such an important decision. 166 Chapter Rock Hidden Battlefield Kiba War Room. At this time, the combat meeting room can be said to be plunged into a quiet atmosphere. Everyone present did not say a word. And at this moment, everyone in the combat meeting room also has different faces, but you can see that there is a trace of depression in the expressions on their faces. Obviously. Something happened in the battlefield of Iwakura that was unacceptable to all Konoha's high-level combat personnel and many Konoha ninjas. Asshole. What the hell is the old man thinking? The battle has been fought for this purpose. Actually, I want to make peace with Iwagaki. Tsunade furiously smashed in an instant. The table in front of the fist made the originally silent atmosphere a little angry. Obviously, Tsunade didn't understand Sarutobi Hisaki's decision. No. He couldn't accept this reality at all. You must know that Yan Yin has been at war with them, and both sides have suffered casualties. But here they have the assault troops led by Bo Feng Shuiman conducting combat campaigns behind the enemy, just to find a flaw in the Yan Yin troops. Now that the battle situation has fallen into a white-hot state, the Commander-in-Chief Tsukumo Hagai has even formulated a counter-offensive plan. But suddenly one stopped all actions. The Konoha ninja, who was full of fighting spirit, was poured cold water like a ball of fire. Hateful. You must know how long they have been waiting for this counterattack opportunity. Suddenly an armistice order made. The Konoha ninjas who were gearing up for a big fight are all stupid. What the hell is this situation? Why are you slapped? Suddenly you are about to negotiate? This is not right at all. If it is so simple to negotiate a peace, then why are they fighting so hard these days? Wasn't it just to defend Yan Yin's offense, and then find a chance to carry out a big counterattack? Then a wave of anger. But now Sarutobi Hisaki's decision has reduced the morale of the originally brave Konoha ninja to a freezing point at this moment. Tsunade. Since Naruto-sama has decided to do this, he must have reason. Since things have reached this point, cancel the original plan. Chimushomo looked at Tsunade angrily, and his words were full of helplessness. Although he already knew roughly why Sarutobi Hisaki suddenly issued a truce. But he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. To know that for this counter-offensive plan, he didn't know how long the observation force had been for the distribution of the Yan Yin combat forces and had stayed up late to work out a detailed combat plan. But now it is being Sarutobi Day cut a truce decision given to completely smothered. Haki Tsukumo was also very uncomfortable in his heart, and he couldn't accept such a decision at all. But there is no way if he doesn't accept it. Tsukumo Hagai will not be so stupid to directly defy Hokage's orders, and for such an important matter, he can only obediently follow Sarutobi's orders to execute it. Tsunade thumped the air feebly, unwillingness in his eyes. Obviously, even Tsunade felt very aggrieved during the defensive battle during this period. Finally waited for an opportunity, but it disappeared like this. Anyone else feels unparalleled uncomfortable. Shomu. Why did the old man cease the war? I think you should know some of the reasons. At this moment. Ozemaru, who had been silent, slowly said at this moment, asked. He is also very clear about his teacher, Oshimaru, although it is said that he is indecisive on weekdays. But he will not be random in this kind of major event that determines the situation of the war. Suddenly, Tsukumo Hajiki was urgently asked to stop the battle plan. There must be a hidden secret in it. Well, Union has already begun to detour Frost Kingdom. It is very likely to attack us. Or Union. I think the reason why Hokage-sama would be like this: urgently let us stop fighting with Yan Yin. Then Yan Yin sent an envoy to talk to Master Naruto. I am afraid that Union will not intervene in this battle. Tsukumo Hagai was thinking. After a while, he said what he had written to himself in Sarutobi/scroll. Now that it is an armistice. Then this matter is not a big secret, and here are the captains and important personnel on the battlefield. So naturally there is no need to worry about the information leaking out. As a result, moreover, Union's army has successfully bypassed the Kingdom of Frost and came to the right wing of the forces of Iwayne and Konoha. Now even if there is no truce, it won't work anymore. Regardless of whether it is Iwayne or Konoha, neither side wants Union to step in during the war, and then be able to profit from it. Therefore, Onoki also dispatched envoys and Sarutobi Hizen to discuss the truce. At that time. Onoki can only escape back to the land of the earth with his Yan Yin ninjas. After all, if this war continues in such a big way. Neither Konoha nor Iwagaki will have a good result, because they don't want to lose a lot because of this war. and then Yun Yin sits on the sidelines to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Is that so? A strange light appeared in Oshimara's eyes, and the Konoha ninjas in the combat meeting room heard the words of Tsukumo Hagai. All of a sudden, they suddenly realized, had it not been for Tsukumo Hagai to announce the news, they might not have reacted until now. Why did the three generations of Hokage sign an armistice agreement with Iwayne? Hokage-sama is also right to do this. After all, if we fight with Iwayne to get a bad life, then the only profit is to look at Union from the sidelines, so only then will the order to stop the fighting be issued so urgently, and then a series of combat plans will be cancelled. Tsukumo Hagai nodded slightly and said, "Damn Union. My old lady will find them to settle this account sooner or later." A cold light appeared in Tsunade's eyes, and his heart was already beginning to hate Union. After all, Konoha focused on defensive battles from the beginning of this war. The hot-tempered and impatient Tsunade was naturally very uncomfortable. But now, after listening to Tsukumo Hajiki, Tsunade also knew that the war had to cease, and he could not affect the overall situation because of his immediate interests. Yeah. It's a pity. If Union hadn't appeared, this counterattack plan would definitely be successful, and it might also make Union unable to defend for a while, which would result in a severe loss of vitality. Hearing this, Tsukumo Hagai sighed, and it was a pity. After all, he had been preparing for this plan for a long time, just waiting for a major counterattack in 2 days. It's a pity. The plan will never keep up with the changes. The battlefield situation is unpredictable, and it is impossible to predict what will happen next. Okay. Since things have reached this point, there is nothing to be a pity. Now what we have to do is to guard against Yannian and Union. Although Yannian is talking with our Hokage, adults discuss truce, but the defense still have proof. What if all of a sudden and Hidden Cloud to unite against us? It really is time to scout all originally developed good operational plans. Just cancel it. Wait until the latest step of Hokage-sama's order. Let's go to work separately. Tsukumo Hagai quickly arranged a series of things. It can be said that everything is smooth and flowing. There is no flaw at all. Yes, after the captains of many Konoha units nodded in agreement, they also left the combat meeting room of Tsukumo Hajiki. And Tsunade was also very depressed. He could only return to his medical unit to drink alcohol. Of course, this is Tsunade's privilege. After all, she will use chakra to force the alcohol out of her body after drinking. Therefore, it will not show a drunken appearance in front of Konoha ninja. After all, drinking is not allowed on the battlefield. But only if you have the power and status of Tsunade. And just after everyone else left the combat meeting room, Oshimaru was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Tsukumo Hajiki. Diaresis Oshimaru, wait, I have something you need to do. The words of Tsukumo Hajiki made Oshimaru, who was about to leave, a little stunned, and then slowly turned around to look at Tsukumo Hajiki. I will leave the 6th and 7th units to you to lead. I believe there is no big problem in preventing Union. There was a trace of doubt and incomprehension in his eyes, but more of expectations. After all, Tsukumo Hagai only left himself. There should be some important things to do by himself. Of course, if it is a combat mission, then it is naturally the best. After all, he was a little aggrieved during this period of time. Oshimaru is also a battle-tested person. No matter how indifferent he is, it is difficult to bear this sorrow. Let's talk about it. Shumao. Oshimaru did not immediately ask Haki Shumao, but instead agreed. If it is a combat mission, it is naturally the best. I have arranged the front battlefield here. The defense of the right-wing part. I want to entrust this mission to you. After all, only you are suitable to deal with Union's gang. And if you defend, I will be more at ease. Hagai Shumo's tone became very serious at this moment. Obviously, defending Union, the one who got the money, he had to entrust this arduous task to Daishiwan, and only Daishiwan could do it. It can be said that Tsukumo Hagai trusts Dashimaru very much in his heart. Yun. A gleam of light appeared in Daishiwan's eyes. Without thinking for long, he nodded and agreed. After all, this is more than defending against Yanyin's troops on the frontal battlefield. Oshimaru wants to fight Union's gang even more. It's okay since you agreed. After seeing Oshimaru's promise, Tsukumo Hagai breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. I have to bring that wave of Feng Shuiman. After all, he has experience in dealing with Union's ab combination. Dashimaru said slowly after thinking for a while. Indeed, the fight against Union must be to bring the wave of wind and water. In this way, it can be a lot easier. Okay, I will let Mizuman go with you. Without thinking, Tsukumo Hagai nodded and agreed. After all, Bofeng Shuiman had indeed fought against Union's AB group. So it is quite normal for Dashimaru to move Bofeng Shuiman away. In addition, Iwane and Konoha are discussing. It is difficult for a battle to break out on the frontal battlefield. Next, we can only wait for the answer to this conversation between the two parties. Is it to fight, or to make peace? Chapter 167. Chapter 166. After negotiations just 2 days after the talks with the Rock Hidden, Kiba signed a truce agreement. And after the news was completely confirmed. It also caused the morale of Konoha and Iwaguro to drop to the extreme. Iwajin's side was originally carrying out a large-scale combat attack with the purpose of breaking the Konoha line of defense. The war has completely entered the white-hot stage. It can be said that a large-scale battle between the two sides can determine the outcome. Victory in defeating Konoha is already here. But their 3 generations of Earth Shadow Onoki actually chose to negotiate a truce with Konoha at this time, and also had to retreat. This can be said to increase the resentment of the combat ninjas under Iwane. And it is also a great dissatisfaction with Onogi, the 3rd generation of Soil Shadows. You must know that their commander-in-chief Tsukumo Hagai has already formulated a counter-offensive plan, and the Yanian troops who can definitely fight are caught off guard. But because Onika's prestige is extremely high in Iwane, even if there is a complaint, he can only secretly say a few. And Konoha's side is not much better than Yanian's side. Also feels very aggrieved in my heart. It was originally a situation where the arrow had to be sent on the string. It was indeed stopped by Sarutobi. There were many voices dissatisfied with this decision in Konoha camp, and even the medical ninjas at the back were angry with this decision. But now that the armistice agreement has been signed, and the Yanian army has also begun to evacuate to the rear. Therefore, even if there is more dissatisfaction in the hearts of Konoha ninjas, they can only watch the Yanian army leave so peacefully. Who could have imagined that a terrifying battle would break out here? Actually, the flames of war that had already started to burn would be directly extinguished because of the emergence of Union troops. It's a pity. It's a pity. Tsukumo Hagai looked helplessly at the distance, and the army of Yanian moved towards the rear, with all in his eyes. It's a pity and the color of helplessness. You must know that the counter-offensive plan he made was sure to be able to fight Yanian by surprise, and even directly established the victory of this war. But it's a pity the plan was completely disrupted by Union, who suddenly kicked in. But this is also no way. After all, the 3rd generation of Duing and the 3rd generation of Hokage don't want to see Yunyin being able to take advantage of this. Tsukumo-sama. Oshimaru-sama has already started fighting with Union. The 2nd and 3rd units ask whether to immediately reinforce Oshimaru-sama and the 6th and 7th units. It's here. At that time, a Konoha ninja hurriedly ran to take Tsukumo to report. Sure enough, Yunyin is still a thief. How many of them are there? Tsukumo Hagai turned his gaze to the map immediately, and there was the border between Konoha and the Kingdom of Frost. Daishiwan should be where Yunyin's troops had been handed in. About 4,000 people. And the ninjas of Frost Country seem to have reached an alliance agreement with Union. Ninjas were also sent to fight against us. This Konoha ninja was briefly after thinking for a while. he quickly replied. The Kingdom of Frost? It seems that they really think Konoha has fallen to the point where anyone can bully. Tsukumo Hagai looked at the marked location of the Kingdom of Frost on the map. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. In this case then he doesn't need to keep his hands. It just so happened that the anger of this incident was vented on the bodies of Union and Frost Kingdom, and it was time to vent the fire. Notify the 2nd and 3rd units to reinforce the Osamu department at full speed. Order the 1st unit to pass me over the Shinnubai bridge and go directly to their left side to carry out an assault. Tsukumo Hajiki. After looking at the map, it didn't take 5 minutes to make a preliminary battle plan. He shouldn't be too familiar with Yunyin. It can be said that they are very clear about their style of play. As for the 5th unit, it is naturally a medical unit, so it needs to be transferred together with the Combat Conference Organization. Yes, after receiving the order, the Konoha ninja quickly left the combat meeting room to deliver the order of Tsukumo Hajiki. Yunyin. Since you hit the gun, don't blame me. A sharp look flashed in Hagi's eyes. This time he is going to fight in person. Even if this Union troop cannot be wiped out, they will lose half of them. Fog-hidden battlefield. Combat meeting room. How about? My guess is very accurate. Fenglin looked at the words written on the scroll, and then handed it to Naralu Kisa. After Naralu took the scroll for a long time, he also began to check it carefully. Looking at the text on it, his brows frowned. Naralu took a deep breath at this moment. A touch of helplessness and incomprehension appeared on his face. Although he already knew that the outcome of this meeting would definitely be as Fenglin said. But when facing the facts, the huge boulder in his heart gradually became heavier. Because the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi are doing this, it will reduce Konoha's morale to the extreme, and there will be complaints. At this time, Sarutobi Hisaki's situation is probably more dangerous than the situation that Heijiaki Tsukumo caused on the battlefield. But compared to Tsukumo Hagai without any support and power. Sarutobi Hisaki is like a behemoth that can't be shaken. After all, he is a Hokage who has been in office for more than 20 years. Even if the responsibility of this war requires him to back the pot, no one will make a fuss about it. But there must be someone trying to force Sarutobi Risen to abdicate. The losses and casualties of this war require one person to come out and bear the blame. And that person can only be the 3rd generation of Naruto Tobihisen, who signed a truce and does not need Iwain's compensation, because only he can afford this scapegoat. The war on Yuan's side is completely over. I believe that the 3 generations of Shuai will send someone to discuss compensation with you in a few days. You can have the lion open your mouth. Otherwise, we fought this battle in vain. Fenglin suddenly thought of something general, and then said to Naralu, don't worry. I understand if you don't say it. Naralu rolled his eyes helplessly for a long time, and then began to prepare for the final end of the war. Fenglin saw that Naradia was busy for a long time, and did not continue to bother, but began to close his eyes to rest. Trumi Maze Trumi Yura, I have already helped you solve it. I hope you don't let me down. If the 4th generation of Suikage's position is not earned, then I really value you. Fenglin whispered in his heart. 168 Chapter really? Endure now. The situation has now circles as the north as the Maple expected. Iwayne and Konoha negotiated a peace, and the 2 sides chose to withdraw from the battlefield as soon as possible. And Konoha's troops are also just able to free up their hands to clean up Union, who is staring at him. After all, Union is already fighting against the troops led by Oshimaru. Then Shumo Hagai can't just to watch. It can be said that since things have developed to this point. Just as Fenglin thought, the battlefield of Union was also very fierce. Under the exquisite tactical arrangement of Hagai Shumo, Union had gradually shown a tendency of defeat. Although Yunyin won't lose directly in a short time, but that will be a matter of time. As for the fog-hidden battlefield, as expected by Fenglin, The old guy of the third generation of Shui Ying chose to be soft. All kinds of compensation and land cessation made Konoha's negotiators laugh from ear to ear. As for why he didn't go directly to Konoha village to negotiate with Hokage, ha ha ha, you, a defeated side, are not qualified to let 3 generations of Hokage negotiate. Moreover, Sarutobi Hayazaki also handed all the decision-making powers of the Mizuide battlefield to Nara Shikahisa for the decision. After signing the agreement today, I believe that Konoha's western region will be stable for at least 10 years. Of course, this is an estimated guess based on the current actual situation. After all, no one can say whether the fog will start a war again. However, Fenglin killed 5 of the 7 ninja swords, and immediately slayed the 3-tailed man Zulai. This breath. I believe that Uain can't breathe in a short time. Such a heavy loss almost caused Uain to lose a third of the top combat power. Therefore, if the battlefield war continues like this, I am afraid it will really wipe out all the vigorous power hidden in the mist. As the 3 generations of Shui Ying will not fail to understand this truth. Compromise is currently the best way for Uain. This misty invasion can be described as stealing chickens and not eclipsing rice. Originally wanted to take advantage of Yanin to launch a large-scale invasion again, so as to invade Konoha in the western battlefield to find some useful benefits. But I didn't expect Konoha to be able to disperse a wave of troops to resist. It really made Uain a big loss. But there is no way. The loss was found by themselves, so they could only smash their teeth and swallow them in their mouths. Walk slowly, I won't send it far away. Fenglin watched the mister's back leaving behind and waved and smiled. And the figure of a mist envoy suddenly trembled. His fist couldn't help being clenched at this moment. One can imagine how angry he is, because he knew very well that he was not the opponent of this guy in front of him. B.I. Fenglin. Blue lightning. That was the existence that killed the 7 ninja swords, the 5 of them, and the 3-tailed Zulai on the battlefield. The strength has already reached the extreme of horror. It can be said that the 3 words Fenglin cast a shadow in the hearts of many misty ninjas. You guy, are you really not afraid of Uain's group of people suddenly turning around to do something to you? Nara Shikage saw what Fenglin did. He gave a helpless laugh. Well, I really hope they will turn around. After all, letting the enemy go like this. It really doesn't fit my style of doing things. Fenglin's tone was tinged. It's a pity that Silk sighed. Okay, now that the war is over, we should return to Konoha. Nara Shikage patted Fenglin on the shoulder, then turned and walked towards the camp. Back to Konoha. Hey. If it weren't for being afraid of my sister's words, I wouldn't be so anxious to go back. Fenglin muttered while looking at the misty direction in the distance. Although Triumi Ming had a high chance of being able to sit in the position of these 4 generations of Shui Ying. But Fenglin was still a little worried. After all, it's not just Fenglin who is staring at mist. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Daido are also looking at mist. After all, Haze's geographical location is remote. Suitable for manipulation. This would be the best choice for Uchiha Madara. But Fenglin wanted to stay here for some planning preparations, and couldn't stay, because just 2 days ago, Uzumaki Jukusenai had sent someone to deliver the letter and send a message, urging Fenglin to go back quickly after the war ended. Between the lines, Fenglin could see the worries in Uzumaki Jukusenai's heart, knowing that if he never went there, he would suffer. Ask for flowers. After all, Fenglin has never rebelled against Maelstrom Juxina since he was a child. Although he wanted to stay this time, Maelstrom Juxina would never allow B.I. Fenglin to stay in such a dangerous situation on the battlefield. Sister, elder sister. If I don't go back here, you'll probably have to come and take me back in person. Fenai looked at the letter in her hand helplessly, and the letter naturally said it was written urging Fenglin to come back quickly. Although it affected Fenglin's plan ... but still felt a trace of warmth in my heart. It's because of this ... that's a family so busy urging me to go back ... it should be because the battle on the Union battlefield can't be over in a short time ... Well ... go back and accompany you. As for the family, as to whether Uchiha Madara will be used as a puppet, then take care of Ming's own strength. Fenai shook his head helplessly and walked back towards the camp. Obviously, he didn't intend to continue to intervene in things hidden in the mist. After all, True Ming's promise was already coming, and King has white eyes that can see through the illusion. As for what happens, it depends on whether Zhao Ming is alert. It is not so easy to take over the position of the fourth generation of Shui Ying ... This is also a test of Fenglin and Ming. If even the stubborn old men at the top of New Ain couldn't deal with it, then Fenglin would be too disappointed. Uzumaki Country Station. Asshole ... What the hell is that guy Sarutobi? Unexpectedly, he was making peace with Iwa. What the hell is he thinking? Shimura Danzo beat the table angrily, his eyes full of anger. Immediately, there was a flash of light in his mind, as if he had thought of something. Sarutobi ... If that's the case, then don't blame me, you are responsible for everything. Shimura Danzo said coldly. He intends to use this matter to force Sarutobi to cut off the stage and give up the position of Hokage. When the time comes to return to Konoha village by himself, wouldn't it be very simple to deal with the newly appointed fourth generation Hokage? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo started to write fonts on a piece of paper. Chapter 169. Chapter 168. After the signing of the armistice Fog-Hidden Messenger Well. Alliance Agreement Naradia Longkiba began to command troops departed heading in the village of Konoha. It can be said that this 5-month war made every Konoha's ninja feel extremely exhausted physically and mentally. After learning the news that the war stopped and I was able to return to the village, the expression that had originally had a trace of gloom disappeared. Instead, there was a sense of joy that I had never had before. And there was a strong expectation in the direction of Konoha. After all, you don't like war every month, unless you have a brain disease, you will be as warlike as Yunyin's lunatics. They are human beings ... just want to live a quiet life, instead of fighting and killing all their lives ... in a state of dire straits. And this war ended with Konoha's victory ... The faces of Konoha's many ninjas were naturally very happy. It was the captain of the medical unit, and Fenglin, who worked part-time as a combat staff officer. No one likes to lose ... and no one likes to lose. Everyone understands that the biggest hero on the hidden battlefield is not the commander-in-chief Nara Lukisa who strategizes in the rear and cracks the various tactics of the 3 generations of water shadows. Oh ... After fighting for so long, I can finally go home. It was just such a 15-year-old boy who killed 5 of the Ninja 7 and Yura who was Sanwai's Yulai. If everything Fenglin did before made his reputation and strength resound in the ninja world, then the series of battles in the hidden battlefield ... enough to make Fenglin a legend. A legend that cannot be surpassed by later generations. He will be like the Sannin and Konoha White Teeth. His name will be completely engraved in people's hearts. No matter how long it has passed, people can't forget that there is such a terrifying Konoha genius in the history of ninja world. Today's Fenglin is the brightest new star in the ninja world, so the limelight of Sannin or Konoha Bayo was overshadowed by him alone. But this result is not what Fenglin wanted. He just wants a quiet life. But Fenglin was also very clear in his heart ... These things he did already made him farther and farther away from the ordinary life he had longed for. When he opened the big hand of the conspiracy and tried to manipulate the chessboard, Fenglin had no retreat. But this sacrifice is not a big problem for Fenglin, as long as we can ensure the safety of the 2 people, the Watergate and the Uzumaki Kushina. It is worthwhile to make such a sacrifice. Although Fenglin didn't have any blood relationship with them. But so many years of getting along is better than blood is thicker than water. Fenglin had already placed Bofing Watergate and Uzumaki Jukusenai in an extremely important position. Fenai stretched out and said after finishing her salute, "Yes. This war lasted for 5 months, even though our side is over. But the Onion battlefield is still unknown. However, there are Master Tsukumo, Master Osumaru, and Master Tsunade sitting here. Onion should not be able to overcome many storms." Luigi Unara appeared beside Fenglin at this time and whispered, "Oh. How bad you said? Onion is looking for trouble at this time. From what I know about Uncle Shuamao. He must take counter-offensive measures. Originally, the arrow is on the line." The situation that had to be sent was stopped by Yunyan's sudden appearance. Fenglin looked at the scroll in his hand and said with a light smile, "Oh, this. How did you know it?" A look of curiosity suddenly appeared on Nara Luigi's face. "This is the report from the previous Yanyin battlefield. I asked Master Naruto to send some to show me. The movement and orientation of some of the troops are enough to prove that Uncle Shumao is in the next game of chess. It was already a stable situation. It was destroyed by the sudden appearance of Union. Otherwise, this war. The old Gyonoki may not have signed a truce and peace agreement." Fenglin handed the scroll in his hand to Nara Luigi, shrugging his shoulders and said, "Nara Luigi, I heard this for a long time." A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. And after taking the scroll, he looked at it carefully. It recorded some reports about Haki Tsukumo's transfer to Konoha and some reports. And Narashi Kohiza, who also possesses a genius mind and outstanding military affairs, saw Hakika's plan at a glance. Then he set his eyes on the map and looked for the marked locations. Fenai suddenly thought of something, and then began to record it in his notebook. After checking these positions, Nara Luigi suddenly took a breath of cold air, his eyes full of shock. This trick of Tsukumo Hagi can be described as a draw from the bottom of the pot. If he really allows him to fully realize this plan. Even if the Yanyan troop can react in the first time, it will be dispersed by the Konoha troop formation. Big brother. Dear, for a long time. Then go back and you really have to go to school and show Mao uncle of the field the way he ended their school. After all, a generation after their retirement to take over, the person in command of the Konoha unit is most likely you. After Fenglin finished saying this, he showed a mysterious smile, and then patted Narashi Kohiza on the shoulder. Nara Luigi was completely stunned. He didn't expect Fenglin to say this. And listening to Fenglin's tone, it seems to be affirmation that he will be able to do that in the future. This guy. Do I believe you or don't believe you? Nara Lu said with a bitter smile. For a long time. North Maple Nara dear long after leaving there. Then came to a tree and pulled out a small notebook and a pen. And this notebook recorded Fenglin's ability to remember what happened in the Third Ninja World War. Although there are some differences from the Third Ninja War in the original book, but the actual results are similar. If I hadn't met the guy Uchiha Tomitake today. I almost forgot about him. And the reason why he would record about Uchiha Tomitake is because Fenglin noticed things. That's when Uchiha Fudake began to become a little indifferent. Although it is not the same as usual. But the coldness and pain in his eyes cannot be concealed. And now that he showed this look, then according to Fenglin's research on Uchiha's clan, that is to say, the other side's writing wheel eyes have evolved. If Fenglin remembered correctly, Uchiha Tomitake is the kaleidoscope writing round eyes opened in the Third Ninja War. It didn't show up until the extinction of the clan. Indeed, after all, the kaleidoscope writing wheel is too powerful and extremely daunting. If Sarutobi Izumi and the high-level officials in the village learn that Uchiha Fumotake has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, it must be a silent disaster. At that time, Uchiha Tomitake's situation will become quite dangerous. Chapter 170 Section 10 For Uikai Huikai Rich Kaleidoscope Right Round Eyes of This Thing. North Maple also recorded his little book above, and the things recorded in this small text of Pfenglin can be said to be the information that can completely subvert the entire ninja world. Of course, Pfenglin naturally doesn't have to worry about this notebook being passed back to the outside world. Even if someone accidentally gets this notebook ... that's not a big problem. What he used was not the language of Naruto world, but the words of his previous life to record. If there are no other traversers ... in this world, only Pfenglin can understand what is recorded in this notebook. Pfenglin muttered after slowly closing the notebook. For him ... it was very easy to help the Watergate of Hayfing deal with Oshimaru in the battle for the position of Naruto. The next thing to do is to wait for Sarutobi Hizen to be forced to step down by Shimura Danzo. Then I helped my brother win the battle for the position of Naruto. Pfenglin stretched out after putting away his notebook waist said lightly. But the prerequisite is whether Sarutobi Hisaki will really be forced to take the position of Naruto by Liu's Shimura Danzo, who is far away in the country of Uzumaki. However, Pfenglin jibe understanding of Shimura Danzo. I believe Shimura Danzo will certainly not let go of such a good 27 opportunity. You must know that if Sarutobi Izumi no longer serves as Naruto, it means that once the 5A period is over, then Shimura Danzo can start to snatch the position of Naruto. In other words, if it is to let Onimaru take over the position of the 4th generation of Hokage, then it will be great news for Shimura Danzo. If Oshimaru takes over the position of Hokage, it means that Shimura Danzo's 5A exile will end early. After all, Root is wearing a pair of trousers with Oshimaru. It is not too simple to help Shimura Danzo to end the exile time early. But it's a pity. Pfenglin definitely won't let the idea of Dashimaru and Shimura Danzo come true. The position of Naruto. Pfenglin must help both Feng Shui men climb up. Well, in this case, it should be a record of what happened in the Third Ninja World War and the next 10 years. Pfenglin muttered after slowly closing the notebook. And these 10 years ... the most important 10 years. Kita Pfenglin needs to be fully prepared to protect Uzumaki Kushina and Hayfing Mizuman, and prevent Uchiha from taking soil. Well, now the situation is completely under my control. If there are no accidents, the situation will always be in my hands. But before I go home ... it is necessary. Go to the Whetbone Forest. You have to look at that fellow Rin Nohara. After all, he is the only tool to check Uchiha's soil. Pfenglin said slowly with a light in his eyes. And the reason why Pfenglin could calculate to this point is because he must firmly control the overall situation in his own hands. Only in this way can he protect Zeus' family from threats and harm. Of course, if Pfenglin had the strength of the 6 realms at this time, naturally, there was no need to worry about this. But unfortunately, his current strength plus many buffs can only be in the peak state of the film class. There is still a big distance from the Super Shadow level. At least it is impossible to reach the Super Shadow level before the Tongtian Urn is cultivated to the highest level. As for Pfenglin's concept of Super Shadow level, it is probably the strength of Liu Dao Pain. By the way, I haven't opened the panel for a long time. Pfenglin thought of this ... and then opened the system panel. 8 wonders. Daluo Cave Temple, not obtain Shinjib Alien, not obtain Fantastic Door After the Wind, not obtained Kai Body Origin, not obtained Galinkieng, not obtained Liu Ku Fairy Thief, not acquired Tongtian Urn, proficiency 72% Double Full Hands, proficiency 100% Golden Light Curse, proficiency 100%, Lightning Skill proficiency, 100 Reverse Life Triple, 41%. Looking at Pfenglin, the data listed in the system panel in front of him whispered softly one by one. Sure enough ... does the triple reversal of birth need to reach 60% to enter the second stage? Pfenglin looked at 41% of Nishing Sans Hong. A strange color appeared on his face. But it doesn't matter. For Pfenglin, he is only in his 20s after 7 or 8 years. and there is a triple consumption of time and this reversal. It should be said that among all the auxiliary and associated exercises at present, it is undoubtedly the triple rebellion that deserves the most attention from Beifenglin. After all, in the state of the most extreme cultivation, Nishing Sans Hong became the state of heaven and man. That is, the so-called immortal. People come back and turn into innate auras. Into the real state of immortals, emerge and rise. Of course, these are just legends, as to whether it will actually be so. For Beifenglin at present, there is not much help. It took him 5 months to cultivate this triple madness to 41%. You must know that he has not practiced and comprehended those advanced talismanic techniques that he connected to the heavenly urn. It was purely cultivating the triple rebellion. Sure enough, everything was just as he had expected, and it became more and more difficult to increase the proficiency of the reverse birth triple. And this growth rate is 10 times more difficult than when Beifenglin Shuang's full hand proficiency. However, it is also very normal to think about it carefully. If it is said that the Nishing Sans Hong is so easy to cultivate successfully, then wouldn't all the people in the Sunny School soar? It is estimated that it has only stayed in the conceptual stage now. As for whether it is really emerging and ascending, it has to wait for Beifenglin to practice the triple rebellious life to the highest level to be able to know. But at that time, Beifenglin also estimated that it would take 7 or 8 years to do it. After all, there are some things that can't be said that you have high talent and crazy cultivation. His difficulty and mechanism are here, so it takes a long time to study and practice. He now no longer has the obsession and demons that had just obtained the triple rebellion, because after he has cultivated for a long time, he can feel that his mood has changed, perhaps because of his level promotion. Beifenglin is not very strong about desires, and can even control the desire deep in his heart. Now maybe he can cultivate Fen Ukiman, but it's a pity that the proficiency of Tongshan Ern is only more than 70. It will take a while for Beifenglin to acquire the next 8 wonders. But the problem is not big. Beifenglin believes that he can completely fully use the proficiency of the Tongshan Ern in 2 years. So there is no need to worry about not being able to start the next 8 magic skills in the future. Okay. If that's the case, it's time to go to the Wetbone Forest to see Yi Yuanlin's reaction. Beifenglin jumped down from the tree and came to the ground. Psychic. Beifenglin snapped a shot, and then a white eye rose. The slug figure appeared in front of Beifenglin's eyes. Take me to the Wetbone Forest. I'm going to see that girl, Beifenglin said slowly to the slug. I see, Master Beifeng. The slug's voice was full of obedience, and then climbed onto Beifenglin's shoulders. The next second, following the slug's thought, Beifenglin's figure suddenly disappeared in place. Chapter 171. Chapter Wetbone Lin. The fog rolling in the rolling mountains looming. There was a lot of mist all around. No, it was not mist, it seemed like steam. With a slight moist feeling. 100-meter high heavenly big forest stands here. The vast and dense forests seem to be unable to penetrate even the light. Looking around, there are stalactites hanging upside down everywhere. It can be called a spectacle. But looking around, there are slugs with white and blue stripes all around. If you didn't guess wrong. The immortal slug should have noticed something in him. The mountains and the sea. The countless towering old trees are really magnificent. What is amazing is that the trunks of these ancient trees are not as dark as ordinary giant trees. It seems to have been eaten before. At first glance from a distance, it turned out to be pale and thin, as scary as bones. This is the meaning of the bone of the Wetbone Forest. The 4 seasons here are like spring, which is completely different from the change of seasons in the world of ninja. The gentle breeze swept over him, without feeling any chill. This is the second time I came here. I have to say that the Wetbone Forest is a good holiday place. Beifenglin stretched out and showed a comfortable smile. Indeed. The quiet and peacefulness of the Whetbone Forest and this kind of weather are of great benefit to people. The air is fresh, the climate is mild and quiet. Without any noise. Fenglin, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, suddenly enjoyed this sudden tranquility. This made Fenglin suddenly have the idea of living in the Whetbone Forest forever. Of course, this is just a thought that has arisen for a while, and it is obviously unrealistic to live here for a long time. You have to know if you don't go back. Then Uzumaki Kushina is really afraid that Konoha will shake the sky. Master Beifing can come anytime if he wants. We will prepare everything you need. The slug's voice was full of respect. And his respect. It made Fenglin's heart a trace of brows. Otherwise, its clone would definitely not be so respectful to Fenglin. According to Fenglin's guess. It should be the ancient and vague aura from the golden light curse that made Immortal Slug feel very weird and took it seriously. Good fellow. I remember what you said, Fenglin joked, and then walked to the place where the slug big fairy was in front. He has been to Whetbone Forest 2 or 3 times. Naturally, he doesn't need slugs or Tsunade to lead the way like he did when he first came. He is already familiar with the road. After walking for a while, Fenglin came to a huge white mountain. Boom! The next second, the ground began to vibrate. The blue and white giant mountain was changing, and a huge slug appeared in front of Fenglin. And the huge slug in front of him is really the big slug Immortal in the Whetbone Forest. The 9th inheritor of the Whetbone Forest, visit Immortal Slug. After seeing Immortal Slug, Fenglin also bowed a salute. After all, Immortal Slug is pretty good to Fenglin. As soon as the contract was proposed, he agreed to Fenglin's contract request within half a day, and then passed on the fairy model of Whetbone Forest. North Maple Forest. Of course, Fenglin didn't cultivate the fairy mode of this Whetbone Forest. After all, he didn't need it at present. And with this time, he might as well practice his own fairy mode. Fenglin's fairy mode is of course the Triple Rebellion. The fairy mode of Whetbone Forest is at best self-healing and enhancing combat effectiveness. And Nishing Sans Hong is truly able to make Beifenglin reach the so-called immortal realm. But this is just Fenglin's guess. As for whether he can become a real immortal, that is, such an existence as Chengda Tongma Huai, Fenglin has to practice the triple level of reversal to the extreme. Feng. You have licked the Whetbone Forest a lot of trouble this time. That Konoha girl. When are you going to take it away? The Slug Fairy was watching after arriving at Beifenglin. He immediately mentioned Yu Anlin. Take it away? In the ninja world. Except for the 3 holy places, there is no better place for Tibetans than the Whetbone Forest. Fenglin muttered in his heart. At this moment, his heart was brewing how to persuade Immortal Slug to leave Yu Anlin in the Whetbone Forest. Large Slug Immortal. What do you think of the girl's talent? Fenglin's mind turned, and then he thought of a reason. If Yu Anlin meets the conditions of the Whetbone Forest, then there is a reason for Yu Anlin to stay here. Beifeng. I know what calculations you are making. I have checked the girl's aptitude. It is an ordinary little girl who can no longer be ordinary. If she has something like an ordinary ninja, what's the characteristic? That is that she has more chakras. If I'm not wrong, she should be a ninja who has mastered some medical ninjutsu. The Slug Immortal seemed to see through Fenglin thought in his heart, and then said, Diaresis this. Is that so? Fenglin was speechless for a while, and didn't know how to answer Immortal Slug. After all, he could think of the only way to let Yu Anlin stay in the Whetbone Forest. You must know that Fenglin can let Yu Anlin enter the Whetbone Forest to heal and hide. It is entirely because the Slug Fairy is interested in the breath of the golden light curse on him. Otherwise, Immortal Slug will never break the rules that he has maintained for so many years. If Fenglin is opened, there will be some unavoidable troubles in the future. Immortal Slug looked at Fenglin, who was thinking before him, and some thoughts arose in his heart. The reason why it attaches so much importance to Fenglin. is not only because the ancient misty breath exuding from the other party makes itself feel a heavy sense of pressure. It was even more because the old toad in Miyamushan sent himself a fable. It is said that in the future Whetbone Forest there can be a change in the pattern of the ninja. No. It is a person who can completely subvert the entire world. His change. That is the future destiny of the ninja. The direction. Although Immortal Slug was not very willing to believe in his heart, he had to believe in the prediction of the old toad in Miyama Mountain. And over the years, the one who met this condition was the Beifenglingen that Tsunade brought in. Therefore the slug Great Immortal will attach so much importance to Beifenglin. And it has always been convenient for Beifenglin to travel. The rules that have not been broken in thousands of years are the first for Bfenglin. Now, Bfenglin wants to ask for himself. Then he might as well ask for a benefit from Bfenglin first. Now the ancient aura on Bfenglin's body is getting stronger. And there is a blue halo around him that ordinary people can't see and feel. All of this are all seen in the eyes of the slug big fairy who has practiced the fairy mode to the extreme as a fairy man. Perhaps even Bfenglin hadn't noticed it himself. In the eyes of Immortal Slug, Bfenglin may be more like an immortal. Chapter 172. Chapter 170. The Immortal Slug looked at Bfenglin, who was in deep thought in front of him. A thought suddenly rose in his heart. For the prediction of the old toad in Miyama Mountain, Immortal Slug felt that there was no need to question it. After all, the thing that the two brothers of the Six Tao Immortals sealed at Ongma Huai back then was the old guy's plan behind the scenes. As for the accuracy of his prediction, of course, there is no need to say more. Although the North Maple Forest in front of him is the inheritor of the Whetbone Forest, but the Immortal Slug still wants more protection. Since Bfenglin is the son of prophecy in the mouth of the old toad, then take advantage of the present to discuss some conditions with him. Maybe it will be of great help to the future of the Whetbone Forest. After all, among the three sacred sites. The Whetbone Forest is the weakest, far worse than the other two sacred sites. The opportunity for the rise of the Whetbone Forest. The Great Slug Immortal placed this help on Bfenglin. Bfeng. It would be inevitable to let that girl stay here. The voice of Immortal Slug slowly sounded at this moment. Really? Bfenglin's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing the words of Immortal Slug. But what followed was a thought. Sure enough, the next words of Immortal Slug let Bfenglin know the other party's purpose. But there is a requirement. The Slug Immortal put forward its conditions. Bfenglin's eyes condensed and immediately became extremely deep. Obviously, the sky won't drop the bite of Bfenglin in vain. Not to mention the other party is still a fairy who has lived for so many years. If the other party didn't offer some conditions, Bfenglin might still feel a little weird in his heart. But for a moment, Bfenglin didn't know whether he should agree to the slug fairy. To know that the other party is a fairy person, the conditions proposed are naturally not very simple. Therefore, Bfenglin needs to carefully consider. Not to be able to drink unnecessary troubles. If it doesn't work, then take Yi Yuanlin away from the Whetbone Forest. Find a more hidden place to hide. The big deal is that it's a little troublesome if Beifenglin changes a place every other time. But it's also much stronger than the very difficult conditions the other party offers. Listen to my terms first. And then it's not too late for you to consider whether to agree or not. The Immortal Slug seemed to have seen through Bfenglin's mind, and then smiled lightly. Obviously it has some understanding of such a smart person as Bfenglin. And from its confident tone, it can be heard that Bfenglin will definitely agree to this condition. The fairy slug, please tell me. Bfenglin nodded and replied, if the conditions offered by the Immortal Slug were very easy, it could be completed, then wouldn't Bfenglin make a profit? I need a promise from you. Of course, it is not realized now. When I need your help at some point in the future. I hope you can help. Slug the Great Fairy slowly said to Bfenglin. I refuse. Just the next second after Immortal Slug said these words, Bfenglin refused without hesitation. Then, hey? ? The Slug Big Fairy yelled twice in surprise. completely puzzled. It was dumbfounded. It didn't expect Pfenglin to refuse so simply. This is not right, according to my own understanding of Pfenglin. This kind of illusory promise should be agreed directly by the other party. Suddenly, his temperament changed drastically, and he refused this condition straightforwardly. We must know that this condition is the most favorable for Pfenglin at present. How could he refuse it? Don't be surprised, Daxian. I still know the weight of my own ... One of my promises ... That is to say, there may be death-dealing things to be done by me. I am still more afraid of death. Even the great immortal you can't solve the matter. I will definitely send it to death. Pfenglin looked at the surprised immortal slug and said frankly he wasn't afraid of what the immortal slug would discover ... After all, what he said was indeed the truth. Although Pfenglin's future growth is immeasurable, but Pfenglin knew very well that it would still take a long time for him to reach the stage of Datongma Huai, at least before the triple cultivation of Nishingshingta Evening and Ascension, the way of the immortal. Pfenglin didn't want to be too troublesome, and you need to know the strength and knowledge of immortal slug, if it is an enemy. Then there is only one, that was Datongma Kaguya trapped in the moon. To make this promise is nothing more than fearing that Datongma Huai will break the seal by then and no one will be able to deal with her. And after hearing this Fan Lakin Pfenglin ... The immortal slug suddenly became a little bit dumbfounded. Sure enough, exactly as Tsunade described, this kid is really smart. Now it seems that immortal slug himself is a bit embarrassing. As an elder, designing the inheritor of his wetbone forest ... If you let others know, you will definitely be laughed at. But being able to let immortal slug pull down this old face to design B.I. Pfenglin, this shows how important this promise of B.I. Pfenglin is to immortal slug. Then change. The promise I want is to be implemented within your ability. If you can't accept it, you can just refuse it at that time. Immortal slug asked Pfenglin with a hint of pleading in his words. It can be seen, immortal slug must have made the promise of Pfenglin today, otherwise it would not be the case. Is it within my power? After Pfenglin heard the words of immortal slug and touched his chin, his face was a little loose at this moment. Obviously, this condition of the slug fairy is very attractive. But this also confirmed Pfenglin's conjecture. Probably in the eyes of immortal slug ... He is most likely the only one who can step into the realm of the six realms and the invincibility of the six realms back then. The news from the outside world, immortal slug, must be very clear ... So it is quite normal for the opponent to know his own record. Moreover, it is not unreasonable for the 15-year-old shadow rank pinnacle powerhouse, immortal slug, to press the treasure on Pfenglin. This condition is not too excessive, right? Immortal slug asked softly at this moment in a tentative tone. It's true. Not too much. Pfenglin nodded slightly and replied after hesitating for a while. Since the immortal you had given me a face ... How can I not let it go? I promised. As for the girl named Yuan Lin, it shouldn't be a problem to stay here. Pfenglin meditated for a long time. He gave the answer that made immortal slug breathe a sigh of relief and joy in his heart. Naturally there is no problem, immortal slug said with joy in his tone. Okay. If that's the case, then it's a deal. Chapter 173. Chapter Obviously, the conditions offered by the big-toed mortal are extremely beneficial to itself and Pfenglin. It can be said that this is a win-win situation. But Pfenglin knew very well that he had suffered a little. Although it's something within our power ... But if it really gets to the point where Otsuki Kaguya breaks the seal, Pfenglin should be able to step into the realm of Fairyman almost completely. It's just that Pfenglin didn't know whether it was the so-called six realms strong, or his immortal state, who had cultivated to the ultimate Dzogchen level, was stronger. At this time, Pfenglin actually had a little expectation in his heart. He expects that after becoming a fairy man, he can fight against the immortal Datongma Teruya, or maybe it was fighting Uchiha Madara in the six ways of state. The strong are all eager to fight. Pfenglin is naturally no exception. Now in the ninja world, he could be his opponent. I am afraid there is only Uchiha Madara who is lingering on the outside column. Although Uchiha Madara is not at its peak right now, Kita Fenglin knows the truth that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara also has the blessing of this outside column. If the vitality of the outside column is absorbed to achieve the state of returning to the peak. Not to mention, this conjecture of Fenglin is very likely to be realized. After all, this is the world of Naruto, and Fenglin doesn't think anything strange will happen. By the way, Great Immortal, is Yi Yuanlin in a coma or awake now? Fenglin seemed to have thought of something, and then asked the Slug Immortal. The injury is completely healed. But because you haven't come. So I used the secret method to make her fall asleep. But this secret method won't last long, and it can't be used frequently. At that time, you have to make up an excuse for me to let her know her situation. Immortal Slug answered immediately after hearing this question from Fenglin. Road. Although Immortal Slug could see that Fenglin didn't have the slightest meaning and thoughts about this Yi Yuanlin. But it can also be guessed that Fenglin should be using this person called Yi Yuanlin, girl. As for why there is such an idea, after a little thought, I will find out. If it is a girl that Fenglin likes, Fenglin's medical ninjutsu is very simple to cure the other party. Moreover, the strength of Fenglin is basically that no one in the ninja realm can harm the person he wants to protect. But Fenglin sent the girl into the Wetbone Forest. Then the reason is naturally needless to say. Fenglin wanted to hide this girl, and didn't plan to tell anyone. Otherwise, how could she be sent to the Wetbone Forest to cultivate and hide, and how could she negotiate terms with herself? From all these aspects, it can be analyzed that this girl named Yi Yuanlin has a great use for a certain plan of Fenglin. Otherwise, the character of Fenglin would definitely not be like this. Of course, Immortal Slug would naturally not go to the North Fenglin's thoughts, because it knew that even if it asked, Fenglin would not necessarily say. Even if it said, it would only profuse himself. Anyway, everything that B.I. Fenglin did was harmless to the Wetbone Forest, so Immortal Slug would give B.I. Fenglin many conveniences and privileges appropriately. Otherwise, how could a person who has not signed the inheritance contract of the Wetbone Forest enter the Wetbone Forest? Daxian, what do you think is really thoughtful? This shows how much Immortal Slug attaches great importance to B.I. Fenglin. Is that so? As for making up excuses, let her explore the Wetbone Grove when she wakes up. It's a little bit if I can delay for a while. Wait for me to figure out what to do. I'll talk to you again after I've done it, Fenglin said slowly after pondering for a while. Adventure? The Immortal Slug said silently. It didn't expect Fenglin to say this. Does this kid regard the Wetbone Forest as a holy place for adventure? But think about it carefully. Fenglin seems to have some truth in what he said. Let this little girl take an adventure after waking up, and create some difficulties for her by herself. It would be a little bit longer. Anyway, Immortal Slug is waiting for Fenglin's words. After all, he brought people over, so he has a sense of how to do it. Never mind. Then it's up to you. Don't worry about her safety and physical nutrition during this period. I will arrange it properly. The Slug Immortal simply doesn't think so much. Just do what Fenglin said, then thank the Immortal first. Fenglin bowed gratefully. Immediately after Fenglin had a few conversations with Immortal Slug, Fenglin said goodbye to the Wetbone Forest. And when he stepped into the exit channel, Fenglin suddenly seemed to think of something. By the way, Great Immortal, I want to see the girl's situation. Fenglin asked immediately. Let the clone take you. In tired. Although the big fairy slug was a little surprised at Fenglin's sudden turnaround, he didn't stop Fenglin. Simply split into a clone and took Fenglin to the place where Yi Yuanlin was sleeping. You must know that he has witnessed Kakashi's Rish pierce through Noharalin's heart. No matter how strong medical ninjutsu is, it is impossible to be saved. Soon, Fenglin came to a wooden house. I also know this wooden house by Fenglin. This was built by Senju Zuma back then. According to Tsunade, He was afraid that Tsunade would be tired from practicing in the Wetbone Forest, and there would be no place to rest. Therefore, I used Mudun to create this wooden house many years in advance. It can be said that for Tsunade, this granddaughter, Senjujuma is extremely affectionate. When Bifenglin approached the wooden house, Nenbi could feel the majestic vitality and the rich chakras emanating from the trees. If Bifenglin didn't guess wrong, this is the chakra between Kai and Zaozu. It's just that who would have thought that Senjujuma had died for so many years. The Mudun he left behind was so powerful. However, it is extremely normal to think about it carefully. After all, Senjujuma is the owner of Ashura Chakra, and Mudun's power and durability are naturally needless to say. And the most puzzling thing is that the strength growth of Senjujuma has always been a vague setting. At the very least, Uchiha Madara also has a writing wheel eye. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and the final opening of the wheel eye as a judge of strength. However, from the beginning to the end, Senjujuma only showed the powerful wood escape and the magical sealing technique. It is really contemplative. Click. Bifenglin gently pushed open the extremely sturdy wooden door full of indestructibility, and immediately came a bed. And a girl lying on it. The girl breathed evenly. Her eyes closed slightly and she fell into a deep sleep. If Uchiha Zasato see the situation of Rinohara now, I am afraid I will be shocked and unable to speak. Seeking flowers. After all. The heart part has been damaged. Even if it has the power to reach the sky, it cannot be saved. But unfortunately, there are still many mysterious things in this world that Uchiha cannot know, and Bifenglin's double hands is beyond the scope of people's cognition. Even if Yi Yuanlin's heart was pierced, Bifenglin was abruptly snatched back from the hands of Lord Yan. This shows how terrifying both hands are against the sky. It seems that the recovery is pretty good. Bifenglin looked at Yi Yuanlin, who was sleeping, and said lightly, "Naturally, after all, it is something that Master Bifeng has explained. We dare not neglect it." The slug said respectfully, "It can be seen. Although it is a clone of Immortal Slug, it is better to say that it is a slug with self-awareness. Therefore, it is quite normal for it to show such a respectful attitude towards Bifenglin. All right. Since she has nothing to do, then I can leave with confidence." Bifenglin closed the door after sensing that Yi Yuanlin's body was not in any serious trouble. By the way, if she has signs of awakening, she must notify me as soon as possible. Bifenglin suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and then faced the slug, said, "Yes, I understand." The slug replied, lowering his head slightly. Bifenglin also nodded in satisfaction. And then walked towards the exit of the light source. After a while, Bifenglin passed through the light source and left the Wetbone Forest. And at this moment, the Immortal Slug cast his gaze in the direction where Bifenglin was leaving. This guy, even the Kaien Zuzuma back then, is a bit inferior to him. Immortal Slug murmured at this moment. To be honest, when it knew the strength of Bifenglin, it was indeed shocked. We must know that Bifenglin is only about 14 or 15 years old. It has reached this point. This is no exaggeration compared to the 6 ways of Immortal and his younger brother Otsuki Umura. Continuing in this way, Bifenglin is very likely to become the second 6th Immortal. That is, the person who changed the pattern of the ninja world in the mouth of the old toad in Myomu Mountain. And the last time this prophecy, it was Otsuki, the so-called 6 Immortals. Now this prophecy has appeared again, and it still appears on its descendants from the Wetbone Forest. Of course, Immortal Slug wants to seize this opportunity. The reason why Myomu Mountain has risen in this way is above the other 2 sacred places. It is because of the help of the 6 Immortals that year. Nothing. Since I chose to put the bet on him, let's wait and see. After sighing, the Immortal Slug did not place his gaze on the light source anymore, but turned to which wooden house? The girl in it. Who is it? is actually worthy of Pfenglin's attention. But Pfenglin didn't seem to mean anything to her. That is to say, would he want to use this girl? Think about it carefully. According to Immortal Slug's understanding of Pfenglin, I am afraid there is only one answer. But Immortal Slug had probed the physical condition of this girl named Yuan Lin, and found nothing unusual at all. It can be said that she is an ordinary girl who can no longer be ordinary. Chapter 172. After leaving the Bone-Wet Forest, North Maple Leaves will be back among the troops. What kind of use value does such a person have for Pfenglin? This kind of confusion lingered in the heart of Immortal Slug, and he was puzzled. Chapter 174. This is the messenger eagle of the third generation of Hokage. North Maple. Where did you go just now? Why didn't you see your figure? Naruto saw the North Maple Forest suddenly appearing in the Konoha troop, suddenly asked in confusion. Road. You must know that he had something to find Pfenglin just now, and the whole Konoha troop could not find Pfenglin. Now the other party suddenly appeared. This made Narashikaji feel a little strange for a while. I went to the Wet Bone Forest just now. It's normal that you can't find me, Pfenglin replied after thinking a little bit in his heart. And he would tell where he went just now, because he didn't have anything to hide from Narukisa. After all, the other party knew that he was the one who signed the Wet Bone Forest contract, so even if he told Narukisa, there was no big problem. Is that so? So it is. Narulukuji nodded suddenly and replied. No wonder he couldn't find Pfenglin. It turned out that the other party entered the Wet Bone Forest for the three sacred places of the ninja world. Narashikuji naturally knew their existence. Konoha's three sacred places were the descendants of the three sacred places: Long Dai Cave, Wet Bone Forest, Miyomu Mountain, Oshimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Konoha's three ninjas correspond to the three holy places mentioned above. And at this moment, a sound of an eagle sounded, and then an eagle quickly swooped down in front of Narukisa and Kitakilin. Narashikaji was surprised when he saw the messenger eagle, and quickly took out the note tied to the messenger eagle. Is there another war? It's not possible that it's not enough. Uin doesn't have the guts yet. Is it the old guide Anzo? Pfenglin suddenly appeared in his heart. Many guesses. After careful consideration, Pfenglin ruled out the idea of the Shimura Danzang Association uniting Uin's rebellion. Although Shimura Danzo will do whatever it takes to seize power, and even devise to harm people in the same village. But it's impossible for this old guy to make such a stupid decision to defect. Once he defected, don't say whether Pfenglin will be the first to kill him. Sarutobi Hizaki must be the first to order Shimura Danzo to be killed. After all, the secret that Shimura Danzo knows can be said to be the Hokage second only to Sarutobi Hitoshi, and that tragic human experiment that year has been so far. The only people who knew about it were Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hizen in the world. Although Sarutobi Risen issued a blockade order after failing once that year, it is strictly forbidden to conduct such a terrifying and cruel experiment. But he did. And only Shimura Danzo knew about this matter. Those who knew the inside story had already died because of the war. Therefore, only Sarutobi Hizaki and Shimura Danzo knew all the details and reasons. If Shimura Danzo rebels and spreads this incident, then it will surely cause an uproar. At that time, Sarutobi Hisaki's fame, I am afraid it will become an existence that people hate. This situation is more cruel for Sarutobi Hizen than killing him. He has worked hard for so many years to become the greatest Hokage in Konoha village, and he must not be completely ruined by this incident. And when Pfenglin was thinking about it, there was a burst of laughter from Naruluji beside him. What's the matter? Is it so funny? Pfenglin immediately set his gaze on the note, and Narulugi also took the opportunity to pass the note to Bfenglin. After Bfenglin took over the branches ... and then began to read. Lean less. A faint smile appeared on the cheeks that were originally slightly puzzled at this moment. No wonder Narulugi laughed like this ... This kind of thing really makes people feel happy. The Yanian battlefield. 1. Haki Tsukumo led the Konoha troops in a large-scale battle, and the newly appointed 4th generation Raikage was completely unable to fight back. It can be said that this was a terrible sigh. Let Konoha completely win the 3rd Ninja World War. I have fought against the guy from the 4th generation of Raikage. He is not the kind of simple-minded person with well-developed limbs, and the battle commanders of Union are also very sensitive. We were fighting Union back then. I didn't get too much benefit when I was in the past. But it's a pity. This time the commander-in-chief is not the old and spicy 3rd generation Raikage, but the fledgling 4th generation Raikage. Although compared to his peers, people and other people are already very strong ... but compared to Uncle Shuamao's military genius, he is a bit weaker. Bfenglin smiled lightly at the situation written on the note. Soundtrack. Indeed. In terms of military command, I am afraid that no one in the ninja world can be better than Shumo Hajiki. Otherwise, during the Second Ninja World War, Sarutobi Hisaki would not so easily hand over the position of Konoha's army commander to Tsukumo Hajiki. You know, at that time, Tsukumo Hagi was only 26 or 27 years old. It was a very high-spirited age. But what he did is enough to prove how powerful his military talent is. Facing Union, mist, rock, sand, calmly, always in an invincible place. It can be said that Tsukumo Hajiki in the original work can survive, so Konoha's 3rd Ninja War will not be won so reluctantly. If you have time, you really have to learn from Uncle Shuamao. After all, you may take over the command of the Konoha unit in the future. Bfenglin said with a smile. Narulu hadn't spoken for a long time, but shook his head with a wry smile to express helplessness. Seeing that Narudia hadn't spoken for a long time, Bfenglin didn't continue to tease, and then walked forward. I'm going to see that guy Kakashi. I don't know if his current state of mind is any more normal. After leaving this sentence, Bfenglin walked in the direction where Kakashi was. Soon, Bfenglin came to the position of Kakashi where Kakashi was in the army. At a glance, he saw Kakashi with cold eyes walking with the big army. Kakashi. Bfenglin waved to Kakashi and shouted. And at this moment, Kakashi, who originally walked like a robot, seemed to be alive, and looked up at Bfenglin. At this moment, the originally cold eyes showed a slight emotional fluctuation. Obviously ... only Bfenglin can make him show such an expression. After all, since the outbreak of the 3rd Ninja World War, Bfenglin helped their team with many things. Although Kakashi was indifferent to others, he was grateful to Bfenglin in his heart. Not to mention that Bfenglin brought him back to Konoha camp after he passed out. So naturally Kakashi would not have many grievances in his heart like a child. Blame. I can only blame him for his powerlessness, unable to save the soil. Cannot save Lin. Immediately, Bfenglin took Kakashi and 2 of them out of the team, and walked behind the team. After all, there are some things that only the 2 of them know. There is no need for too many people to know. For example, Kakashi killed Lin Nohara by himself. Only Kakashi knew about it. Yuan Lin, I have buried it for you. Just not far from that lake. You can come here to worship at any time if you have time in the future. Bfenglin said slowly. But after Kakashi heard Bfenglin's words, his eyes trembled slightly. His expression was full of horror, and his eyes showed a sense of astonishment. He didn't expect Bfenglin would actually do this. You must know that under that situation, Bfenglin can do this, and it must be done for the sake of Teacher Watergate. Thank you, Bfeng. After a long silence, Kakashi slowly said such a sentence. You don't need to thank you. I'm just doing my best. I'm a little ashamed. I have promised that my brother will help you at a critical time. But I didn't show up. Sorry, Kakashi. Bfenglin showed a self-blaming expression on his face, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. "It's not you, it's me. In 2 weeks." Kakashi shook his head slightly, with a bitter look on his face. Obviously, since that incident, Kakashi clearly knew that his strength was not as strong at all. But now, he killed her with his own hands. If he can have the same strength as Fenglin, that scene will definitely not happen. Nor would it helplessly watch his Chudri pierce Yi Yuanlin's heart, the person he had promised his best friend to use his life to protect. All in all, thank you, Feng. I will remember this, love. Kakashi said this with a heavy heart. And at this moment, Kakashi already had a decision in his heart. He can no longer be an ordinary ninja now. He needs something to numb his feelings, and dealing with the dark part of Konoha is the last place in Kakashi's heart that can be chosen. After a few days, Konoha army returned in triumph, and the two Konoha units in the Yanin battlefield and the Uin battlefield seemed to have agreed halfway. They even rushed back to Konoha village at the same time. Of course, this must be agreed. After all, Sarutobi Hisaki is going to hold a triumphant celebration ceremony. Therefore, Konoha troops on both sides of the battlefield need to arrive at the same time. And because of this, the misty hidden troop that Fenglin was in could rush back to Konoha within 3 days. But it took 5 days forcibly, after all, until the Konoha troops on the Yanin battlefield returned to the village together. The marching speed slowed down a lot. Finally, I can go home. Fenglin looked at the Hokage rock in the distance, with a long-lost comfort on his face. And at this moment, the troops of Yanin battlefield also appeared from Linei Road. Walking in the forefront is impressively Konoha high-level combat power and others headed by Tsukumo Hagai. Uncle Shuamao. Even though he was far away, Fenglin still beckoned and shouted at them. But if you think about it carefully, it might be the best choice if your daughter is with Fenglin. And at this moment, everyone in Konoha's army also reacted. Immediately the two troops moved closer. Relatives, brothers, sisters, and people they knew well reunited. Chapter 175. Chapter 173. Kiba. All combat troops gathered, the members at the moment talking and laughing along the way. Good talk. And Fenglin hasn't seen Zai Ryong for a long time. Long time no see. Fenglin looked at Zai Ryong, who was standing not far away. A smile appeared on his face. Mr. Feng. The moment Zai Ryong saw Fenglin, the look of surprise on the delicate jade face turned into excitement. At this moment, there was a drop of tears from the elite in his eyes. Stepped forward and hugged Fenglin. All right, all right. So many people are watching. Fenglin was taken aback for a moment, and then he stroked Zai Ryong's back to soothe the other's excitement. Indeed, the two hadn't seen each other for 5 months. Even Fenglin was very excited when he saw Zai Ryong. If it weren't for the presence of Yuri Zenhong and the too many people here, he might even rush to give Xerong a princess hug, and then get close. But I didn't expect that Zai Ryong's longing was more serious than Fenglin. He didn't care about other people's eyes and Yuri's red eyes. He stepped forward and hugged Fenglin. After seeing this scene, Yuri Zenhong didn't stop him, and shook his head helplessly. You can see that there is a sense of relief in Yuri's really red eyes, but more helpless. And Yuri Zenhong is also very clear about Fenglin's status after the 27th Ninja World War. He and his brother Bo Feng Shui Men have become the most dazzling new star in the ninja world. Just like the 3 ninjas back then, the reputation and prestige completely covered the entire ninja world, and no one knew it. Women's college is not staying. Women's college is not staying. After Xiri Zenhong gave Fenglin a look of rat tail juice, she went to talk to her friends and laughed. Did I get the approval of my father-in-law? After seeing the actions of Yuri Zenhong, Fenglin roughly understood what Yuri Zenhong wanted to express. The meaning of, all right, if you continue to cry, I will become a little cat and I don't need you. Fenglin took out the tissue from his arms and gently wiped the tears that flowed down Zai Ryong's cheeks. The running water had already wetted Fenglin's clothes. But Fenglin felt quite happy. Dare you, if you don't want me. I. Zai Ryong heard Fenglin's sentence after teasing. In an instant, she looked at Fenglin like a little cat with fried hair. But she who is lacking in confidence doesn't know how to threaten Fenglin at all. Combat, medical ninjutsu, ninja knowledge and various aspects. Fenglin is at the top level. And these aspects, she seems to be inferior to Fenglin in everything. You bully me. Zai Ryong's pink fist kept beating Fenglin's chest like a shower of rain. Although the speed is very fast. But there is no strength at all, but it gives people a soft feeling. Yes, am relieved with your words. Okay. How do I bully you? Fenglin picked up the long hair scattered between Zai Ryong's forehead, and then tidied it up for her. Zai Ryong did not resist either. Her face was full of comfort, and a faint smile was drawn at the corners of her mouth. And that's what she wants. She hates war. The war made people die and separated her from Fenglin. The thing she hates most in this world is to be separated from Fenglin. And the scene of the two of them spreading dog food was also seen by many ninjas. Unknowingly, the air began to become sour. But no matter who it is, his eyes are full of blessings and gratification. After all, it is an open secret that Fenglin and Zai Ryong are young lovers. And the most important thing is that many people respect and admire Bai Fenglin, especially the Konoha medical ninjas who have seen Fenglin's magical medical ninjutsu, admire Fenglin's 5-body cast, those superb medical techniques, and my own understanding of medical ninjutsu. Have reached a point where he can be called a medical master. Shuiman. Your brother abducted my daughter. After seeing this scene, Yuri Zenhong smiled lightly at the Bofeng Shuiman on the side. And at this moment, Bofeng Shuiman's complexion became extremely serious. Brother Zenhong, don't worry, if he dares to bully Hong. Don't talk about me. Juxinai is the first one to spare him. Kuxinai is also very important to Hong. This boy. Bofeng Shui the door said to Yuri Zenhong in a guaranteed tone. Yuri Zenhong nodded in satisfaction after receiving the guarantee from Bofeng Shuiman. But this kid Feng is not that kind of person. But his temper is exactly the same as you. It seems that Bofeng Shuiman and Uzumaki 9 Sina are also very sad about these two children, since he has such an attitude. Then he is also relieved to hand Zai Ryong to Fenglin. Ha ha ha. Just made you laugh. Bofeng Shuiman scratched his head and smiled after hearing the praise of Yuri Zenhong. TSK Tusk. This kid is really a personal winner. Now he is already at the top of the ninja world. Fame, girlfriend. Everything he should have. There is Red. Such a cute girl is by my side. I am a woman I envy. Tsunade also sighed when he saw the scene of Fenglin and Yurong spreading dog food. Tsunade. You really picked up a treasure. Such a good apprentice. Shumo Hagai sighed when he saw Fenglin. If he had been able to meet Fenglin earlier and accept the other party as a disciple, that would be more fascinating on his face. It's a pity that Tsunade was one step ahead. Why didn't I find such a genius? Mao. Don't think I don't know what you think. If you have the ability to find an apprentice by yourself. Don't miss my beefing. Tsunade seemed to see through Hagi's heart. As expected, he said with a vigilant expression on his face. And Tsukumo Hagai was pierced by Tsunade's cautious thinking. He just smiled awkwardly and didn't speak anymore. Immediately he turned his eyes to the pile of people. As if he was looking for someone. Where's Kakashi? Why didn't I see where he is? Tsukumo Hajiki tried to find Kakashi's figure, but after searching for a long time, he found that he didn't see Kakashi's figure at all. It's weird. Where did this kid go? People on both sides of troops after talking a little while began to return toward Konoha Way, and Fenglin and Zai Ryong seemed to have endless topics. The two were talking and laughing. In the eyes of many people, the two of them are like a golden boy and a jade girl. After Fenglin chatted with Zai Ryong for a while, it immediately seemed to have thought of something. I have something to tell my brother. You follow the troops first, and I will come to you later. Fenglin let go of Zai Ryong's hand and said slowly, You go. Yurong nodded obediently, then walked to a female medical ninja and walked side by side. It seemed that they were friends, and the two began to chat and laugh. And the reason why Zai Ryong didn't ask Fenglin about what happened is because she trusts Fenglin very much in her heart. In addition, she didn't need to know so much. It would be good if she knew in her heart that Fenglin would not leave herself again. After Fenglin left, Zai Ryong also quickly walked in the direction of Bofeng Shuiman. Sure enough, I still have to tell my brother about this matter, Fenglin thought to himself. After all, before departure, Bofeng Shuiman told Fenglin to take good care of Kakashi and Yuan Lin. Now Kakashi's heart is dead, and Nohara Lin is also dead under Kakashi's hand. Suddenly Bofeng Shuiman heard the last words of Fenglin, and his mind felt like five thunders. Although Yuan Lin is not dead, but in the perception of others, Yuan Lin is already dead. Such an approach may make Haifeng Mizuman sad. But in order for Fenglin to thoroughly master this trump card that can counterbalance Uchiha's soil, there is no other way. Soon, Fenglin's eyes darkened, and there was a touch of sadness on his face. Xilin, why are you here? Bofeng Shuiman asked in surprise when he saw Fenglin, who suddenly appeared next to him. Logically speaking, Fenglin should be crooked with Zai Ryong. How could he come to find himself? Brother, come with me, I have something to tell you. Fenglin's tone was rather heavy, as if a hammer hit Bofeng Shuiman's heart. What happened? Bofeng Shuiman's expression changed at this moment, and then his expression became serious. But out of trust in Fenglin, also followed Fenglin to leave the large army and came to the forest to talk. Xilin. What happened? Bofeng Shuiman looked at Bofeng Shuiman with a sad look in front of him, and the mood that had been a little joyful at this moment also became heavy. What happened? Can make Fenglin, who has always been cheerful, show such an expression? Brother. I'm sorry. I couldn't take care of your two students. Yuhara Lin, she was killed in battle. Boom! Exclamation mark. There was shock in his eyes. Then his pupils suddenly shrank, and his body trembled. Lin. She is dead? Question mark. Chapter 176. Section. Bofeng Shuiman was in a state of extreme shock. Sorry. Brother. Fenglin bowed his head slightly apologetically, and his words were full of heavy apologies. But at this moment, Bofeng Shuiman suddenly felt that his world had collapsed. It was a long time before he could come back to his senses. He couldn't accept this sudden news for a while. It was really unacceptable. Unacceptable. After a long time, Bofeng Shuiman only came back to his senses when he saw Fenglin sitting on the rock with a look of guilt. His eyes were full of complexity. He knew that this was not Fenglin's fault. After all, Fenglin, as the top combat power in the battle against Mist, couldn't be like a babysitter by staying beside Kakashi and Yuan Lin at all times. But with Kakashi's strength, there should be no Wendy who wants to protect Lin Nohara. Xiao Lin. Can you tell me how Lin died? Bofeng Shuiman's tone became heavy and sad at this moment, and he could not accept the death of Nohara Lin. Of his three most beloved students, two of them passed away. This was a heavy blow to Bofeng Shuiman, and his originally full of joy suddenly fell to the bottom. Sadness. A moment of sorrow and various emotions comes to mind. But Bofeng Shuiman can only bury this sadness in his own heart. I don't know. I quickly rushed to the next battlefield after I got rid of the three-tailed man's strength. When I hurried to the next battlefield, I found that Kakashi was unconscious on the ground. Because wars are dying all the time. Why is it that the students of the Feng Shui school will not die? This principle has been and is very clear many years ago. So there is no such deep sorrow that has been overexpressed. This violent chakra can only be caused by the chidori developed by Kakashi. And Kakashi fainted in Lin's front. Lin's heart has been penetrated. I am already powerless. I am afraid that even if the 6 Tao immortals are reborn, they will not be able to save them, Fenglin said with a trace of gloom on his face. Indeed, if Lin Nohara's fatal injury were treated with ordinary medical ninjutsu, it would be impossible. Moreover, even if the great immortal slug came to the situation at that time, I am afraid that he could only be helpless. Damn. Who the hell is it? Bo Feng Shuiman's murderous intent was revealed in the eyes. He who is gentle and treats people usually seems like a cold murderous god at this moment. You know that this is his only second student. Uchiha's death of Dido made Heifeng Mizuman fall into self-blame and guilt for a while. Now Rin Nohara is dead. Let the anger that was supposed to be subdued in the depths of Bo Feng Shuiman's heart is ignited again. It can be seen. If Fenglin told the murderer to Bo Feng Shuiman, he would probably kill him directly to the Yuan lair to avenge Yi Yuanlin. Fenglin naturally didn't want to see Bo Feng Shuiman take risks like this. Even if the opponent had the skill of Flying Thunder God, because hatred tends to make people lose their minds. So Fenglin decided to tell Bo Feng Shuiman some of the truth. Brother. What I said next, you may not believe it, but that is the truth. After arriving. I started to check Lin's injury and found that her heart was pierced. The place there is a trace of Ladun chakra. At the same time, the hands are covered with blood. That is Lin's blood. Speaking of this, Fenglin noticed Bo Feng Shui the door's face had already begun to change slightly. Obviously, Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't believe the fact that Fenglin said. It was too horrified for him. For a while, this news kept turning around in Bo Feng Shuiman's mind, trying to figure out the reason for this. How could it be? It's impossible. Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes became dim at this moment, and he sat down on the rock beside him desperately. He simply couldn't understand what was going on in this. You know that after Uchiha Dido's death, no matter what mission Kakashi is doing, she is the first to consider the safety of Nohara Lin. As for what the reason is, Bo Feng Shuiman already has a rough answer in his mind. But Kakashi, why would he kill Lin Yuan? Brother, I think it's up to you to talk to Kakashi. After all, only I know about this. Before the other Konoha ninjas arrived, I had already Lin is buried. Diaresis, if you let others know that Kakashi killed Lin, then Kakashi will be charged with an indeterminate charge of killing her companion. Fenglin meditated for a long time, speaking slowly towards the Bo Feng Watergate. Before that, Fenglin tried to ask Kakashi what happened at that time. But Kakashi didn't say a word about it, and remained silent all the time. It can be seen, Kakashi didn't want to tell Fenglin about the incident, and he knew that this was a secret that could not be told to others. This guilt will always be in Kakashi's heart and will never be forgotten. After Bo Feng Shuiman listened to Fenglin's words, his solemn expression was relieved at this moment. Obviously, he felt that Fenglin's approach was the most correct choice. If you let others know that Kakashi killed the people in the same village, no matter what in a good purpose, Kakashi will be sanctioned in his eyes. Fenglin's actions can be said to have saved Kakashi from the brink of being classified as a betrayal. Kobayashi. I thank you for Kakashi. Bo Feng Mizuman said solemnly. That doesn't have to be. But I'm also curious why Kakashi would do this. But he certainly wouldn't tell me. If you go, I believe he will tell you the real situation. Fenglin meditated for a while and said slowly, I understand. I'll go find Kakashi. Bo Feng Shuiman took a deep breath and said slowly, Go ahead. Fenglin nodded slightly. The voice fell. The figure of Bo Feng Shuiman disappeared in the same place in an instant. Chapter 177 Section North Maple Wave. Feng Shui looked to leave the back door. Mind at this time helpless sigh, although he didn't want Bo Feng Shuiman to feel the pain of bereavement. But there was no way for Fenglin, letting Bo Feng Shuiman and Uzumaki Juxina fall into the pain for a short time. Far better than death. Oh. Brother, I'm sorry, forgive me. This is the last time. Fenglin sighed secretly in his heart. After that, he walked in Konoha's army, his eyes wandering to find the direction where Zai Ryong was. Fenglin took a deep breath and replied. After a while, Fenglin found the army just now, and Zai Ryong talked and laughed with friends around him. When Zai Ryong saw Fenglin, she quickly trotted to Fenglin's side. Mr. Feng. Are back. Zai Ryong nestled beside Fenglin, her eyes filled with joy. It can be seen, Zai Ryong has a deep attachment to Fenglin, and the degree of adhesion is a bit helpless. After talking to my brother, he came back to at 5162943929. Fenglin nodded slightly and replied. But at this moment, Fenglin fell into a period of deep thought. He didn't know whether he should tell Yuehong the news of Rin Nohara's death. After all, the two were also very good friends when they were in the ninja school. After weighing everything, Fenglin decided to tell Zai Ryong the news. Lin she died in battle, Fenglin slowly said. And when Yuehong, who had smiled on her face, heard the news, her face suddenly became solidified. Then there was a touch of shock in his eyes. And there was a touch of disbelief in his expression. Didn't she survive? Zai Ryong let go of her hand slightly, and Zhu's lips trembled slightly. A trace of sorrow appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere became extremely heavy, and Zai Ryong's eyes dimmed at this moment. Yes, when I was in the misty battlefield, when I dealt with Sanwai Renzialai. She died in battle. The classmates in the original class. It seems that a lot of them are dead. This is war. Zai Ryong had a hint of mockery on her face, but there was also a sense of sadness. After all, when she was in the ninja school, she and Lin Nohara were close friends. Now I heard that the other party had died on the battlefield. Although it is not sad to that degree, there is always some uncomfortable feeling in my heart. Yeah, war is cruel. I won't have mercy on anyone. Fenglin's eyes were indifferent, and then he hugged Xirong tightly. For fear that it would suddenly disappear in the next moment. It's the same in front of Fenglin's eyes. In the face of Fenglin's sudden movement. Zai Ryong did not resist, but instead catered to Fenglin and nestled on the other's shoulders. Yeah? The war was cruel and took away countless lives. However, those are things they can't care about. The only thing they can do is to protect their family members from the torture of war. By the way, don't tell my elder sister the news after you go back. If he knows this news. I am afraid it will be even more sad. Fenglin suddenly remembered the whirlpool Kushina waiting at home. The other party is definitely unable to accept this matter. So, Fenglin chose to turn this problem over to resolve it. I understand. Zai Ryong nodded slightly. Somewhere on the river bank, a white-haired boy wearing a Konoha ninja vest was frantically washing his hands with the river water on the shore. Even if he was about to rub his skin. He was rubbing his hands continuously, without any intention to stop. Asking for flowers. And at this moment, Bo Feng Shuiman appeared. When he saw this scene in front of him, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with distress. Immediately stepped forward, and immediately stopped the juvenile's behavior equivalent to self-harm. And then, naturally, it was the Bo Feng Shui gate of Kakashi who was looking for Kakashi after parting with Fenglin just now. Seeing his student's behavior, Bo Feng Shuiman's heart suddenly felt as painful as a knife. Enough! Kakashi! Bo Feng Shuiman grabbed Kakashi's right hand tightly and shouted coldly. And this familiar voice resounded through Kakashi's entire brain. so that his originally bewildered head was completely awake at this moment. Then he turned his head slowly mechanically. When he saw the Bo Feng Shui gate in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. His lips trembled violently. Watergate. Teacher Watergate. Kakashi stammered these words. Then tears flowed down from the eye sockets. His expression became extremely sad at this moment. Miss Watergate. I failed to protect. Lin. Kakashi's tears kept streaming down. His voice choked to Bo Feng Shui. The door blamed itself. His words are full of self-blame and pain, but more of dead despair. I know, Kakashi, it's not your fault. Kobayashi has already told me the situation. In the process of escaping, he told me that all this was a conspiracy of the other party. Lin, but he doesn't know the specific reason. He just judged that you killed Lin. Kakashi, I know you wouldn't do this. But I still want to hear your explanation. Bo Feng Shuiman held Kakashi's shoulder tightly, and stared at Kakashi. Try to calm down the other person. Chapter 178. Chapter 18. Heard the wave Feng Shui door, then squatted on the ground. Kakashi cried. This sentence of Bo Feng Shuiman is undoubtedly a key that opened Kakashi's memories. Kakashi's mind reverberated with the scene at that time. He seemed to feel the constant smell coming from his hands. It made his stomach churn and his whole body was shaking. Desperately rubbing his hands in the water, it may be that Ikimami Feng Shuiman also felt pain. As a teacher, I know what Kakashi is like. It was the process. It must be very shocking. That made Kakashi so sad. Bo Feng Watergate suddenly grabbed Kakashi's hand, constantly shouting Kakashi's name. I wanted to pull her out of the memory. The sad picture in Kakashi's eyes turned into Bo Feng Shuiman's face. As if awakened from a nightmare, Kakashi let out a long breath and relaxed some of his tight body. Things are over. The important thing is to look forward to the past. You can't change people from death to life. You have to cheer up. If Lin is still the ... she won't. Seeing you so sad. Hearing this, Kakashi sat slumped on the ground and began to tell the story of Bo Feng Shuiman. When I rescued Lin, I took her to escape later. In village deprived me of consciousness and sealed Sanwai in my body. If we return to the village, Maya will wake up and destroy Konoha. Lin said sadly, the only way at the moment is to destroy it like me, so as to stop their conspiracy. Kakashi, who heard this, shook his head and then suddenly turned back to the original road. I won't. I promised to bring soil. If you want to protect you, everything will be fine. You go back to the village first. Let's find a way together. I will hold the chasing soldiers behind. Kakashi quickly sealed his hands. Unleashing his ninjutsu, Chidori begins. He rushed towards the other ninja, but Yuan Yilin did not escape. Instead, he turned back and rushed towards Kakashi. A fierce thunderlight passed through the person in front of him. When Kakashi saw the familiar face, tears poured out of that face. Not the enemy, but Lin Yeyuan. She knew that Three Tails would riot and destroy Konoha when she returned. So only to destroy himself, he jumped over while Kakashi was attacking. Although it wasn't Kakashi who attacked intentionally, Lin still fell down. Huge sadness kept gushing out. Kakashi looked at Nohara Lin's wound in his body. There seemed to be a wound that was difficult to heal. The grief continued to surge, stimulating the body, and began to tremble constantly. The picture in front of him began to change. In the woods, the soil appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes and said to Kakashi, people who break the rules and iron laws of the ninja world are generally called trash, but those who leave their partners are not as good as trash. Then he took soil and walked forward resolutely. Seeing the leaving soil, Kakashi suddenly chased the scene before him and turned again. This time in a cave, Lin was tied up in the distance. Daito was fighting with a ninja, and Kakashi rushed up again, fighting side by side with Daito against the ninja. After a fierce battle, he finally defeated the enemy Kakashi. After seeing Lin, he rushed over and untied the rope on her body. But at this time the enemy stood up again and blocked the only hole that could leave. The ninja quickly kicked off the earth to escape, and the surrounding caves began to collapse. Iwagura Ninja yelled, "All are buried in this cave." After saying that, playing ninja disappeared unexpectedly. Kakashi brought 3 people to Urin and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Behind him is the continuously collapsing rock, and the falling of the rock drove the ground to vibrate continuously. Kakashi was unstable on one foot and fell to the ground. When the belt felt hopeless, the belt rushed over, picked up Kakashi, and rushed into the distance. At this moment, a huge boulder fell suddenly. He hit the soil and pressed half of his body underneath. He vomited blood and said, "There is no way, I have no way to move on," said Shuo, holding Kakashi's hand. "My writing wheel is given to you. I can't protect Lin in the future. I can only rely on you. With my eyes, I will help you see the world in the future and promise me to protect it, Lin. No matter what the guys in the village say about you, I believe that you are the best shinobu." The picture before him returned to reality again, and Lin collapsed to the ground, and the words with dirt echoed in Kakashi's ear. "Promised me to protect Lin." Looking at his hand Kakashi, he was distraught. The huge sadness and constant surging caused Kakashi's dirt-bearing writing wheel eyes to change and evolve. At that moment, Kakashi kept beating the ground. Growl, "Sorry, I didn't take the soil to protect Lin. I don't deserve to be a ninja. I didn't fulfill our vows." Lying to the ground, Lin, I said to Kakashi, "You must live strong." Kakashi Lin smiled, thinking back to the 3 of them when they first met. The picture in my eyes kept changing, and the surroundings became brighter. It was a sunny noon. Teacher Bo Feng Shuiman told him that there are 2 students, one of them will be Kakashi standing in the corner wearing a mask with only one pair of eyes exposed, and the other one hasn't arrived. For a long time, a teenager with goggles ran over. Feng Mizuman smiled and said, "Are you Uakaiha?" The person known as Uakaiha said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I helped the old lady cross the road. It took time." Just like that, everyday life is a quarrel between Kakashi and the dirt. Finally they passed the ninja exam and became a ninja. Follow the teacher Bo Feng Shuiman to participate in the task, and this time bring the soil to be late again. Said embarrassingly, "Sorry, something happened to make me late." Kakashi said coldly, "Take the soil, you must have helped the old woman cross the road again, didn't you?" Just like this, amidst the laughter, everyone embarked on the journey. Lin felt her temperature gradually cool, and she suddenly realized in despair that he was leaving. How painful Kakashi was then. Is it like her now, struggling hard on the edge of Huangquan and the world? She was so weak that even opening her mouth became an extremely difficult task. Lin. It's just that no one held his hand at the time, and no one gently pushed him forward from behind. She wanted to look back and see who that person was, but she didn't need a bit of strength all over. The voice slowly floated up from the dark abyss. It was as if a person who had been deaf for many years suddenly regained hearing. Lin. A group of people appeared before her eyes. The door was slammed open before her eyes. A tall and thin figure appeared behind the door. He stood against the light and smiled and stretched out a hand to her. The picture began to become clear. That was one. But the boy with the goggles still had that familiar smile, full of sunshine and innocence. "So it was you, bringing the soil?" Lin said with a smile. "Let's go together, away from this war, away from this hustle and bustle." With a smile, and took her hand. With a smile just like that, Lin closed her eyes, and the scene around Kakashi began to change, as if back to the time when he first started following the task of teacher Bo Feng Shuiman. Everyone walked on the grassland with joy and laughter, and Lin walked in front of her with the soil. Kakashi rushed to reach out to catch them, but he couldn't catch them no matter how he ran. Then the picture in his eyes really changed. The soil was pressed under the stone, and the forest was pierced by thousands of birds and fell to the ground. Constant grief, like a nightmare, repeats various pictures, torturing Kakashi's spirit. Her eyes have also evolved into kaleidoscope eyes. After listening to Kakashi's story, Bo Feng Shuiman sat on the ground sadly. It turned out that this is how things happened. No, Harlin is a very innocent child, because she doesn't want anyone to be injured, so she joins a medical ninja. Just like an angel girl longing for peace, watching and accompanying the growth of Kakashi and Daitu, holding their hands when necessary and leading them both in the same direction. It is not a child born in a big family, but knows the importance of the village better than them. In order to protect the village, he decided to sacrifice himself. Although there is no strong power, but he did his best to implement the will of fire until the last moment of life. Lin couldn't see that Kakashi and Taito had to complete the task first in order to save her, and fought in the opposite direction. Lin could only see the two teenagers with dreams. He knew that it was a dangerous thing, but he rushed into the cave resolutely to save her. Thinking of this, Watergate sighed. If the debt is there, he may be even more sad than Kakashi. He is a naive, kind, very lively and optimistic, and positive my child. The dream is to become Hokage. Although he loves to be naughty, he often provokes Kusanai to get angry. But Kusanai valued him most, and hoped that he would be lively and optimistic with firm conviction. Even knowing that his beloved loves Kakashi, he never thought of giving up, and he still clamored every day that he must confess to Lin today. Kakashi was the only one left in the lively Watergate. That pure and kind angel girl is no longer there, and she also disappeared every day when she shouted that she wanted to be a Naruto. Po Feng Shui Mizuman clenched his fists, and his heart was full of sorrow. The ninja wars brought such casualties. Such tragedies must be ended, otherwise there will be many children like Tana Harlin who will lose their lives. Chapter 179. But want to end the war, only those with strong enough to be able to understand all the wars, so that other countries have no way to have thought of resistance. As long as Bofeng Watergate always maintains a heart to always serve the world of Naruto, it can completely preserve the peace of this world. However, the reunion of relatives caused another wave of waves in Bo Feng Shui Men's heart. After seeing Juxina, how should I tell her this smirk? Fenglin could see Bo Feng Shui Men's inner thoughts at a glance, but it was not comforting at the moment. Don't take it too seriously. The world is so cruel. Only when we are strong can we truly keep Naruto's dead not in peace. Not only the innocent Lin, but the one who wants to be Naruto. Bringing soil is a sacrifice for peace. Fenglin patted Bo Feng Shuiman's shoulder. This little brother can only do this now. Why didn't Watergate understand this kind of truth? But for this matter, there was no way to let go of it for a while, and the scars in his heart would take some time to wear off. Of course, Fenglin concealed Yuan Yilin from being hidden in the Immortal Land. The fewer people knew about this, the more security for Yuan Yilin. After all, the Slug Fairy, who is better than the fairy, is always worried about the safety of the Wetbone Forest, which shows that the place is not completely safe. But for the state of this matter, the Wetbone Forest is enough to guarantee Yuan Yilin. When that place is no longer guaranteed, I believe Fenglin has grown to a frightening position. Even if Yuan Yilin swaggered into the street, no one would dare to make him think. Don't comfort me. If I get messed up here, our entire wood industry troops will be in crisis. Fortunately, the current situation has stabilized. At least now we can still see family members reunite. The scene is very good. Bo Feng Shuiman put his hands on his chest and quietly looked at the family members who were reunited around him, and couldn't help feeling full of emotions in his heart. He didn't see the innocent Yuan Yilin for the first time, and didn't see the belt soil who was clamoring to become Hokage all day, so Kushina would definitely ask. If asked, Bo Feng Shuiman didn't know how to answer. And Kakashi's current state is really impossible for others to ignore. Sister Juxinne, I will leave it to me. Only someone who has personally experienced this kind of thing can tell it. Fenglin looked sad and shook his head helplessly. It is a huge challenge for Bo Feng Shuiman to tell the news of the death of his favorite apprentice to his favorite person in person. Leaving the reunion scene, Fenglin walked alone on the reception of Konoha village. The temporary war has settled down, so it is better to visit Tsunade as soon as possible. Sister Tsunade will be very worried if necessary. Before entering Hokage's office, Tsunade's figure appeared in front of Pfenglin. It's best to go home and relax. I'll go to the army to take a look. Tsunade patted Pfenglin on the shoulder and left his worried face behind Pfenglin. I didn't want Pfenglin to see such a weak side of himself. Feeling Tsunade's back figure drifting away, Pfenglin turned his head. At this time, Pfenglin couldn't believe what the village would be like next. There would be casualties wherever there was a battlefield. Yuan Yilin and Daito are people who have been by their side, and they have deep feelings. There are also those who run the tricks. They also have relatives, and they have flesh and blood. Perhaps the village also needs a period of silence and relaxation. I believe that the third generation of Hokage will give you a good explanation. The overall situation of the battle this time is pretty good. But now is not the time for us to slack off. At the moment, we must tighten our nerves tightly to deal with the various situations that have burst. Now all the troops come to me to explain the situation. Tsunade stood at the forefront of the troops, and the slightly raised stone just overlooked all the Konoha village ninjas participating in the battle. I couldn't help my heart ache. When everyone left the wood industry together, they were obviously ruddy, and they were full of wits about fighting and war. But now, I can see that every ninja has fatigue written on his face, and there are even sadness and sorrows that cannot be hidden on some people's faces. The situation that was supposed to be a couple and a family is now shattered. As one of the three ninjas, Tsunade desperately wanted to put everyone on the safe side, but her identity was not allowed to do so. Wiping the dust off his face, the three troops methodically approached Tsunade slowly, preparing to report their own situation one by one. Report to Master Tsunade. The Yanian village troop has left 3,000 people, and returned 2,357 people. The distressed number. Pfenglin on the other side returned to his home after parting with Tsunade, ready to think about the next plan. After all, this war can't explain any problems at all, and there will be a bigger boss waiting for him in the future. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Otsuki Teruya, they had exhausted all the energy of the Naruto world before they were barely defeated, which is enough to show the strength of the two of them. Sister Lin is now in the Whetbone Forest. There is no need to worry about it. When Lin can reappear in everyone's sight, I will be fearless. Although Daito is a problem character, there is Sister Lin in the end. I will also turn to his original intention. So as long as you strengthen yourself and make yourself more proficient in the use of 8 stunts, I believe that no one in this world will understand this ability. Lying on and watching, with the snow white ceiling, Pfenglin fell asleep unknowingly. The war is still in the dream, but the result has changed drastically. Yuan Yilin has not been corrupted away, nor has she become a three-tailed person Zulai. Because I forgot to bring Kakashi's birthday gift on the same day, I brought it to Kakashi, so he bravely killed the enemy on the battlefield and gave it to Kakashi as the best gift. The joyful scenes can only appear in dreams. In the middle of the night, Pfenglin was awakened by bursts of slight ear breathing, opened his eyes and found a delicate face lying in front of him. With her well-proportioned breathing, Uriong squinted her eyes and fell asleep sweetly. When did this little Nizai come here? Without disturbing Uriong, Pfenglin cautiously got up and went into the living room. Chapter 180. Sitting in a chair on top of a cup of coffee for himself, and makes the taste of coffee in a strong aroma. This is the last bag of coffee powder that can be brewed in the Naruto world, or a few bags that Pfenglin carried with him when crossing over. Prior to this, in order to adapt to the food in this world, coffee powder had been drunk for a long time and only this bag was left. At this time, it is most suitable to take out the coffee. In the deep night, the people in the house. It's really ironic when you think about it. After a war, my mood has changed tremendously. It is precisely because of this that I have strengthened my determination to protect my family. Looking at the moonlight secretly shining brightly. With the light coming in, Pfenglin returned to the room and gently leaned against Uriong, preparing to continue sleeping sweetly. However, Such a slight noise still caused Zai Ryong to wake up dimly from her sleep. Found that Pfenglin had woke up, Zai Ryong squinted her eyes and turned around and hugged Pfenglin's arm, ready to go back to sleep. But how could the awakening Zai Ryong be easily let go by Pfenglin? It is inevitable that there will be another battle of ups and downs. After the end, the sky was already white, and Zai Ryong leaned against Pfenglin's chest with exhaustion, watching the sunlight coming through the window quietly. Mr. Beifeng, when will the war end? If this continues, I'm really scared. Zai Ryong, who is brave enough on the battlefield, can only show such a soft side in front of Pfenglin. After all, Zai Ryong is also a woman who needs a strong man to protect, and Pfenglin happens to be this strong man. It's just that being strong requires the solidification of days and months, not an overnight change. Don't worry, even if I rush on the battlefield every day, I won't let my family suffer any harm. Pfenglin gently kissed Zai Ryong's forehead. Seeing that the time was almost the same, Pfenglin had to get up and leave. This home is a room prepared by Bo Feng Shuiman for his younger brother to get married in the future, and it has not been formally handed over to Pfenglin to live in. The current Beifenglin still lives in Bo Feng Shuiman and Jixin Nei. Just because yesterday's war has just ended, and I haven't figured out how to face Jixin, so I came to this place to live for one night. Taking advantage of the daybreak, Pfenglin decided to explain clearly what happened on the battlefield. It is far better to hear such news through his own mouth than to hear those rumors. Back home, Jixin had prepared a sumptuous meal and was waiting for the return of his family on the battlefield. Xiaolin, sit down, wait for your brother and them to come back and we will celebrate. Listening to Jixin's enthusiastic invitation, Pfenglin was helpless but stood quietly at the door. Looking at Jixin, perceiving Pfenglin's weird behavior, Jixin put down the things in his hands and walked slowly over, already having some bad preparations in his heart. Xiaolin, what happened? Is it your elder brother? Jixin didn't dare to continue speaking, and he covered his mouth in surprise. Tears swirled in the eye sockets, and they might fall uncontrollably in the next second. Sister Jixin, don't worry, brother is okay. Don't worry too much. It's just that the Wood Industries troops have not fully returned yet, and my brother still has official duties, so I will come back first. Pfenglin he smiled and walked forward and hugged Kushina in his arms, patted Kushina on the back for comfort. But this kind of behavior didn't make Jixin any better, instead he cried loudly. The end of the war, whether it is the death of one's own relatives or the deaths of others in the wood industry, is a loss for the village. Weeping is not only for worrying about losing a loved one, but also for the soldiers who died in the war. Pfenglin sighed softly. At this time, the news of the death of Jiudu and Yuan Island was told by the Iron while it was hot, so that he could pass by with the sad emotions. But then I think about it, if you continue to add grief to grief, Yuxinai's current disposition may be very difficult to accept. The tangled emotions rushed to my heart, and Pfenglin was a little flustered for a while. Jixin squeezed his fists fiercely behind Pfenglin with both hands, holding a corner of Pfenglin's clothes in his palms and said, Xiaolin, is there any bad news to tell? My sister is ready. Seek flowers North Maple Ling-a-ling. 9 Xinai's sister did not think would be such a reaction. Sister Taito and Lin died during the war, and Kakashi became confused and afraid to face what happened at that time. Pfenglin said the truth of the matter word by word, but admitted this is the most important process. Unexpectedly, Jixin loosened his arms around Pfenglin's shoulders, wiped away his tears, and continued to prepare meals on the dinner table, as if nothing happened. It's too abnormal. It's simply too abnormal. Pfenglin knew deeply that Jixinai's current state was not right. In the daily relationship, Kushina is particularly fond of Daito. This kind of boy who wants to be a boy is always entwined with something magic. On the body with soil, Jixin can see the boyhood of Bo Feng Shuiman. Even though they are quite different in their personalities, whether it is Haifeng Mizuno or Yuakai Hodaido, There is a fascinating belonging in the heart, that is, world peace. Sister Lin, as the only girl among the disciples of Wadi Watergate, naturally has a very close relationship with Duke Sinna. Shopping for dinner is often a pastime of choice when two people are together, and Kushina is also very happy to take Sister Lin to leave footprints in various locations in Konoha village. Kakashi is the calmest and most thoughtful guy among several people. He often helps Duke Sinna solve some small problems in life, no matter who it is. It is a very important existence for Duke Sinai. But for a moment, Duke Sinai's heart felt as if he had been hit by lightning, and his numb nerves swept across. Xiaolin, come and sit down. We can have dinner when they are all back in a while. We can't be gluttonous now. Kushina forced a smile and sat down where she belonged. Fenglin looked at it. 1, 2, 5, 6. There was no lack of a person's position. Perhaps in Kushina's heart, he still doesn't believe what happened on the battlefield, and still firmly believes that this time, he will continue to talk and laugh at the dinner table as usual. Section 181 does not accept the fact that North Maple at this time can only think so. But at least Duke Sinai had already touched the news of the death of Dido and Haranrin in his mind. When he really saw Kakashi's state, Duke Sinai also accepted the fact that someone close to him died naturally. Sister Duke Sinai, wait for me here. I will call my brother and them back now. Fenglin quickly got up, ready to tell Bo Feng Shuiman what happened here, and explain the situation after returning home. Prepare. At this time, Bo Feng Shuiman was still on the side of the wood industry corps, counting the losses caused by the war and some wounded who had not had time to be treated. Compared with other people, at this time, Konoha village needs Bi Fenglin to go to the hospital for some treatment, which can greatly improve the efficiency of treatment. But on the battlefield, Fenglin had done enough, and it was enough to hand it over to the medical unit in the village at this time. Brother, I think Sister Duke Sinai still needs older brother. You and Kakashi go home together to explain that there is something wrong with my sister's current state. Fenglin said in the novel in the ear of Bo Feng Shuiman. After all, there are still so many people around. There is no need to publicize such things. I wanted to continue to sort out the data left on the battlefield here, but because of his beloved wife's eagerness, Bo Feng Shuiman still chose to go home with Fenglin to see the situation. Before this, some preparations need to be made to let Kakashi cooperate with him to return home. Is there really no problem with Kakashi like this? I'm worried he won't go back with us. Bo Feng Shuiman had some concerns. Kakashi's heart is completely dead, and he will never come out of that haze in such a short period of time. Not to mention that Kakashi was the one who killed Sister Lin himself. I have some ways, but I'm going to be wronged by Kakashi. Fenglin shook his head helplessly, and took the Bo Feng Shui gate to open a path among the crowds of troops to walk outside the village. It is indeed an unwise choice to leave the village at this time, but in order to make Duke Sinna accept it, that's the only way. In fact, after Fenglin announced the location of Yuan Island's cemetery at that time, Kakashi went to the cemetery by himself and kept guarding until this time. Although it sounds very ridiculous, Kakashi leaned against the river for a full day and night, during which time he did not eat anything. So this time, Fenglin brought Bo Feng Shuiman to Yuan Island's fake cemetery to bring Kakashi back. The current war appears to be over on the surface, but the surging in the dark is very dangerous, and a little carelessness will end in a very bad end. Kakashi, I brought you something to eat. You have always been like this and your body can't stand it. Flying Thunder God's art. Bo Feng Shuiman put a hand on Fenglin's shoulder, with the food brought along the way in his other hand. His body disappeared in a flash. When they appeared again, the two had already stood in front of Kakashi. Fenglin looked at his hands. It turned out that the feeling just now was Bo Feng Shuiman's most famous technique of Flying Thunder God, and it was indeed a strange feeling. The body seemed to be broken down into countless molecules in an instant, and it came to the location of the target in the blink of an eye, and instantly regrouped and changed back to its original appearance. However, The biggest drawback of this kind of ninjutsu is that it can only be transmitted to the place where the mark is left in advance, otherwise there is no effect at all, and there is a certain limit on the distance. When fighting an enemy, using the technique of Thunder God can surprise the enemy by surprise. Worthy of being a man called Yellow Lightning, he is the top existence in the ninja world in terms of speed. Fenglin couldn't help but admire him a lot. His elder brother was already so good, and he couldn't be inferior to him as a younger brother. Eat something. Some of Fenglin couldn't stand it, and walked up before patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Bo Feng Shui's goalkeeper handed the food in front of Kakashi, but Kakashi still looked at Yuan Yilin's grave in a daze. Kakashi, you can't be blamed for this kind of thing at all. If it weren't for you then, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will be in crisis now. At that time, Kakashi said that he was going out of the haze of Harano-Lin. Staying in the Anbu has nothing to do with the world. Being a dark killer without emotions. But now seeing Harano-Lin's grave, Kakashi still couldn't control her emotions. Teacher, Feng brother, you two are here. Kakashi looked up at Bofeng Shuiman and Fenglin from a daze. The reason why Kakashi would raise his head at this time was because Fenglin quietly integrated the ability of both hands in his hands when he tapped Kakashi on the shoulder. The soul and body involved in Kakashi are perfectly fused together again. I can't imagine, if Fenglin hadn't appeared here at this time, Kakashi would have been settled here until death because of the loss of his soul. Yoshina's home made a lot of delicious food for us to celebrate our return, so of course I have to invite you to go back together. Bo Feng Shuiman smiled and helped Kakashi to stand up. Being able to get Kakashi's response shows that this guy is not completely blinded by regret and sadness. But teacher, Sister Juxinai still doesn't know what's happening on the battlefield. How should we tell her this news? Tears in Kakashi's eyes were spinning, and he forcibly controlled not to let the tears flow down. Fenglin nodded. Kakashi deserves to be a thoughtful person, even in such a situation. He is still worried about Juxina. If you don't even appear in front of Kaiushina, who is the only one alive, she will definitely be even more sad. What's more, Kaiushina doesn't want you to be in this state forever. Rekindling your fighting spirit to bring peace. Lin's revenge is the most important thing. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded towards Fenglin, holding one hand on Kakashi's shoulder. The whole man disappeared by the river. Seeing that there was no one around, Fenglin shook his head helplessly, wondering when Yuan Yilin's death would be concealed. Perhaps Harano-Lin will reappear in everyone's sight after the belt soil appears. To restrict the difficult Gyuukai belt soil. It's time to go back. If you continue to delay time, they will have to wait for me. Fenglin sighed lightly, speeding up the pace under his feet and walking towards home. Section 182. Home. When the wave Feng Shui door and Kakashi already seated in their place above, leaving himself had a complete staff. There was a smile on Kushina's face, but there was deep bitterness in the smile. Kakashi's condition looks very good, and there is no sadness at all because of the death of the soil and Yuan Yilin. However, Fenglin did know deeply that Kakashi was just to prevent Juxinai from worrying, and forbearing the grief in his heart, pretending to be nothing. I've been running around for so long, I believe you must be starving. Eat quickly, these are your favorite foods. Kushina filled the bowl for everyone. The delicious dishes are everyone's favorite food. Kakashi had some tears running. It turns out that there are still people in this world who are taking care of him. Although I have lost two vital people, the whole world will not turn into darkness. For the people who are still alive, I should live well. At this moment, Kakashi had a glimmer of enlightenment. Sister Juxinai, you should also eat more. You have been worrying about us at home and have worked hard for you. Kakashi and Juxinai suddenly way to each other, as if the battlefield had not happened, and brought soil and wilderness. Lin is only because of the momentary playfulness that hasn't come back yet. Time passed bit by bit, and the things that had been worrying Bo Feng Shuiman were finally resolved. A big heart event dissipated. Fenglin took a long breath, left Kakashi and Juxinai's stomach at home, and returned to the place where the battlefield was summed up with Bo Feng Shuiman. When these two heartbroken people are together, they will definitely have a negative effect, and finally get out of the haze of losing their loved ones. Seeing Bo Feng Shuiman standing in front of all the troops and pointing Jiang Shan, Fenglin also began to think about the next plan. Since the battle is completely over at this time, it is time to enjoy the quiet and sweet time in the village. The light tap work progressed very smoothly. After the WDM Watergate came here again, it only took half a day to finish the inventory work. Xiao Lin, let's go back to see how Nine Xinai and Kakashi are going, and take Nine Xinai to pay homage to Lin. Bo Feng Shuiman patted Fenglin on the shoulder with a tired expression. Bo Feng Shuiman, who hadn't closed his eyes for a few days and nights, was the time to take a good rest, but decided to continue running for the sake of Kushina. Leave this to me, brother, you should have a good night's sleep. The dark circles are almost covering the entire face. The two joked and walked towards the house. Nowadays, comfort can no longer solve any problems, and can only heal itself by time. The only thing that can be done right now is to bring Kushina to Yuan Yilin's grave for a memorial service, as the last side of Kushina and Yuan Yi. After returning home, Kakashi and Juxinai looked pretty good, and there were more smiles between their words. Fenglin's heart was finally able to settle on the ground, so he could devote himself to his own affairs without worrying about Juxinai. If not, no matter where Fenglin went, he would think of Juxinai, who was hiding in the house. Teacher and big brother Fenglin are back. Let's go and see Nine Xinai as a family. Kakashi stood up and prepared to walk outside, the anxious expression on his face revealed without any concealment. Sister Juxinai, let's go. After this glance, we will turn a page on this matter. People will not live in grief forever. Fenglin took Juxinai's little hand and walked towards the river outside the village. Even if it was a fake grave, only Fenglin knew about it. For others, this was the future home of the innocent girl. By the gurgling river, a small bump of soil is slightly raised. It only takes a glance to tell that the soil has been moved not long ago. In order to convince everyone that Yuan Yilin was buried here, Fenglin deliberately turned over the soil here and put a fake corpse below. Even if someone wanted to dig here in the future, they couldn't find any flaws. After all, the corpse buried by the small river at this time was buried below after Fenglin used both hands to change his appearance. Of course, he did a full set of acting. Juxinai brought to the riverside the favorite food of Yuan Yilin at the dinner table at that time. Xiao Lin, Sister Juxinai, I came to see you. You must be hungry now. Sister brought you your favorite food. As he said, he put the food in front of Xiao Tuba and carefully put it down slowly little by little. Fenglin shook his head helplessly. This kind of deceitful feeling was really uncomfortable. If I let everyone know that it is not Yuan Yilin who is buried by the river now, I don't know how everyone will look like. Kakashi was in a much better state than it was at that time. If you don't look closely, you won't be able to tell that he has experienced something like that. After a battle, Kakashi's mind has indeed matured a lot, and Kakashi, who was already thoughtful, has become even more profound. With his hands in his pockets, Fenglin felt the change of time. The sun was gradually going west, and it seemed that it was going to get dark soon. It was not a wise choice to stay outside the village at this time. Even if the yellow lightning is by your side, everyone's safety cannot be guaranteed, so it is best to return to the village before it's dark. It's getting late, we should go back. When the war is not over, leaving the village is full of danger. Fenglin gently grabbed Juxinai's arm and slowly stood up. Because he had been leaning on the side of the grave for too long, Juxinai's legs became weak and he almost fell to the ground. Bo Feng Shuiman swiftly appeared next to Kushina, and supported Kushina, who had fallen down. Kakashi nodded coldly, turned and walked towards the village. Let's go back, brother too. Fenglin smiled faintly and followed behind Bo Feng Shuiman. Everyone's grief was finally soothed, and the same situation would not happen if nothing else happened. It has been a long time since both Shimon and Jixin I have seen each other. Fenglin was very sensible and did not go home, leaving behind the world of two brothers and sisters. Taking advantage of this world, it happened to be able to reminisce about the old with Zai Ryong. After all, it was only one night before the last reunion. Chapter 183. But then I thought, they have Yui read and deep intimate contact with the night time. The two troops were separated to the joy of reunion. If the two loves last for a long time, how can they be in the days and nights? And there will be more time to be together in the future, get married, have children, and live in retreat. Let's go to see Tsunade's sister. Last time it was just a hurry. Don't remember the old well. Fenglin returned to his home as he thought, and after the night passed, he started to act next. Countless medical auras entered Yuan Yilin's body, helping Yuan Yilin transform the condition of her body. Said it is an action, but in fact it is just recounting the past with the relevant people in the village. At this moment, far in the wet bone forest of another dimension in the ninja world, the huge body of the immortal slug was wrapped in the white mist that emitted from a girl. Generally speaking, Harano Lin's physique does not have the potential to become a top medical ninja. Only through the transformation of the slug immortal can the learning and development of Yuan Yilin's medical ninjutsu be accelerated. The evening time passed quickly, and Fenglin opened his eyes early as the sky just turned bright. It's starting to take action. Sister Tsunade must have missed me very much. Fenglin smiled faintly, with full confidence in herself. After all, when he was about to leave the village and go to the battlefield, Tsunade had 10,000 reluctance in his heart, and he didn't want Fenglin to experience such a thing at a young age. However, this was only Tsunade's short-term protection. The disciple led by Bo Feng Shuiman was even younger than Fenglin, and had already died on the battlefield. After stretching his lazy waist, Fenglin walked to the Hokage office. Although it is now under the control of the third generation of Hokage, Tsunade's identity is special and he freely enters and exits the Hokage office every day. While still on the road, Fenglin saw a guy he didn't want to see pacing back and forth at the intersection not far ahead. It's really bad luck to see him here. At this time, it is not good to solve the problem in the Anbu, and it is dangling in the street. Xiaolin, it's a coincidence to see you here. Why haven't you been with your brother and his three good apprentices? Shimura Danzo had a scornful smile on his face, his eyes full of contempt. Fenglin grinned. This guy made no secret of his rebellious thoughts in front of him, and he really regarded himself as a child who didn't care about the world. Master Danzo, I'm going to the Hokage office to find 3 generations of adults to report this matter. Do you want to go with me? Fenglin smiled, pretending to not understand, and kindly asked Shimura Danzo to go to the Hokage office together. Shimura Danzo waved his hand. At this time, it's not easy to go to the office. The 3 generations will definitely not give Shimura Danzo a good face. At least in this war, Shimura Danzo played little role. Forget it, I have more important things to do. You should do it yourself. If that's the case, then it has to be like this. Fenglin shook his head unfortunately, but he didn't know the anger in his heart. How many times I have scolded Zai Kun to Anzang. This hateful guy knows to speak cold words, relying on his own strength and power in the village. Of course, this situation will not last long. After Fenglin's strength increased, Shimura Danzo would be the first one to be eliminated. The two passed by, and Fenglin continued to walk in the direction of Hokage's office, and within a short while, he came under the shadow rock. Looking up, in the huge windows of the office, several figures lingered back and forth in the room. Is there anyone else in the office? Just taking advantage of this time, I can inquire about the internal situation of the village, laying a certain foundation for my brother to become Hokage in the future. As he was about to quietly walk into the Hokage office, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared and pulled Fenglin into the empty room next to him. SHHH, don't talk. A slight red color appeared on the hand, but after hearing the familiar voice, Fenglin withdrew the movement of his hand. You scared my sister Tsunade to death. I thought you were in the office and were about to find you there. There are so many things I want to tell you after I left in a hurry that day. Fenglin, the arm holding Tsunade, tremblingly said. Fenglin was shocked by the sudden occurrence of such a thing. The expression on Tsunade's face was a little unnatural. It seems third generation, otherwise Tsuna the hand will never show such an expression. If it was someone else, Fenglin's full hands, which had been cultivated to the utmost, had now fallen on the chest of the guy in front of him. There is something wrong with the situation in the office, so I stopped you in time when I found out that you came here. As one of the three ninjas, Tsunade has always been known for his calmness throughout the ninja world. Even that, at that time, the Sancho fish Hanzo was defeated and there was no trace of panic. But now in front of Fenglin, Tsunade showed a trace of worry. Only in the face of extreme trust can Tsunade perform this way. Dairos' sister Tsunade, don't worry, what happened on Earth? If I can help, I will immediately rush to solve those guys who make you feel anxious. Bai Fenglin said. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked like he was about to go up and do something, but Tsunade stopped in time. It's not a very serious matter, but I have a hunch that something bad will happen. Dino's out. Tsunade shook his head slightly. At this time, there were only some survivors in the battlefield. Troops in the office, reporting what happened on the battlefield to Sarutobi Hizen. Fenglin took a long breath. It turned out Tsunade was scaring himself here. I thought it would be a wonderful reunion, but I didn't expect to experience some mental torture in such a short time. Sister Tsunade, you really scared me to death. Originally, I was here to find you. Then we will go elsewhere. Fenglin raised his hand and grabbed it on Tsunade's wrist and went straight. Go outside. The office doesn't have any attraction to Fenglin, as long as you can reminisce about the old with this good sister who has always cared about you. Tsunade nodded, and followed Fenglin, letting Fenglin walk aimlessly on the streets of Konoha village. Chapter 184. You want to take us where to go? Our village inside the current situation is not quite that simple. There are simmering everywhere. So we'd better be careful. Tsunade looked around, very cautious. Fenglin frowned. What was going on in the village, and he hadn't observed something, which made Tsunade's sister worried like this. Even when the war came at that time, Tsunade commanded the battlefield without showing any timidity. Don't worry. No one dares to bully you, no matter how many bad people there are, I will beat them away. Fenglin turned around and smiled at Tsunade. This kind of smile instantly made Tsunade like a spring breeze. All worries and haze disappeared in this smile. Along the streets of the village, Fenglin took Tsunade to a very remote shop, located at the westernmost point of the village. Tsunade was stunned. After living in Konoha village for so long, he didn't even know that there was such a shop here. From the outside, it looks less luxurious than the room where the villagers usually live, and the broken wooden door is decorated with some cobwebs. Is there really no problem here? Tsunade looked at Fenglin suspiciously. Very hard to believe that there would be people in such a room. That's why you don't understand, Sister Tsunade. This is my favorite place. I usually come here to sit here when I'm bored by myself. Fenglin pushed open the dilapidated door, crunching. The sound is carved in Tsunade's heart. Every second of the sound made Tsunade even more unbelievable that there would be a paradise here, no matter how it looked like an abandoned warehouse with no one inhabited. Tsunade tugged Fenglin's arm, a little afraid of continuing to go deep inside. Don't worry, Tsunade's sister, I believe you will shine. Stepping into the room, the dust on the ground floated in the air under the vibration, unable to calm down for a long time. Is there really no problem here? Fenglin didn't completely expect that the location he carefully selected would become the research object of the military domain in Tsunade. The strength in Fenglin's hands increased a bit, preventing Tsunade from suddenly breaking away from his hands and running outside the room, missing such a beautiful place. As he continued to walk deeper, a little light gradually appeared in front of him. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and there was a surprise in his heart. You kid really didn't lie to me. At that time, I said that I would promote my abilities on the battlefield. Now I am constantly surprised in this dilapidated room. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are constant surprises. Stopping at the door to see such a broken door is a huge surprise. The bright light that appeared afterwards made Tsunade's heart happy. As the two people deepened, the doorway was no longer visible in the dark corridor. It seemed that the door was completely closed after the two people walked in. I've walked such a long distance, and still haven't reached our destination this time. It's coming soon. Sister Tsunade is ready to welcome this joy. Fenglin showed a confident expression on his face. This place is known to very few people in the village. Even if someone wants to come in, they will be persuaded by the darkness in the corridor. Only Fenglin, a talent from another world, would be full of curiosity about every inch of land in this world and determined to explore to the end. Suddenly, what appeared in front of Tsunade and Fenglin was a very spacious area, looking at the woods at the fundamental end. Unexpectedly, there is such a place in Konoha village. It took us so long to come to this place. Thinking of coming here is completely outside the scope of the village, Tsunade said calmly, touching his chin. From now on, this place will not be the beautiful place on earth. A very bad premonition appeared in Fenglin's heart, and Tsunade's sister would definitely send Konoha troops to investigate here after she left here. After all, every piece of land in Konoha village has a corresponding record, and patrol troops are distributed strictly according to the situation in the record to prevent people from taking advantage of the vacancy to sneak into the village. This is a place that the wood industry troops have not explored. If the enemy enters the village through this place, it will be fatal to Konoha village. Even if the dilapidated houses entering and exiting here are not destroyed, enough patrol troops will be added to the woods to ensure the safety of Konoha village. Sister Tsunade. Fenglin hesitated to say something, wanting to inquire about the final result here. However, Fenglin swallowed back when the words came to his lips. It would be better for Tsunade to tell this kind of thing himself. The scenery here is really good. Tsunade smiled faintly, and decided to hide this place in his heart with Fenglin as a secret base in the future. By the way, Sister Tsunade, I have something to tell you. When I came to the office to find you, it is very important for the village and for you. Fenglin walked forward to Tsunade. Go. The death of Taito and Yuan Yilin is really not a news that can be hidden. The expression on Tsunade's face was somewhat indifferent, and he already knew what news he wanted to say from his mouth. When he tapped the situation on the battlefield, Tsunade had already heard about the situation of Taito and Hiranolin among those who had come back from the troops. Who can foresee things on the battlefield? No one can be blamed. Kakashi is also a victim of it. It has been difficult to get out of it in the recent period. Deeply sighed. With a sigh of relief, Tsunade has a deep understanding of such feelings. Both of his loved ones died on the battlefield. At that time, Tsunade even thought of suicide in his mind. Had it not been for the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi to accompany Tsunade to help Tsunade out of the haze, Tsunade might already be a walking dead. At that time, you can help me well. You are an expert in medical ninjutsu. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Fenglin felt a little heartache, and the war was cruel after all. Sister Tsunade, give this back to you. Fenglin took off the necklace from his neck and handed it to Tsunade. For Tsunade, this necklace is a sustenance of the soul. It is not only the soul of his dead brother Yuki, but also the soul of his lover Kato Den. There is also Tsunade's long-standing belief, as long as this crystal necklace is still there, Tsunade's inner heart Yuki and Kato Dan will not really leave themselves. Holding the necklace in his hand, Tsunade's thoughts flew to the day a few years ago. Chapter 185. Second World War. Forbearance is still a war-strife era. Compared to the current era, the war at that time was more cruel. There was no medical squad on the battlefield, and those who could survive the battle in the end were all capable ninjas. Or a ninja who is very lucky to escape the disaster, otherwise it will be difficult to get treatment after being injured. Tsunade had a great interest in medical ninjutsu since he was a child, and all his practice revolved around medical ninjutsu. and his control of chakra has reached a level of exquisiteness. Before the start of the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade proposed to add a medical unit to Konoha's army to ensure that treatment can still be carried out during the war. However, such an idea was immediately denied. Medical ninjas generally find it difficult to guarantee their personal safety. It is very dangerous to appear on the battlefield. What's more, before the real battle, there is no time for treatment. But such a proposal was appreciated by one person, and that was Kato Suan. When I become Hokage in the future, I will definitely train a medical unit to serve as a reserve in the battle. Kato Denki smiled and looked at Tsunade. His eyes were clear and there was no impurity at all, only to become Hokage and protect the safety of Konoha village. The peace of the world is Kato Den's heart. It was at that time that Tsunade and Kato Den had confidence in each other, and Tsunade gave his ancestral necklace to Kato Den. The good times didn't last long. In that era of turbulent wars, different battles were staged almost every day. Battles, large and small, filled the entire world, and the Second Ninja War kicked off. Everyone has a common enemy, Sancho Fish Hanzo. Kato Den took the initiative to ask Ying to lead a troop to charge into the battle, but he did not expect to be conspired by others, and his body organs flew out of his body and disappeared. Tsunade came to Kato Den's side as soon as he heard the news, and no matter what method he used for treatment, it was no longer helpful. The blood flow from the wound was not stopped, and even if the chakra with Tsunade maintained it, it couldn't stop the blood flow. Why is this? I want to be a fool of Naruto. Tsunade couldn't accept the fact that he finally found someone he could rely on and died in front of him like this. The proficient medical ninjutsu didn't play any role. Panic and at a loss. Tsunade could only perform his medical ninjutsu continuously, and even if it didn't work, it would repeat it. As the same team, Koto noticed that Tsunade was wrong, so he took action to stop Tsunade, who was reacting abnormally, and took Tsunade away from the battlefield. From then on, Tsunade was depressed and unhappy and suffered from panicemia, and was also the most basic ability to go to a medical ninja. In the same era of war, the Rope Tree, as a newcomer on the battlefield, entered and patrolled the locations near the village, without involving those dangerous places. This is so, unfortunately, the Rope Tree was involved in the battle. In a forest full of explosive charms, the Rope Tree rushed in without knowing it. Except for Tsunade himself, the people who wear this necklace on their necks will end up with dead bodies, and Fenglin is also very scared. Explosions broke out, and the Rope Tree's small body couldn't bear the power of the explosion, and eventually disappeared in the woods. After receiving the news, Tsunade didn't even find his brother's body. Under the double blow, Tsunade walked into the heavy haze. Fenglin noticed that there was something wrong with Tsunade's state, so he patted Tsunade's shoulder. The refreshing coolness ran across Tsunade's shoulders and his body, pulling Tsunade back in painful memories. Tsunade, who was relieved, raised his head and looked at Fenglin. I thought that I had come out of those painful memories, but I didn't expect that when I remembered it, there was still no way to distinguish it. This necklace has never left his neck before, so there is no such deep feeling. Sister Tsunade, did you think of something bad? Fenglin stepped forward and asked with concern, even if he knew what Tsunade didn't want to remember. Tsunade waved his hand, indicating that he had no problem, and calmly walked a few steps forward and sat down on a large rock. The rugged figure of the ordinary combat uniform in Tsunade is not ordinary. Fenglin just glanced at it and put his head away. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. If you continue to read, there may be some unquenchable flames in your heart. This necklace is given to you. I believe it will bring you good luck if he is on your body. Tsunade put the necklace on Fenglin's neck again. Although I don't want to accept it very much in my heart, but there is no other way. Anyway, this is the heart of Tsunade's sister. Sister Tsunade, thanks to your necklace, otherwise I might have died on the battlefield. A few times I was nearly injured 40,000, even though it was the necklace that saved me. Fenglin smiled, holding the necklace in his hand like a baby. Looking back on it carefully, there were indeed very thrilling moments at that time. It was just when he stepped into the battlefield. An enemy who had been severely injured lay on the ground and groaned in pain. Fenglin ran over and wanted to rescue him. But he didn't expect that the guy lying on the ground didn't want to survive at all, just pretending to be begging to pull the enemy into the water together. There were no extra eyes behind Fenglin, and he couldn't see this guy's movements at all. However, some reflections were reflected in the crystal necklace that flashed by, so Fenglin instantly shot the enemy with an improper mind. This was also the first real killing of Fenglin since entering the battlefield, laying a very solid foundation for the courageous killing of the enemy in the future. I know this necklace will protect you, although people who have been contaminated with this necklace will end up very badly. I still believe in its shelter. Tsunade raised his hand and touched the crystal necklace, like feeling your own child. Sister Tsunade, saying these frustrating words in such a paradise is a waste of such a place. It's better for the two of us here to study how to deal with the next actions of the villains in the village. This kind of thing is related to the future of the village. Chapter 186. Fenglin nodded. At this time, it is especially important to recount the past. Tsunade nodded, and he really should think carefully about the things in the village. After all, the war has just ended, and there are still many things that need to be reserved in Konoha village. In the last second, I almost fell into the haze and didn't come out. In the next second, I could talk about major events in the village with a serious expression. This is not the time to slack off, although it is over on the surface, but it is still the same sentence, secretly surging. I have to say that Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, has a very strong ability to regulate himself. Of course I know about this kind of thing, but even children like me don't have any right to speak in the village, so they can only be anxious. Fenglin shrugged, pretending to be helpless. To be honest, I have a very bad premonition recently. The guy Danzo's recent appearance is too abnormal, but I still can't find any help. The hidden ability of the guy Shimura Danzo should not be underestimated. Tsunade with a solemn expression. He knew from the beginning to the end that Shimura Danzo was not right in his heart, and he was about to start a change to the entire village. If that time really comes, I can't imagine what the village will be like. Fenglin rolled his eyes, and wanted to tell the story about his encounter with Shimura Danzo, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Although I said that I had nothing to do with Tsunade's sister, and his views on Shimura Danzo were surprisingly consistent. But speaking it out now, it will eventually affect Bofing Waterman's position on the Hokage. The various accidents that occurred in this war, the three generations of Hokage will definitely give you an explanation, resigning and helping Bofeng Shuiman board the position of Hokage. At this moment, only the Bofeng Water Gate in the village is most suitable for Hokage's position, and both the Xing Xing and the ability to deal with emergencies are outstanding. Is there anything wrong with this guy Danzo? I usually watch this guy very caring about the things in the village, although this time the Ninja World War Anbu didn't have any combat power at all. But it was also for the sake of this. It was to protect the safety of the village, so I didn't move. Fenglin scratched his head, waiting for Tsunade to give his answer. After all, on the surface, Shimura Danzo is still the mainstay of the village, and in his hands he still holds the powerful combat power of Anbu. It can be said that Anbu can only be mobilized by Shimura Danzo alone in the village. Even if the three generations of Hokage come forward to give orders, it will not have any effect. No member of Naboo will listen to his orders. So today Shimura Danzo still can't move. It is precisely because this guy has more power now, so the people in the village have nothing to do with him. Otherwise, he would have been sanctioned by the village a long time ago by his actions, so how could he be so arrogant and domineering? Tsunade surrounded by his hands at his chest coldly. At this moment, Fenglin seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, so it was just like that of Ice Beauty. Suddenly Fenglin moved his mouth, not knowing what to say, but quietly admiring the beauty in front of him. wanting time to freeze at this moment. The good time is always short. After realizing that the surrounding atmosphere is not right, Tsunade immediately stopped his state and turned his head to look at Pfenglin. Sister Tsunade, you were so beautiful just now, you are the most beautiful woman in this world. Hearing Pfenglin's words, Tsunade couldn't help but cast a blank glance. This guy is already in full bloom with Zairi, and I wish everyone in the village would know that the two people are now in a gluey state. Ming next year is so young, but he already has the idea of a mature scumbag. You little guy. What nonsense are you talking about here? Even if you know that Pfenglin is just a child, Tsunade will inevitably feel very embarrassed by this. Where there is any nonsense, Tsunade's sister was really a beauty in the last second. Of course she is also now. Pfenglin scratched her head, and hurriedly stopped her own verbal error, for fear that Tsunade would realize that she was not beautiful. A small mistake that has been described in the end. Tsunade nodded. He didn't expect that the young Pfenglin had such an emotional intelligence, and the lack of water in his words made people unable to jump out of a little problem. Tsunade raised his head and looked at Pfenglin blankly. After all, Pfenglin is also a person of two generations. It can be said that these details in the ninja world are in place. We too will make an oath here. Take the village to the next level. And I have a hunch that your brother Haifeng Mizuno will take the position of Hokage after the third generation of Hokage. Shimura Danzo will definitely do something at that time. You want it. Help your brother well, and I will also contribute to the village within my ability. Tsunade suddenly said solemnly. Pfenglin grinned. Tsunade changed his attitude too fast, whether it's from the grief at that time to caring about the major events in the village, or the shyness of the previous second, it becomes serious in an instant. This is natural, and I will definitely protect my brother's position. We are here to pull the hook and promise that no matter who it is, we must fulfill the wishes we made. The future is promising. Pfenglin he placed his little finger in front of Tsunade and shook it, and the hook indicated that it was the highest level agreed upon by the two. Such a move made Tsunade a little confused, and he took out his little finger and hooked up with Pfenglin, following the appearance of Pfenglin. Although some actions and behaviors are not understood in this world, Tsunade is also a very capable ninja anyway. Needless to say, the ability to understand, just a look can understand Pfenglin's thoughts. Although I don't understand what the future can be expected, but if we pull the hook in this way, will we be able to realize our agreement today? The future can be expected to mean that we all have great expectations in the future. Only if you have confidence. With a smile on Pfenglin's face, he hooked Tsunade's fingers tightly and shook it up and down. Only by completing such a ritual move could he truly complete the contract of the hook. In the endless plane, only two people's agreement is shining. What the two people didn't know was that the agreement had drifted to the sky unknowingly, falling in the clouds and watching the two people's efforts for this agreement. Chapter 187. On the other side, Hatake Kakashi Mousekenberg just learned of the situation, for what happened to his son, White Teeth. Very sorry. He deeply knew what this feeling was, and personally killed his best friend for the sake of the village and the ninja world. Because of the safety of his companions, the former White Fang gave up the task of the village. In the end, it was not only the condemnation in the village, but even the companions who were rescued by Bai Fang had a deep responsibility for Bai Fang. Distressed, Baya almost couldn't bear the pressure of the fishing boat and chose to commit suicide. Fortunately, Pfenglin's timely appearance prevented the tragedy from happening. Pfenglin alone found the reigning Naruto Sarutobi and explained the situation of Konoha and White Fang. However, Sarutobi risen firmly stated that he was powerless. Even Hokage couldn't suppress the rumors in the village, and could only let it develop. In desperation, Pfenglin had to ask his elder brother Bo Feng Shuiman to take action and make some adjustments in the village with his special identity. 27 ended those ugly words. It was because of Pfenglin's efforts that Kimabeya truly realized how important it is to live. If this kind of thing were placed on Pfenglin, he would not hesitate about the tasks of the village, and would never allow his partner to die in front of him. However, What Kakashi has experienced in the battlefield is not something ordinary people can bear. Kakashi can heal so quickly is already very good. Byakuya played with Kakashi's deep back and shook his head helplessly. At this time, he could only come out in grief, and no one could help. Kakashi, I have a suggestion that may help you find the most suitable direction for you now. But the final choice is still on your own body. Don't have any pressure, White Fang said lightly. At this time, it is most appropriate to choose to join Anbu and become a machine without emotions. Just joining Anbu means to be isolated from the village, completely becoming a murder job under Shimura Danzo. Refresh the grief in your heart through endless tasks, so as to paralyze yourself. Kakashi raised his head and looked at his father, without saying anything, turned and left and walked aimlessly on the streets of Konoha village. The death of Yuan Yilin and Daita will never be obliterated in Kakashi's heart, not to mention that it still happened on the day of his birthday. Fenglin and Tsunade, who had just walked out of the secret base, saw Kakashi's figure from a distance. The two looked at each other and didn't bother them. Instead, they hid aside and watched Kakashi's movements from a distance. If they found something wrong with him, they could stop him in time. It seems that Kakashi's condition has improved a lot, but he always feels obedient. Tsunade touched his chin, very confused. Kakashi walked aimlessly with his hands in his pockets. On the surface, he looked like a normal person with no problems, but his eyes were very hollow. Let's see where this guy is going now. Although Fenglin said so, he had already thought of Kakashi's destination this time. It was the Anbu controlled by Shimura Danzo. Could it be that? Fortunately, Shimura Danzo hasn't taken any actual actions yet, only spying on Hokage's location. Tsunade covered his mouth in surprise. Shimura Danzo has already controlled too many high-quality ninjas in Anbu. Every Anbu member has a burning candle in his hand. If a real coup d'etat is launched, the village will also consume a lot of resources to be able to subdue Zichun Danzang. It is not that Anbu's strength is enough to contend with the village, but that Shimura Danzo holds the village's vital secrets in his hands and can easily take the village down. Sure enough, Kakashi plunged into the entrance of Anbu without any stop along the way. This is Kakashi's own decision. We don't have any right to interfere. But in the end Kakashi can't become Danzo's murder tool. Fenglin clenched his fist, and Kakashi joined Anbu. I have thought about this before, and it is indeed a good way to solve Kakashi's problems. At the same time, Shimura Danzo will also be very happy to accept high-quality ninjas like Kakashi, who can solve more and more difficult underground assassinations for him. Master Shimura Danzo, I request to join the Anbu and stand for the village. Kakashi knelt on one leg and half kneeling on the ground, clasping his fists and lowering his head while waiting for Shimura Danzo's order. After all, this is Anbu, an organization entirely owned by Shimura Danzo alone. Even if Hokage gives orders here, he won't get any response. Since you choose to join the Anbu, you must follow Anbu's rules. Here, Shimura Danzo is the sky, and Shimura Danzo is the leader of everything. Have you figured it out? Here you will have a brand new identity, even if you don't have any identity anymore. It's just a tool for murder. If you have already thought about it, then you are ready to welcome the Anbu ceremony. Shimura Danzo waved his hand, and immediately a member of Anbu hiding in the darkness with a mask appeared, and his body appeared beside Kakashi in a flash. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 people surrounded Kakashi in the 200 rooms. Slowly, the Anbu members walked towards Kakashi, and within a short while they tightly surrounded Kakashi in the middle. The high temperature of the flame melted the candle and dropped it on the ground. A faint heat diffused around Kakashi, and bursts of white smoke surrounded the members of the dark part and Kakashi. When the white smoke dissipated, a patterned mask appeared on Kakashi's face. From now on, you will be by my side. There is no name or code. You can only follow my dispatch. Understand? Shimura Danzo appeared beside Kakashi while his body flickered, and patted the card lightly. Casey's shoulders. Kakashi nodded, stood up, stopped his waist and stood beside Shimura Danzo. From this moment on, Kakashi's status in ANB was only under Shimura Danzo. Although he could not order others, it was also an existence that other ANB members looked up to. At this time, Fenglin and Tsunade, who were observing in the dark outside, did not know what was happening inside, and were still secretly worried about Kakashi's safety. But instead of waiting for Kakashi's appearance, a masked teenager with the same figure and height as Kakashi walked out of the gate of ANB slowly. That's Kakashi. Chapter 188. It's him. It seems that he has also completely accepted becoming an ANBU member. From now on, he will rely on continuous killing to paralyze his nerves, Fenglin said. I nodded, but it was a worry. Regardless of whether Kakashi is in the dark department or in the wood industry unit, as long as his own state can be adjusted well, it is not a loss of the village. Let's go. Tsunade's sister, Kakashi doesn't need us to worry about it anymore. From now on, Kakashi will not exist in the village for a long time. Fenglin patted Tsunade's shoulder. Turn around and leave. Looking at Kakashi's ruthless back, Tsunade sighed deeply. The damage caused by the second ninja war was too much. After the two people left, Oshimaru's figure quietly appeared at the place where Fenglin and Tsunade were just now. Fenglin is really valued, but fortunately, he didn't really recruit him to his own hands at that time. Such a genius is not something I can control at all. It's better to be careful. Oshimaru touched his chin, calmly thinking about the change in status between himself and Fenglin. Fenglin's growth rate has reached the point where Oshimaru can't match the dust. Before the Ninja World War, he was just a little ninja who could barely fight against each other. But now when he returned, Fenglin could even compete with Daishiwan and fell invincible for a while. These stupid guys in the village won't find my plan at all, but they have to take good care of B.I. Fenglin. Oshimaru watched as no one around disappeared in place, and when he appeared again, he was already on his own. In the secret base. It goes without saying that the secret is natural. From the beginning to the end, this mysterious base has been given its own name by Oshimaru, and most people don't dare to approach this base. After all, the prestige of Dashwin is outside, and the human experiment is not a joke. The consequences would be disastrous if it was targeted by Oshimaru. Oshimaru naturally didn't know that the matter of secretly conducting human experiments was outraged, but everyone pretended to be unclear. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi hadn't come forward to pursue the chase, and other people naturally had no right to interfere with these things. On a clear and cloudless day, the village is operating as usual. Fenglin stretched a lazy waist and walked out of the house. Before he could go far, he heard an urgent call for help coming from a distance. Looking along the source of the sound, it was an ordinary woman in the village, holding her child in her arms and crying bitterly. From a distance, the child in the woman's arms has no breath. It's not an ordinary death. This little guy must have experienced very painful things before he died. Go and see what's going on. Fenglin walked over there, and the people around felt that the situation seemed to be here. If there is no blockage, ignore it at all. Can anyone help me? My child suddenly became like this. The doctor didn't say what was going on. Can anyone help me? The voice called for help, attracted more people's eyes, but just turned their eyes away for a moment and continued to do their own things. Fenglin shook his head helplessly. Could it be that the people in the village are already so cold-blooded? No one paid attention to the woman's call for help. I'm a medical ninja. Can you show me your child? Fenglin squatted by the woman's side, and instantly used the ability of both hands to the extreme, exploring the child's body, looking for the cause of death. What? Over time, the expression on Fenglin's face became unnatural. In the state where he opened his hands to the extreme, he could not detect any injuries on this little guy's body, and there was even no way to detect the decline of bodily functions. After feeling carefully, the child still breathes, but it looks like he is dead. Leave him to me. I will find a more suitable person to rescue him. I believe in the ability of a medical ninja. Fenglin nodded as he looked at the woman, with a familiar smile on his face. S-woman instantly put down her defenses. Taking advantage of the trend, he hugged the child in his arms, and after leaving an address, he jumped on the roof and walked towards the Hokage office. I thought Tsunade would be in the office, but he didn't expect it to be empty. Because of the cleaning up of the battlefield, there were more wounded, and the manpower in the ninja hospital was not enough, so Tsunade went to help. Fenglin didn't hesitate at all, turning around and rushing to the ninja hospital. Within a few minutes, Fenglin appeared in the ninja hospital. Even if I'm not in the office at this time, every time I wasted, it would be more dangerous for this child. I still have to speed up my actions. Looking around, the realization is full of busy doctors, and those ninjas walking down the battlefield with body injuries. Among the countless people, Fenglin was looking for Tsunade's figure, and now only she was able to solve this child's problem. Both full hands are much more advanced than the medical ninjutsu in this world, but Tsunade's rich experience can't make up for it with full hands. Diaresis, have you seen Sister Tsunade's figure? Fenglin stretched out his hand to grab the medical ninja passing by and asked. Tsunade-sama should be in the ward on the second floor. There are very urgent patients there, so Tsunade-sama has been busy on the second floor. After hurriedly said, the medical ninja speeded up his steps and continued to run around between people in need of ambulance. Fenglin took a long sigh. As long as he can find Tsunade in the fastest time, there is a glimmer of help for the child in his arms. 3 steps were made in 2 steps. Even if it was the stairs, Fenglin would jump directly on the 3 grids and hurried over to the second floor. As soon as he reached the corner of the stairs, Tsunade's figure walked out of one room, ready to go to the next room to continue treating the next critically ill patient. Sister Tsunade, those people can just hand me in. There is a problem here that needs to be solved by you. Fenglin handed the child in his arms to Tsunade's hands, and then plunged into the next room. Middle. A painful groan was heard in the ward. Fenglin King sighed and prepared to use his fists in the ward. These dramas are what Fenglin is best at. I will take over here now, and you can go to other floors to help. As he said, a faint red light appeared on Fenglin's hands. Chapter 189. The medical ninja who was about to leave looked at Fenglin's hands in a daze. Although he didn't understand why the red chakras appeared on Fenglin's hands, he still didn't stop and delay time to help. After all, the legend of North Maple Forest on the battlefield had already floated back to the village, and medical ninjutsu was comparable to Tsunade. The red hands are repairing the scars on the body. If it is accompanied by some ninjas whose hearts are broken due to the cruelty of the battlefield, Fenglin will also transform the blue to repair the soul. The entire second floor patient was quickly healed under Fenglin's hands, and even the most difficult injuries were completely repaired. However, in the case of lack of arms and legs, Fenglin just blocked the meridians to prevent excessive blood loss. If it is completely repaired, some are too outrageous. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Fenglin found that this was not an easy job. Think about it carefully just now, because she was too rushed and didn't observe Tsunade's situation carefully, and her forehead was also covered with traces of sweat. The war is really annoying. I hope that this kind of thing will happen less often in the future. Fenglin 200 shook his head helplessly, inquiring about Tsunade's whereabouts and walking all the way to a ward on the top floor of the hospital. This floor is full of patients who are very difficult to treat, and they can only rely on medical ninjutsu to hang their lives. Tsunade frowned as he looked at the child on the hospital bed, looking helpless. How about Sister Tsunade? What happened to this little guy? I can feel that he still has some aura, but I can't find out why he became like this. Fenglin standing beside Tsunade with his arms around his chest, he quietly looked at the child on the hospital bed. Tsunade shook his head lightly. He has never encountered such a situation when he came into contact with medical ninjutsu. It seems that his body functions have been blocked. Although I still don't understand what's going on for the time being, I can try Hansen medical treatment, and it may be effective. Tsunade said with some disbelief. After all, The first encounter with such a thing does not guarantee that the treatment will be effective. There is no way, at this moment, only a dead horse can be a living horse doctor. Can it be cured if it is not cured? The child has failed like this and there is no loss. Fenglin rolled up his sleeves, ready to lay hands beside Tsunade, and perform medical ninjutsu on this little guy. The green chakra appeared on Tsunade's hands and walked slowly over the child's body under subtle control. He gently closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes in his hands, and prepared to perform the operation in the most delicate position. However, the sweat on Tsunade's forehead became more and more, and although the movements on his hands were very slow, there was no intention to stop at all, and he was still searching carefully. Fenglin knew that Tsunade could never be disturbed at this time, otherwise everything just went wrong. Full hands, soul. A light blue light appeared on his hands, and Fenglin gently placed his hands on the child's forehead, working with Tsunade to find the true cause of the illness. Suddenly, there were some changes in Fenglin's hands. The feeling was very slight. If it hadn't been for the cultivation of both hands to the extreme, and the full blessing of the golden light curse, Fenglin would definitely not be able to feel it. Sister Tsunade, don't move, it's here. Fenglin grabbed Tsunade's arm with the other hand, and hovered over the child's chest with the burning light green chakra's hands. Tsunade has checked this place more than a dozen times, and found nothing at all here. But in my opinion this is the most normal place. Tsunade looked at Fenglin suspiciously. It would be very dangerous to do anything here, and a little carelessness would make the originally unbearable body worse. Don't worry, Tsunade's sister, don't worry if I am here. Fenglin nodded affirmatively. Tsunade was a little dazed, and he had always regarded Fenglin as a child. But at this moment, Fenglin's eyes gave him a very strong sense of security. Even when he was young in the Kaiane Zaoza room. The light green chakra slowly cut into the child's chest, searching carefully in the body to find the perfect Q-tin point. With the passage of time, the drops of sweat on Tsunade's forehead began to flow downward uncontrollably. Fenglin smoothly picked up the handkerchief on the side and wiped the sweat from Tsunade's forehead, cautiously for fear of disturbing the movements of Tsunade's hand. Ahem. Where is this? The child on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Because his chest has just been treated by Tsunade, there are still some discomforts. You finally woke up. Brother has something to ask you. What did you go through before you passed out? Fenglin patted the child's back quietly, moving lightly and avoiding the gang. The sight of the hand. A trace of soft soul power followed the child's back into his mind, quickly repairing the memory that had just passed away. Only in this way can we get useful clues in it. After all, this kind of thing will not happen in the village for no reason. It must have been injured last night. How can it be so direct? Kid, what is your name? I am Tsunade, so don't be afraid. Feeling pushed Fenglin aside, and looked at the child on the hospital bed with a smile. Master Tsunade, my name is Picardy. When I was about to go home last night, I suddenly felt black in front of my eyes. After waking up here I am here. I don't remember what happened in the middle. Picardy shook his head and said innocently. Fenglin and Tsunade looked at each other. Picardy couldn't get any useful clues, so he could only find it on his own. Sister Tsunade, the child will be handed over to you. I will look for clues in the village. This is a signal, very bad signal, challenging us. Fenglin clenched his fist. This kind of thing happened just after the war ended. It seems that it is going to be done on the village. Leaving the hospital, Fenglin walked directly to the place where he had just left home. Picardy's mother was still leaning on the side of the road with a look of grief, blankly waiting for the return of her child. Cap 190. North Maple stepped forward. It will happen in hospitals. Truthfully speaking out. The expression on the woman's face was greatly eased, and she looked at Fenglin with great surprise. Are you true? Is there really nothing wrong with my child? What happened last night? Could it be that an enemy invaded the village? The woman asked Fenglin by the shoulder. Fenglin shook his head and did not continue to pester the woman. Although I also suspect that some ninjas from other countries have entered the village, It is definitely not something a ninja can do to pick such a person who has no resistance. In the collegiate meeting of the Ninja Wars, it was clearly stipulated that ninjas could not attack ordinary people. Once something like this happens, the person who does it will be hunted down by the entire world and be included in the blacklist of the ninja world. There shouldn't be anyone so stupid. Even if they do, they will assassinate the mainstay in the village. It seems that we need to look for clues in the village. Fenglin touched his chin. A few people flashed in his mind, and finally stayed on one person. Daishiwan had already returned to the village by this time, and it made sense to conduct human experiments in secret. It's just that during the time that Fenglin returned to the village, he had never seen Daishiwan at all, and it was even more unclear where he was secretly conducting experiments on the human body. I don't know if Sarutobi Risen is aware of this matter. It seems necessary to find him. Thinking about it, Fenglin determined his goal and walked to the Hokage office. Observing the surrounding situation carefully on the road, Fenglin decided to step forward to inquire about the situation as soon as he found something weird. Daishimaru was observing Fenglin's movements in the dark, and he was relieved when he realized that he was not walking in the direction of his secret base. Others couldn't find their chosen location, and it would be hard to say if Fenglin came nearby. Standing under the shadow rock and looking at it, no one could be seen in the office through the window. It seemed that Sarutobi was the only one. Without any hesitation, Fenglin walked upstairs and pushed open the door of the office. Xiaolin, why come here at this time? Is there something wrong? Sarutobi-san looked at Fenglin at the door suspiciously. This little guy's temper himself still knows very well. If there is nothing to report, Fenglin will never come to the office. After all, this little guy usually hates the office environment the most. A very strange thing happened in the village. Sister Tsunade was with the injured child in the hospital, Fenglin said while sitting on the opposite side of Sarutobi. Kid, what kind of child? What does it matter if it is Tsunade? Sarutobi Izumi even hid an evil thought in his heart. Tsunade had an affair with unknown people while drifting outside the village. After leaving the child, he returned to the village alone. Now the child is a few years older and was instructed by his father to come to the village to recognize relatives. Seeing the expression on Sarutobi-san's face, Fenglin knew that he had misunderstood, and repeatedly explained what was going on. Picardy, who has not yet reached the age of practice in the village, did not know what he experienced last night. In the end, the two talents of Fenglin and Tsunade were able to rescue Picardy back. There is also a lot of luck in this. Such a thing happened. It seems that the war hasn't ended yet, and other things will happen. Sarutobi Hitori touched his chin. In fact, there were already some thoughts in Sarutobi's mind. This kind of situation had happened a long time ago, but few people knew about it. Apart from Sarutobi Risen, the only people in the village who knew about this matter were the parties involved. Daishimaru conducts a secret human experiment. Sarutobi Risen relies on his identity as Hokage to hide it. After all, Daishimaru is his favorite disciple. However, such things happen again and again, and even Hokage cannot continue to sit idly by, and it will arouse public outrage. I'll take a good look. This kind of thing is too dangerous. You and Tsunade don't interfere. Sarutobi Hitoshi waved his hand and got up and walked to the window to look outside. He happened to be facing the Oshimaru who was hiding in secret. Seeing together, middle dot. Seek flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. This time, Sarutobi cut more day to determine what happened, and Picardy Okimaru could not escape the relationship. Fenglin wanted to continue to say something, but Sarutobi had already issued the eviction order and had to leave the annoying place of Hokage's office. Not far away from the office, he raised his head and looked at the office window, and found that Sarutobi-san was still standing by the window watching. Looking in the direction of Sarutobi Rizchi, there was a mysterious figure dangling in the darkness. It seemed that Fenglin's gaze had been spotted. The Dashwin body in the dark was on the spot for a flash, but he accidentally dropped a scroll. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sarutobi's mouth, and he returned to the chair with satisfaction. 00 The reason why he stayed by the window after Bfenglin left was to attract Bfenglin's attention and to shift his attention to -1. For his apprentice, he still has some reluctance to start, not to mention that he can no longer stay in the Hokage seat for a long time. The current trend of the village has pointed to Shimura Danzo. This guy will definitely make a move at the right opportunity, forcing Sarutobi to surrender the position of Naruto. Before that, choosing a more suitable candidate for the village is more important at this time. In comparison, -1's human experimentation is trivial, and everything will be handled by the next Hokage. Run away? This guy is really sharp. Bfenglin walked over to the location where Daishiwan was just now. Daishiwan had already taken the opportunity to run away. Even if Bfenglin caught up with it, it would have no effect. As long as he refuses to admit it, no one will be sure that the man behind the scenes is the Orochimaru. This scroll was dropped by the guy just now. It's really careless. Bfenglin smiled and picked up the scroll that was stuck between the two rocks. There is no information on the scroll, but it records the process of some -1 human experiments. If you don't know that -1 has such a history, you will never think of it on his head. But with this scroll, it was enough for Bfenglin. Chapter 191 North Maple will roll tightly hold in their palms. Big pill, it really is your secret in human trials, but did not think you would target the children in the village. Although Picardy is not necessarily the future of the village, what is the difference between a person in the village of Konoha and a traitor? But the current situation is just the opposite, not to mention the incident of Bfenglin. At this time, looking for pills shows that these things are not a wise choice. Picardy has just been rescued from the devastation of Orochimaru, and Orochimaru will definitely disappear in the near future, and stop the experiment in his hands. However, Picardy's situation is a bit dangerous, and Orochimaru will definitely do everything possible to determine if a Picardy still remembers what happened that night. If it is exposed a little, the plan of experimenting with the help of the natural umbrella of the village will be broken. Although Orochimaru is one of the three ninjas, the strength can naturally be said to be a cutting-edge existence in the ninja world. However, choosing to oppose the village at this time is not a wise choice. The war with Shin village has just ended, and if it gets news that Orochimaru has defected from the village, Shin village will definitely release a large number of troops to hunt down Orochimaru. Even if it is difficult for a defecting ninja to return to the village, Shin village will not let go of such an opportunity. It's better to tell the news to Sister Tsunade. She will definitely know what to do. Bfenglin looked around and made sure that there was no one around, and then hid the scroll on her body towards the ninja hospital. Walk over. Still in the ward on the top floor, Tsunade stood by Picardy alone. Tsunade also knew that Picardy was in a dangerous situation, and even if all the treatments were in secret, there was no way to escape the eyes of the Black Hand behind the scenes. Without close contact with both Picardy, Daishiwan, the Black Hand behind the scenes, did not dare to conclude that his experiment could guarantee that he would not be exposed. If a Picardy did not wake up, no one would find any clues. Sister Tsunade, the hard work pays off. I finally found some clues. Look at what this is. Bfenglin handed the scroll to Tsunade. Taking the scroll, Tsunade looked at Bfenglin suspiciously. Such confidential things have been found, and in such a short time. Thank you 3 generations of adults for all this. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have gotten this scroll by chance. I think you will know who started with Picardy when you look at the scroll. Bfenglin recounted the situation in the office in general. Tsunade frowned and thought of something before turning over the scroll. The conversation between Sarutobi Rizchi and Bfenglin pointed to one person. The wise Tsunade and Orochimaru were once combat partners who got along with each other day and night, and knew Orochimaru very well. After turning over the scroll, Tsunade was even more sure of his conjecture. The content recorded on the scroll is exactly the idea that Orochimaru once lingered in his mind, but it was denied by everyone because of humanitarianism. Orochimaru, who was young and had no right to speak, had to stop thinking about practicing and changed to grow silently in his heart. Until the time is right, secretly conduct experiments on the human body. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Only Dashi-1 has always followed the idea that science is the first productive force. Now it has finally been realized. I have known who did this good thing. This guy really hasn't given up his heart. No matter what, he can't make any big storms now. The immediate imperative is to protect Piccady's safety. Tsunade with a solemn expression. There was no way to separate his mind and put his mind on Dashi-1 before the war was completely resolved. I first take him home. His mother parent was in a hurry. Leave it to me. Piccady seems to have no problems now. Just let the Oshmaru know that Piccady doesn't know anything. Fenglin hugged Piccady and used the ability of both hands to obliterate the conversation just now in Piccady's memory. Fenglin nodded towards Tsunade. His body disappeared in the ward in a flash, and he appeared in front of Piccady's house after a while. Piccady, we must work hard in the future to become an indispensable force in the village. Fenglin patted Piccady on the shoulder, and then helped Piccady knock on the door. Then left. Without remembering the reunion of mother and child, Fenglin walked along the path of Konoha village to the door of Dashimaru's room alone. Before knocking on the door, Dashi-1 voluntarily opened the door and invited Fenglin to sit inside. It's really surprising. I thought Big Shiwan was not at home at this time and was doing experiments everywhere. There was something in Fenglin's words. His eyes kept falling on Dashwin's face, and he wanted to pass Dashwin's face. The expression reads some clues. However, Dashimaru is also a tough ninja. How could he accidentally expose his inner thoughts on his face? I knew you would come. What are you doing around the corners? Dashi-1 shrugged and greeted Fenglin to sit on the sofa, and then brought tea and put it on the coffee table. I looked around and found that Dashimaru's house was pretty good. All kinds of furniture were placed in the house, and there were some unintelligible things besides it. Not surprisingly, these things are props of the scientific madman, Oshimaru. If that's the case, then I'll just say it straight. You dropped this scroll. The person who followed me in the dark at that time. Fenglin took out the scroll in his pocket and threw it on the table. Staring into the eyes of Dashimaru, without any rebuttal, Dashimaru nodded and received the scroll into his pocket. I know you little guy has guessed that I was secretly operating these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so direct. Then let's talk about it. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fenglin's mouth. Although Dashwin's reaction was unexpected, the situation is more favorable to Fenglin now. Dashwin's various reactions revealed that he had no fear. After all, Sarutobi was behind him, and he could still be unscrupulous in the village for a while. Talk about it? Okay. I want to see what you, a little guy, can threaten me or impress me. The Dashimaru in chapter 192 at this time clearly knows that Fenglin is not. It's so messy, it's so meticulous that it won't help even if you recruit your own men. If Fenglin really became the assistant of Dashwin, then it was Dashwin who didn't sleep well every night. I was afraid that when I just closed my eyes one night, the ghost of Fenglin appeared and killed him on the bed. What do you mean? I'm just a kid in the village. And what can I ask of Big Shimaru, one of our 3 forbearances? It's just that I have clues that are vital to your human experiments. If you don't believe it, I believe that Konoha village can no longer accommodate you. So in the recent period, it is better for Dashimaru brother to be a little behaved. It is good not to harm the innocent people in the village. As for the human experiment, it's okay to catch some people casually outside the village. Fenglin waved his hand at will, as long as there are no problems in the village. As for whether the human experiment on Dashwin is carried out or not, for B.I. Fenglin, there is nothing to do with 27. Then it's up to you. Recently, I've just kept myself a bit safer. If Oshimaru were to stop the experiment, the future curse mark would no longer exist, and a lot of excellent combat power would be lost in the ninja world. Dashi-1 was stunned for a moment, but he did not expect Fenglin to react like this, and he did not express any opposition to his own human experiment. Seeing Metkei's concerned eyes, Kakashi felt a touch of warmth in his heart. There are still people in this world who care about themselves. Oshimaru shrugged. Fenglin nodded, and did not continue to stay at -1. The human experimentation in the village was over. The most important thing at the moment is to clean the battlefield and tap the casualties on the battlefield. Follow-up awards will be given. Everyone who died in the war will be deeply remembered by the village, and those who have made credit will also be rewarded by the village. Just walked out of Oshimaru's home. I saw Kakashi walking alone on the street from a distance. I wanted to go over and say hello to Kakashi, but he stopped when he found that the little guy Matkai was also walking towards Kakashi. Together, the two children can better help Kakashi out of the haze. Kakashi, I haven't seen you for several days. What are you doing? Matkai ran and waved to Kakashi. Standing by the newsstand, Kakashi heard the voice and looked towards Matkai, but was blocked by a girl who happened to pass by. The profile of the profile changed into Hirano Lin's appearance in Kakashi's eyes. For a moment, Kakashi took the book in his hand and fell to the ground with a clatter, and the moment Yuani Lin died in his hand appeared in his mind. Matkai noticed that Kakashi's complexion was very bad, and accelerated his steps to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Matkai's voice stirred up a wave of waves in Kakashi's heart, instantly returning Kakashi to a clear state. Kakashi took a long breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head. I have joined the Anbu, and we will have fewer opportunities to meet from today. I'm fine. By the way, K, I have one thing I haven't told you yet. So you must make a good contact, don't be lazy, otherwise you will be left by me. Kakashi lifted his own with his fist in midair. He looked at Matkai with a smile on his face. Those things that happened on the battlefield. The people in the village knew that Kakashi's good friend Matkai had a deeper understanding of Kakashi's inner wounds. I won't be defeated by you. Spread the blood of youth. You are the enemy of my life. Matkai also raised his fist and slammed it on Kakashi's fist. The two agreed on this. It's not just that these two people didn't see it, but Fenglin, who had been observing here from a distance, also didn't notice the white smoke floating on Kakashi and Matkai slowly mixing into the clouds. Same as at that time, Fenglin and Tsunade's agreement also floated in the sky and watched silently. It's time to leave before reading it. If Kakashi finds that Fenglin is not far away, it will inevitably cause some misunderstandings, which will evoke the heart disease that Kakashi has just cleaned up. At the same time, Sarutobi Hizen in the Naruto office on the other side was summoning the key members under his hands to discuss the rewards for the battle. Fenglin deserved to be the first person invited. Bringing everyone in this battle together, there would be no great credit for Fenglin alone. If it weren't for Fenglin's participation, the casualties in this battle would be impossible to calculate, and even which one would win or lose would be unknown. A few days later, Fenglin, who was still in a lazy bed at home, was called by Bo Feng Shuiman. Xiaolin, we are ready to set off. Bo Feng Mizuno and Kushina had already passed on the clothes at this time, and they were about to go out. On the other hand, Fenglin, sloppy, did not look awake. Go? Where to go? Fenglin looked puzzled. He didn't get any caution before going to bed, so he was suddenly invited to go to 200 in the morning. Could it be that there is an urgent task? But think about it carefully, even if it is a very important task in the village, it will not require Juxin and Bo Feng Shui men to travel together. Brother and sister, wait for me. It'll be fine soon. Fenglin's pace accelerated and rushed directly into the bathroom, quickly packed his clothes and walked out of the house behind Bo Feng Shuiman. Leaving home and looking at the countless people on the street, Fenglin probably thought of something. Not surprisingly, today is the time for meritorious deeds. Whether it is the people who survived the battlefield or the ordinary people who have not participated in the war, all are in the team. It seems that I will see the 3 generations of Hokage-sama standing in front of the impassioned speech. Fenglin was very helpless. If it is the last person in this village to see, it is Shimura Danzo. However, Sarutobi Rizchi's position in Fenglin's heart is not much higher. only a little bit above Shimura Danzo. The things that Sarutobi Risen usually did were enough to make Pfenglin hate him in his heart. As a dignified Hokage, but relying on his special role to exercise privileges and indulge his own apprentice Oshimaru, do evil in the village. The attitude of opening one eye and closing one eye is very uncomfortable, and in the end it will only shirk responsibility. Chapter 193. The battle between the Sand and Hidden Village has come to an end. The village can finally return to the normal state. Starting today, everyone has to track them. No matter what level of ninja, we must seize all the time to conduct high-intensity training. Our enemy is not only Shane Village, but also other villages that are not part of the Fire Country. It's just a simple appreciation of merit. If such a link is omitted, how can Sarutobi Risen pass on the will of fire? Sarutobi Hitazumi stood in the front and said, looking at the square of the room. The villagers standing above and some ninjas walking down the battlefield. Pfenglin looked around, except for his own. Everyone else's faces were very excited. For the will of fire, Pfenglin hated it in his heart. The so-called passing the will of fire is actually the brainwashing of the MLM organization in the world of BI Pfenglin. There is no difference at all. Bo Feng Shuiman patted Pfenglin on the shoulder, and opened a way to the square inches front of the crowd. Pfenglin shook his head lightly and walked behind Sarutobi Risen to the front of Bo Feng Shuiman. No matter who wants to receive the credit, they need to line up in front of Sarutobi Hizaki. On the one hand, it is for the glory of Naruto personally presenting awards. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hizaki personally comforts those ninjas who have walked down the battlefield and conveys the will of fire. Looking at the past, the team has already lined up a long distance. When is this going to be in line? Or brother, you can receive the reward instead of me. Those things are useless to me. Pfenglin wanted to leave, taking advantage of this time to bring the evening red to himself. Why not take it for the secret base? Bo Feng Shuiman was very helpless with his brother. It was the first time I experienced such a tragic battle, and it was also the first time I experienced meritorious deeds. For the merits of Pfenglin on the battlefield, the rewards that can be obtained are definitely very rich. Even some ordinary ninjas can't reach the heights in their entire lives. We will be here soon. You are the first person you deserve. How am I ashamed to appear in front of everyone on your behalf? Bo Feng Shuiman tapped on the back of Pfenglin's head a few times. Helpless, Pfenglin had to listen to his brother and waited here quietly. On the principle of meritorious deeds, even the great heroes on the battlefield must line up here. Not to mention that Pfenglin is not a person who likes to jump in line. As time passed bit by bit, finally it was the turn of the Bo Feng Mizuman and his family to stand in front of Sarutobi Risen. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Sarutobi Risen's wrinkled face showed a kind smile. Anyway, Feng Shuiman was a child who grew up in his own eyes. I finally waited for you. I haven't thanked you well after the battle was over. If it weren't for Pfenglin, we would never have won so easily. Sarutobi slashed and touched Pfenglin's head. At this time, Sarutobi Risen was a kind old grandfather, and he didn't have any intrigues at all. This is what I should do. As a member of the village, how could it be possible to watch the village sink into deep water? Pfenglin shrugged. After all, his family is in the village of Mui. If the war really loses, then the end result is that one's family will fall into exile, and the life that has just improved will be mixed into the darkness. Pfenglin has made outstanding contributions in the Battle of Ninja World, obtained a lot of privileges, and successfully promoted to the elite Shang Ninja. Just a few words ended Pfenglin's reward. Pfenglin was stunned, but he didn't expect it to be such a reward. The successful promotion Elite Shangrun. These are simply tasteless to Pfenglin. The Elite Shangrun is just a title, and there is no improvement in his own strength at all. As for the privileges, Pfenglin was even more puzzled. Sarutobi Risen's brief sentence contains too much information. No one can understand what the privileges are, and what Pfenglin can use these privileges to do. Bo Feng Shuiman nodded, This kind of reward is right for Fenglin at this time. The secret skill scroll Sarutobi was reluctant to take it out, and Fenglin also didn't need a useless scroll. Since it is a privilege, it must be something that other ninjas cannot do in the village, or something that is difficult to achieve. 3 generations of grandfather, I don't understand something. What do these privileges include? Fenglin scratched his head awkwardly. Sarutobi Hijitsu coughed, remembering that his expression was too vague, and it didn't make people see how precious this reward was. Privilege is the first to be able to enter and exit any floor of the library freely, including the second floor where the second-generation materials and secretaries are stored. Diaresis, I believe you are capable and fully capable of controlling those ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hitoshi praised. He gave a thumbs up to Fenglin. It is amazing to be able to do this at a young age. Even Sarutobi Hitoshi was at this age. He didn't dare to enter and leave the enemy so unscrupulously on the battlefield. I see. Thank you 3 generations of grandpa. Fenglin opened his mouth and smiled. It is very good to enter the second floor of the library, and the materials sealed there are exactly what Fenglin needs now. There are also those forbidden techniques that never allow people to practice. Although Fenglin is not planning to practice those ninjutsu, it is always right to know more. The award ceremony lasted until late at night, and many people were waiting to accept the canonized Dragon of Sarutobi Sunday. Some people have lost their loved ones in the battlefield, and some people have received generous rewards in the battlefield, and even the ninja level good is not improved by 1 level. It seems that the battlefield is not only the occurrence of tragedy, but also the emergence of opportunity. After all, the strength in the ninja world still respect only when the strength reached the point where people do not have the right to speak can be a threat. Just like the village of Konoha and Sand Hidden Village, inside the village is completely in both cases. Wood Yikun is performing an exciting canonization ceremony. On the other hand, Cheyenne Village is reunited to count the losses, and has no mood at all to seal the rewards. Bo Feng Shuiman sighed deeply. Although his younger brother's point of view is not wrong, Bo Feng Shuiman is still more inclined to complete peace. There is no fight between the villages. So, Kobayashi, you have to be the first person in the world who can dominate all villages. Even if you win the right to speak by means of war, there is no problem. Chapter 194. On their face of Bo Feng Shuman the expression is very indifferent, and he has a full yearning for world peace. In the entire ninja world, it can be said that everyone has a common desire in their hearts, and there is world peace. It's just that everyone's efforts are different for this common goal. This canonization completely exceeded Fenglin's plan. The discovery right on the second floor of the library came too suddenly. This hard-won privilege should be used properly. After passing this village, there are no such shops, and Fenglin also knows this truth well. The sun is not as good as hitting the sun. Fenglin waved his hand towards the Bofeng Water Gate and left, walking towards the library, ready to use the privileges. In the village, in addition to a specific location, there were still people holding on, and other ninjas gathered in the middle of the square and waited for Sarutobi's next instructions. So the library is very clean. There is no one who comes here to borrow books. Walking along the stairs into the second floor, what you can see in the field of vision is completely different from the first floor. The bookshelves were empty, no scrolls were stored on the bookshelves, and only a few books floating in the seal could be seen. Sure enough, the library has another mystery. No wonder Sarutobi was going to shoot my head at that time. Fenglin touched his chin and stepped inside. Passing through the doorway, a refreshing sensation appeared all over the body, but it disappeared in a moment. If it hadn't been for the fact that both hands were cultivated to the extreme, the soul power was very keen, and this slight change in sensation would not be noticed. Even the ninjas in the village who specialize in soul ninjutsu would not easily discover the hidden mystery in this door. How many restrictions are there in this library? Layers are intertwined, but fortunately the old man Sarutobi has granted me privileges. Otherwise, God knows what kind of attack will fall on my head. Superior. Fenglin curled his lips. and the expression on his face changed a little. This village was not as simple as he had imagined. At least the things left by the ancestors are definitely not things that can be taken away easily. It seems that only enough strength can destroy the library. Let's take a look at the interesting records in this layer first. The information from the second generation's lifetime hopes to be more detailed here. Fenglin didn't waste time, and immediately chose a scroll and took it out of the seal and leaned aside, began to leaf through the edge of his bookshelf. The ancient breath came to his face. Fenglin closed his eyes and felt the message coming from the scroll. The scene in front of him changed rapidly. After several turns, he stayed in a desolate plain. There was no sign of the village. Fenglin frowned, looked down at his feet, and found that he was floating in the air as a soul. The wind and sand raging around drifted away through the dangling body. After observing for a period of time, Fenglin finally figured out where this was. It was when the scroll brought itself into it many years ago, when the second generation of Hokage was still alive. But there is no trace of a house around. Where can I see the second generation of Hokage? Don't be naive, brother, we want to take revenge for Wajian. The picture in front of Fenglin flickered a few times, and the young Kaianes Hasujian and Kaianes Aozujian were talking in a room that looked exquisite. Right. Looking at the expressions of two people seemed to be something important. Fenglin just wandered between the two people, moving back and forth between the bodies of Kaiane Zujuan and Kaiane Zuu unscrupulously. I really didn't expect a small scroll to have such energy. It seems that this world is far from being as simple as I imagined. After several trips, Fenglin gradually felt boring. There was no second person in this place who knew of his existence, and he couldn't get any attention at all. However, as the head of a village, you must have the support of the people. However, after thinking about it, he was brought into the record on the scroll, and it was not the real spiritual body that traveled to the ancient times of the ninja world. So he relaxed. The spirit body is floating in the air and can do whatever it wants, sitting cross-legged on the top of the head between the thousand hands pillars. Of course we have to avenge Wajian, but what we should think more about now is the way to end the war. Only in this way can everyone be protected from harm. But brother, your personality will change a bit, otherwise one day you will be very sorry. Middle dot. Seek flowers middle dot 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 between Senju hands encircling the chest. Leng Leng said, his own brother for to understand. Even though the strength is strong, it can be said that it is the most powerful existence in this era, and the only opponent is Uchiha Madara. Even Uchiha Madara was completely defeated by Senju Zuma in some cases, and could only rely on some small opportunistic means to avoid damage. Before Fenglin could think clearly about what Kaiane Zenmaji had experienced during this period, the scene before him was changed again and stayed at the beginning of the two people's creation of the Konoha village. The spirit body was floating between the two people, and behind Kaiane's Hazujima and Kaiane's Aozujian stood the Kikun veteran of Konoha village. For the establishment of the village, the next step is to choose the best candidate for Hokage. 0. The kind-hearted Senjujima only thought about the peace of the world, and had no thoughts of fighting at all, and immediately indicated that Uchiha Madara would be the Naruto. However, this idea was dismissed by Senzu as soon as it was put forward. Uchiha Madara could become the leader of Konoha village in terms of strength. Kaiane Zujiyama once again reminded Kaiane Zuzuma not to be too naive, not only for his own consideration, but also for the future of the village. What's more, Uchiha Madara's power comes from Sharingan. That kind of power can't become the leader of a village. In the end, it only brings infinite killing. But what do you want to do now? The village always needs a leader. Kaiane Zuzujian embraced her chest with her hands, and there was really no way she could come up with a good decision to accomplish the most important things at the beginning of the establishment of the village. Fenglin curled his lips. If Uchiha Madara becomes Naruto, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will undergo earth-shaking changes. Other families will slowly disappear, and eventually become the Uchiha family dominating. People in the whole world have the blessing of writing round eyes. At that time, the people of the Uchiha family cannibalized each other to contribute to the power of writing round eyes. How can world peace be said? Of course it is an election. The position of Naruto is related to the entire village, so it is necessary for the people to decide who is the first Naruto. And only in this way can we convince the public. Chapter 195. Kaiane Tsujian firmly believes that the decision needs to be made through democratic choice. Naruto's candidate, even if Uchiha Madara was finally elected, Kaiane Tsujian had no complaints. At this time, the innocent Senju Uzuma didn't know how powerful the Uchiha family's writing wheel was, but he couldn't hold back his own brother. In addition, most people in the village strongly agree with democratic votes and contribute to the selection of Hokage candidates. The picture changed again in front of Fenglin. All the families in the village were gathered together, preparing for the election of Hokage. The spirit body is floating above everyone, and the expression on everyone's face can be clearly seen. Except for the members of the Uchiha family, everyone's eyes were all on Senju Juan's face, looking forward to Hokage's choice. The village has been stable for some time now, and the Kainaba village jointly led by the Senju family and the Uchiha family has been officially established. But now we need to choose a leader. We call it Hokage. Everyone writes the person you want most in your heart at your feet. When everyone is gone, we will make statistics and summarize the results tomorrow. The look at it is also very good to help Kaiane Tsujian to complete the development of the forbidden technique. Kaiane Tsujian said quietly with his arms around her chest, and took the lead in writing the name of Senzujima on her feet. The others looked at each other and wrote the best candidates under their feet. Following the actions of Kaiane Tsujian, Fenglin watched floating in the air, and was surprised to find that not everyone in the Uchiha family had chosen the leader of the family Uchiha Madara. Most of the Uchiha family members have written Senjujuma's name on their feet, believing that Senjujuma is the one who can truly lead the village to new heights. Fenglin smiled faintly, and it was really a different feeling to have experienced 1,000 hands. There was no long time. The time spent with Senjutsuji flashed quickly, and the flow of the scene stopped at the scene of a person practicing ninjutsu in Senjutsu. Fenglin controlled the spirit body to shuttle back and forth in Kaiane Tsujian's body, and every time he shuttled, he could clearly feel the changes in the chakra inside Kaiane Tsujian. Different from the ninjas of the 3 generations of Naruto in the Naruto era, every operation of the chakra in Shizuku is mighty, and the surroundings seem to be shaking. Every operation of chakra is different. It seems that this big man is developing ninjutsu. It's really good to be able to witness the birth of forbidden skills. Fenglin rubbed his fists and stared intently. With Kaiane Tsujian, I was afraid of missing a moment of ninjutsu change. As time passed bit by bit, the expression on Kaiane Tsujian's face became a little ugly, but after so many times, there was no progress. Do you want to help this guy? In this case, the forbidden technique will be my part. Fenglin touched his chin, trying to show the ability of both hands to his hands. If you can still activate your own abilities in the state of the spirit body, then all the following things will become very simple. 2 hands, soul. In the state of the spirit body, you have entered the state of the soul between the 1,000 hands. If it is spread out, it is absolutely unbelievable. A faint blue light appeared on Fenglin's hands, which complemented the state of the spiritual body. Entering the body of Kaiane Tsufen, feeling the change of chakra, instantly elevated Kaiane Tsufen's soul feeling to the peak state. The changes of the surrounding plants and trees will appear in Kaiane Tsujian's mind. Why all of a sudden? Kaiane Tsujian was full of doubts, but she adjusted her state quickly and made use of the surrounding changes to perfect her ninjutsu development. Fenglin nodded. If nothing happens, ninjutsu will be completed soon, but for the time being, it's not clear what the first ninjutsu developed by Senjutsu Kenma. Suddenly, in front of Kaiane Tsujian, A psychedelic identical Kaienzujian appeared. Shadow clone. Fenglin nodded with satisfaction. This ninjutsu widely used by Konoha village has its own contribution. However, with the chakra reserve of thousands of hands, a shadow clone is a bit too shabby. What name should a brand new ninjutsu take? Senjika did not continue to think about the further development of ninjutsu, but planned to name this brand new ninjutsu Shadow Avatar of the Surgery. Shadow Avatar of the Surgery. North of Maple have shouted Broken Throat, but any sound spiritual body under the state have no way to be heard. Between Senjuf said in the end. Fenglin at this time just entered the world inside the scroll, observing what has happened from the perspective of God. Thinking of this, Fenglin felt a little frustrated. It turned out that all the efforts he had just made with both hands had failed, and the appearance of the shadow clone art had nothing to do with the help of his soul. Forget the name problem. My innocent brother likes to do such boring things the most. Thousands of hands shook his head, repeated the changes in chakra just now in his mind, and once again released the shadow clone technique. Turning over the first page of the scroll, 4 large characters appeared in front of Fenglin. In contrast, the cast this time was more silky and smooth, and countless clones appeared on the vast plain in an instant. Seeing so many identical selves around him, Kaienzu was obviously stunned. It turns out that these clones can create so many. It's really a very useful ninjutsu. Senjutsu slapped his hands. Everyone's clones in Senjutsu have disappeared, and this is the day's practice journey. Finish. The development process flashed quickly. The technique of Flying Thunder God, the technique of reincarnation of the dirty soil developed at the moment of the war. At the same time, the writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha family have also been thoroughly studied by Senzakenma. The power in it needs to be supported by love and hate to stimulate its full potential. In just a few minutes, countless war scenes flashed continuously in the screen, and the two brothers Senju Kazuma and Senju Jazuma fought bravely on the battlefield to kill the enemy. Scene by scene gradually dissipated the spirit body under Fenglin's exclamation. Before Kaienzujian's death, Fenglin experienced it personally. The first scroll is so weighty. It seems that it will take a few days to live in this library. Otherwise, it will be difficult to digest all the forbidden materials. Fenglin screamed long. With a sigh of relief, he scanned the library to find the next scroll as the target of flipping through. In the corner, an unremarkable scroll attracted Fenglin's attention. Compared to other scrolls, this book was really inconspicuous. I want to see what's hidden in it. Chapter 196. Reincarnated in dirty soil. The ancient and powerful aura instantly swept around Fenglin, and for an instant, Fenglin was bathed in 1,000 hands like a spirit body. Generally within the chakra range. Frowning his brows, reincarnation of Dirty Land is a very magical ninjutsu after all. Through communication with the god of death, the soul was hooked out and landed on the carrier. In this way, any corpse can complete the technique of reincarnation from the dirty soil. What's more, there are endless chakras in thousands of hands, and it is easy for him to reincarnate from the dirty soil. Turning to the first page, the breath of death swept across Fenglin's head instead of the breath passed down between the 1,000 hands. Small, do you want me to be recruited by this little trick? Fenglin sneered, waving a hand and covering his body with a layer of light blue light, and the power of the soul with both hands enveloped him. The corners of Death's mouth were filled with sneers several times, as if Fenglin would be swallowed in the next second. However, the power of the 27 pairs of full-handed souls is not jealous enough to walk sideways in the ninja world, naturally not afraid of death. If you can learn this forbidden technique, you will be very unrestrained and free in the life of enduring in the future, and encountering any difficult opponents will increase the bargaining chip for victory. It seems to be a difficult bone. I will learn this ninjutsu for the time being. There are so many second-generation ninjutsu, and any forbidden technique is a weapon that can threaten a village. Fenglin, rubbing his hands, separated a part of the power of both hands from his body, holding the scroll and leaning in the air, staring at the scroll without falling. The movements of the hands were done in accordance with the content on the scroll of forbidden technique, carefully feeling the breath of death. The first page of the scroll is very clear. As long as you can feel the feeling of death taking your own life in your heart, success in your practice will not be far away. Because of both hands, Pfenglin's mental power was very concentrated, and within a few minutes he clearly felt the sigh of death. This sigh is nothing else, because Pfenglin's soul power is stronger than that of death. God. The god of death in the ninja world is not an illusory existence. He exists in a corner of this world, just like the land of three immortals. It's just that the proud head of the god of death does not allow himself to be a psychic beast, and he is more unwilling to provide his power to mortals in the ninja world. Sigh. It seems that this has been done. Pfenglin's mouth had a faint smile, and he continued to move his hands. In a short while, a shallow scene of death appeared behind Pfenglin. Two hands were nailed to both sides of the cross, with a dagger dangling from his mouth, looking coldly in front of him, as if there was no way to turn his head. The moment Pfenglin got in touch with the god of death, Pfenglin opened his eyes. So it turns out that this method is used to bring the soul back, and finally imprint it on the living person to obtain the power of the soul during his lifetime. Pfenglin suddenly realized and finally understood the principle. After the people in the ninja world died, their souls soared into the hands of the gods of death, imprisoned in places where they were specially imprisoned. Although a person is dead, it is not death in the true sense. As long as the soul is still there, there are various ways to use the soul to resurrect. The foul reincarnated ninjutsu created by Senjiken is an opportunistic resurrection, but this degree of resurrection is imperfect. Only with the help of the fusion of soul and corpse to recreate a carrier with consciousness and power, such a carrier must be completely obedient to the operator. This is the advantage of the rebirth of the dirty soil. But it is also the biggest disadvantage of the rebirth of the dirty soil. You'll accept this forbidden technique, you should go to the side of Dashimaru. Pfenglin smiled happily, turning his hand and burning a light blue flame in the palm of his hand, burning the forbidden technique scroll cleanly, and disappeared in the library. At this time, Pfenglin was the only ninja in this world who still mastered the reincarnation of the dirty soil. However, Pfenglin had forgotten that before that, whether it was Dashimaru or Heifeng Shuiman, he had already checked the story of the scroll of thousands of hands in the library. With these two people's ninjutsu skills, even if they didn't learn these forbidden skills immediately, they would all be remembered in their minds. Jukusenai said jokingly, destroying can only make other ninjas lose the opportunity to learn. Let's stop here today, and it's time to go outside to see where the award ceremony has progressed. Shaking his head, Pfenglin slowly stepped out of the library, and after passing through the barrier, he left the second floor of the library. Looking back, I can't see the second floor of the library I just stepped on. The restriction set by Naruto is really strong. You can't check the contents of the library after you go in once. There is absolutely no privacy. Pfenglin couldn't help but turned his thumbs up and turned to the outside of the library. When I walked, the person in charge of the library's books and materials walked into the library at this time. The two passed by without any eye contact between each other. I don't know if I don't come out. 2 days have passed outside, and the ceremony was completely over a day ago. The person who received the reward immediately honored his reward, but only Pfenglin had the opportunity to visit the second floor of the library. In order to get the quickest access to what happened during the 2 days when he lost contact with the outside world, Pfenglin directly chose the nearest route and returned home. Bo Feng Shuiman is not at home because he is dealing with some things in the village. Only Jukusenai is at home. Sister Jukusenai, did you miss me after not seeing each other for 2 days? Pfenglin suddenly appeared in front of Jukusenai, pretending to scare Jukusenai, but didn't expect Jukusenai to have noticed it. Arrive. After all, the most powerful gene in the Vortex family is Chakra, which is naturally very good in perception. When Pfenglin just approached the house, Jukusenai noticed it, but he didn't make a noise. The stinky boy has gained a lot in the library these days, I'll know if you can still be full of red. Fenglin smiled happily, and after scratching his head, he found that his stomach was a little hungry. I didn't eat anything in the 2 days in the library, and only when I got home, I found my stomach screamed in protest. Juxinai smiled helplessly, put on his apron and walked into the kitchen to make a table of delicious food for Xiaolin, which was regarded as a cleansing for Fenglin. Section 197, of the Juxinai sister. 2 days in the village. What strange things did not happen? North Maple Big Mouth, while eating a bowl of vegetables, raised his head while watching the 9 Xinai inquired. I wanted to learn about some of the latest developments in Oshmari from Kushina's mouth, but I didn't expect even more exciting news to come out from Kushina's mouth. If there is some news, I am afraid that only the recent behavior of the 3 generations of Naruto-sama is worth talking about, Kushina said after touching his chin for a moment. In these 2 days, although the award ceremony took most of the time, the problems of the 3rd generation of Hokage followed soon after. 3 generations of Hokage? What happened to him? Fenglin put down the chopsticks in his hand, ate some hastily, and then alleviated some feelings of hunger. After all, eating is not worth mentioning compared to the major events in the village, let alone what happened to the Hokage Great Ape Toby. This matter involves a lot, not just the 3 generations of adults, but Shimura Danzo and the other 2 veterans of the village also appeared together. Maybe an internal meeting will be held today, but the specific content of the meeting is unclear for the time being. What is it? Juxinai shrugged. She was just an ordinary girl, and it was completely beyond her turn to speak on the battlefield and in the village. However, his good brother Fenglin is the pillar of the village's future. This kind of thing should make him understand. And this is no longer something to conceal. There has been a lot of rumors outside the village. All the spearheads were directed at the 3rd generation of Naruto, Sarutobi. It is rumored that Sarutobi is going to step down as the 3rd generation, and the 4th generation of Naruto is selected to retreat to the 2nd line. It seems we have to change the method. Both hands are worth a try. I see. Then I'll go outside to inquire about the situation. Fenglin stood up and blinked at Juxinai, patted his chest confidently. Juxina shook his head helplessly. The child Kobayashi had been very curious since he was a child, and wanted to explore everything. But I want to remind you of one thing. There is someone who misses you more than my brother and sister. 9 Xinai returned to Fenglin with a wink. Fenglin smiled. He knew that Juxinai was talking about Zairayong. This little girl hadn't seen herself for a while, and it was understandable that she missed it. But now it's an important matter. After all the things on the 3rd generation side are completed, we will have to linger with Yurong. Leaning on the stone pier at the door of the house, Fenglin was thinking about how to inquire into the situation in the office. If he rushed over, he would definitely be turned away. If you master some of the strange gates of the wind, eavesdropping will become much simpler. But it's not impossible to reincarnate with the dirty soil that you just learned. Fenglin snapped his fingers, and there was a clear idea in his mind. Idea. Unholy Land rebirth is to take back the soul in the hands of the god of death to create a ninja for his own use, or it can be said to be a dead waiter. But the first condition is that a part of the body of the soul needs to be used as a medium, otherwise it may be fused with the corpse at all. Part of the flesh. Some of these conditions made Fenglin difficult, and all the people he knew in the village were still alive. The ninjas of the Konoha village troops who died on the battlefield did not have a part of their flesh in their hands, so it is almost impossible to achieve rebirth from the dirty soil. Along the way, I was thinking about how to steal the secrets of the 3 generations of Hokage quietly, and only in this way can I take the next step. Fenglin stroked his chin, and walked towards Yin Yan's office. Leaning against the dark corner of the wall, Fenglin squeezed a formula gesture with both hands, and a light blue light appeared on one hand. The soul power instantly flooded Fenglin's mind, and quietly walked into the office along the wall, leaning under the table and eavesdropping on the situation in the office. According to the soul's feedback, there is only one person in the office at this time, And there is Sarutobi Hizen. This guy Danzo really can't stand it anymore. It needs to be a countermeasure. Otherwise, this guy will definitely take this opportunity to grab the position of Hokage. Although his heart is also for the village, it must be dark. He really took over the position of Hokage, and the village is over. Sarutobi Rizchi's voice came into Bfenglin's mind. A faint smile hung on the corner of Bfenglin's mouth. As expected, Shimura Danzo was not right, and he was always spying on Hokage's location. After thinking about it, Bfenglin put away his soul and walked out of the darkness. After a simple arrangement of his clothes, Bfenglin walked to the office. After passing several flights of stairs, Bfenglin knocked on the office door. Diaresis Master Naruto, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. I heard that there have been some major events in the village recently. Bfenglin did not hide his purpose. Sarutobi-san looked at the door suspiciously, and didn't understand why Bfenglin appeared here at this time. After all, this little guy is a big ghost. Ever since I was a child, some strange ideas popped up in Bfenglin's mouth from time to time, but they were all very practical ideas. Come in. I happen to be alone in the office. Sarutobi cleared his throat and sat on the chair, quietly waiting for Bfenglin to appear. Pushing the door open, Bfenglin sat directly opposite Sarutobi Rishap, leaning forward with his hands on the table. In addition, there are photos of Sanin and Shimura Danzo, who is also the apprentice of Senju Kama. 3 generations of grandfathers. I have to say that the collections on the second floor of the library are very good. This time I entered it and benefited a lot. It took 2 days to get out of the library. Nothing. I didn't learn it. Bfenglin shrugged helplessly, saying that he hadn't gained much, and tried to put some other benefits into his own hands in Sarutobi's hands. However, Sarutobi Risen just smiled faintly, and rubbed his forehead without understanding. I don't do things so casually. Now there are many people in the village looking at me. It's a bit tricky to give you privileges at this time. But if you help me solve a problem, you can consider letting you enter the library again. Sarutobi Hiri crossed his fingers across the table and talked to Bfenglin about the conditions. HMPH. This old guy actually made conditions with me. If I didn't want my brother to take over the position of Hokage, I wouldn't be here to help you solve your predicament. Dragon. Chapter 198. For such conditions, Bfenglin will naturally refuse. If you wait until your brother Bofeng Shui-men succeeds in succeeding Hokage, won't the second floor of the library become your own back garden? You can go in whenever you want. I think Master Naruto has misunderstood it. I didn't want to ask for any reward this time. It's to help you solve your confusion thoroughly. I also heard some rumors about the village. Bfenglin smiled, and pointed his finger at the photo hanging on the wall. The first generation of Naruto Kaienzu Zuma, the second generation of Naruto Kaienzu Kama, and the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi. Sarutobi slashed his brows and frowned, and it seemed that this little guy knew very well about what was about to happen. Seeing Sarutobi's reaction, Bfenglin was sure that the nonverbal words in the village had not yet reached Sarutobi's ears, and thought that he had hidden the impeachment very well. Danzo, it seems that you know so much from the small family. 3 generations of grandfathers. It's not that I know much, but Shimura Danzo's mind is known to everyone. It's no longer a secret. But I have a solution, that is, you step down from the 3rd generation of Hokage and re-elect a generation of Hokage to replace you, so that Shimura Danzo will not have any chance. Bfenglin did not continue. I believe it. The 3rd generation of Naruto has already had a candidate for the 4th generation of Naruto in the cognitive mind. In the village, Tsunade is the only one who meets the identity, prestige, and closeness to the people. As the granddaughter of the 1st generation of Naruto Senju Zuma, the identity of course goes without saying. Almost everyone in the village has been treated by Tsunade, and prestige and closeness are also excellent candidates. It's just that Tsunade has no interest in Hokage's position at all. Since the death of his lover and younger brother, Tsunade has been full of resistance to Hokage's position. In addition, only Oshimaru, who is also one of the 3 ninjas, fits. As for Jiraiya, this guy will never be caught by Hokage's position. But Dashwon becoming Hokage was not the result Fenglin wanted. By the way, 3 generations of Grandpa. If you don't have a clue about the next generation of Naruto, I can recommend one to you. As part of the farewell, Fenglin leaned at the door and smiled at Sarutobi, and then left the Hokage office. With a bang, the door closed fiercely under Fenglin's actions, and Sarutobi slashed a person in the room that left a gap. Looking at the ceiling with his hands around his head, Sarutobi's own thoughts began to surge. The resignation of Hokage's position is indeed a very good choice. At least it will not give Shimura Danzo a chance to destroy the village. And his grade is no longer young. It is a wise choice to retreat to the second line. After all, Hokage's approach in this war is unsatisfactory. If it were not for arousing popular anger, Shimura Danzo would not use this opportunity to launch an offensive. Orochimaru is indeed a good candidate, but his gloomy thoughts will eventually make the village fall. In contrast, Heifeng Shuiman is the most suitable choice at the moment. Sarutobi sighed deeply. Tone: the candidate is temporarily selected between Heifeng Shuiman and Orochimaru. When that time comes, it is not too late to make a choice. After leaving the office, Fenglin went directly to Dashwon without any hesitation. At this time, Dashimaru was engaged in weird science in his room, and smoke of various colors appeared from time to time. Before reaching the door of Dashimaru's room, from a distance, we could see thick smoke of various colors drifting to the sky along the windows of Dashimaru. Uncle Dashwon, what good food are you making at home? Fenglin deliberately shouted loudly, in order to let the people around him hear it. By this, I mistakenly believe that the relationship between myself and Dashwon is very good, which is deceptive. What is this stinky boy from Fenglin doing at this time? There must be nothing good, but I'm very safe now. This guy definitely doesn't have my handle in his hands. Daishiwon thought briefly for a moment, and gently opened the door to greet him. North Maple Forest. Seeing Dashwon's movements, Fenglin smiled and walked into the room unceremoniously and sat on the sofa. The last time I came to Dashimaru's home, I was in a hurry and didn't observe it carefully. I looked around to see how the decoration in the room was very simple. Except for the necessary bed, there is only one sofa to entertain guests, and the rest are experimental equipment placed around the room. Uncle Dashwon, I didn't expect that there are so many experimental equipment in the house. You are really an experimental madman. Fenglin joked. Hee. Daishiwon smiled sullenly and said something. In fact, in Orochimaru's heart, he is secretly planning a very big thing. If it can be realized, he can make his laboratory bigger. You don't even need to be constrained by the village at all, and travel between various countries to find your own experimental products. By the way, Uncle Great God, I don't think you know one thing. The 3rd generation of Naruto Tobihiro wants to recommend you to become the new Naruto. But I think Naruto is completely unattractive to you. Hearing Hokage, Dashimaru's eyes brightened. If it really becomes Hokage, it will be much more convenient to do experiments on your own, and you can use the resources in the village. But after thinking about it, this little guy would definitely not be here to tell him the good news. There must be some conspiracy. It's not that simple, little guy. Let's talk about the conditions. Daishimaru curled his lips. Fenglin nodded. The guy who believed in science really had a clever mind, and in the blink of an eye he figured out the reason. I want you to give up the position of becoming Hokage. And of course I won't treat you badly. Fenglin offered generous terms. Daishimaru naturally knew that Fenglin had just walked out on the 2nd floor of the library, and there must be those forbidden techniques left by the 2nd generation of Hokage on his body. Getting some forbidden skills at random is more tempting than becoming a Hokage. Although Hokage had better access to the forbidden techniques in the village, he still had concerns about having so many eyes staring at him and doing things. Good condition? I want to hear how rich it is, Orochimaru asked knowingly. Then it depends on your attitude of Uncle Orochimaru. I think I have something you are very interested in. For you all the time, The human experiment you want to do can only help. Chapter 199. North Fenglin's conditions sounded very rich indeed, enough to give up Hokage's position by himself. The convenience provided by Hokage's location is far less pleasant than those of forbidden techniques. The deal? I'll go to the old guy from the third generation to explain that the word Hokage is not attractive to me at all. Dashimaru shrugged and wanted to see off the guests, no longer entangled with Fenglin. It's necessary. Fenglin got up and left with great interest. As long as there is no problem with Dashimaru, Bofeng Shuiman can easily sit in Hokage's position. Not only is the status and responsibilities of Bofeng Shuiman rising, but also the conveniences that come with Bi Fenglin will be countless. In the past few days, the rumored Shimura Danzo did not initiate a coup, and even the news that Shimura Danzo went to the Hokage office was not heard. However, another matter came. Shiokara village sent an envoy responsible for the negotiation to come to Konoha village to discuss the issue of compensation for defeat. In line with the principle of world peace, the three generations of Naruto Sarutobi cut out conditions that Shane village can easily accept. In the final analysis, it is to carry out the heart of the original Senjujuan, and to stay aligned to meet in the future, so it is just to ask for some trophies for the sake of face. These things are actually completely dispensable for the village. And this incident became the fuse for Shimura Danzo to launch a coup. On the second day after announcing the complete end of the Third Ninja War, Shimura Danzo brought the village veterans Mizutoyan and Zwankin Xiochan to the Hokage office. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and the chaos of the war is completely over. Yes, continuing the war and chaos is also a huge harm to the village. Shui Guanyin and Zwan Xiochan sang and agreed with the end of the battle. After all, the village can relax and grow well. Strength. However, Shimura Danzo smiled coldly, and the things Shane village compensated were not enough to see. However, at this time, Fenglin knocked on the door of the room and looked out into the office. Fenglin appeared at this time deliberately. The purpose is to participate in this negotiation, to see what evil Shimura Danzo and this guy hide. Xiaolin, as a hero on the battlefield, you should be allowed to participate in such a meeting. If you have any suggestions, you can put them forward at any time. Don't care about us old guys at all. The three generations of Hokage smiled towards Fenglin, beckoned, nodded. Fenglin walked a few steps to sit beside Sarutobi-san, and nodded slightly to show the humility of his junior. But in his heart, Fenglin despised these guys in front of him, even if it was for the sake of the village. These stubborn thoughts were already out of date. What can you do even if you are a great hero on the battlefield? It's not because someone can only get some inconspicuous compensation. Shimura Danzo said coldly with his arms around his chest. Very dissatisfied with such results. Didn't get the compensation that was due. How is this different from losing a battle? But anyway, it is for the peace of the entire ninja world. If Shiokara is forced to be anxious, it may continue to wage wars, causing secondary damage to Konoha village. Even if you can win the battle in the end, there are still sacrifices. What do you think about this matter? Shimura Danzo turned his attention to Suigu Yan's body, hoping to get the support of the veteran, and then took advantage of the trend to board the position of Hokage. Peace is the most important thing, but no matter how much the compensation is enough to appease the people in the village. So what do you think of the three generations? My thoughts. In the final analysis, this matter is my fault. The fourth generation of Hokage was elected to continue to play for the village. As soon as the words fell, Fenglin clearly observed the uncontrollable joy on Shimura Danzo's face, and Sarutobi's resignation was exactly what Shimura Danzo wanted. Everything is in Shimura Danzo's plan, even if he cannot succeed in succeeding Hokage in the end. There is another suitable candidate in Shimura Danzo's heart, and that is Oshimaru. It's just that Shimura Danzo at this time is still not clear about the transaction between Dashimaru and Bi Fenglin, and now everyone is inclined to the Watergate. Seek flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Since this is the case, we need to find a name to re-elect a ninja. Shimura Danzo smiled, turned and left the office to walk outside. Mizutoyan and Zwinxio-chun looked at each other as they saw Shimura Danzo's ambitions in each other's eyes. But now there is no way to change things. After everyone left the office, only Fenglin and Sarutobi Zen were left in the room. The next generation of Hokage has been decided. It looks like Shimura Danzo has a good heart. Fenglin shrugged. Your brother is a very suitable candidate. Actually, I have already thought about this problem. Sarutobi Izumi shook his head helplessly. The Hokage that he wanted to build was just an explanation from himself the night before. I don't want to contaminate the position with Hokage. 0. Fenglin nodded, turned round and was secretly happy. After all, his efforts were not in vain. Using the forbidden technique in exchange for Bo Feng Shuiman to securely board the position of Hokage, absolutely earned. Within a few days, most people gathered in a hidden office and opened a secret meeting to choose who would inherit the position of the fourth generation of Hokage. For the fourth generation of Hokage, do you have any suggestions? Daming looked around everyone present, and finally fell on Shimura Danzo. Only this guy is the biggest threat to the daimyo. The guys outside the village who want to assassinate have no way to get close. The ninjas in the village will protect the daimyo even if they lose their lives. Shimura Danzo is an extremely dangerous person, and the daimyo is also vaguely worried that this guy will rebel. The fourth generation of Hokage. I have a very good candidate, and that is Oshimaru. Shimura Danzo's face showed a triumphant smile on his face, and then he turned his attention to the third generation of Hokage. Oshimaru is this guy's favorite disciple, and Shimura Danzo believes that the three characters Oshimaru will definitely shake Sarutobi's heart. Oshimaru is certainly a very good choice, but his eyes are full of wildness and darkness, and he can't entrust the heavy responsibility of Hokage to this person. Chapter 200. I recommend Haefeng Mizuman. Sarutobi-san stood up on his seat, closed his eyes and waited for the result to appear. Unsolicited apprentice, that is, 3 generations of the disciple, who was called the Yellow Flash of Guy. Play a huge credit for forbearance World War in the above ninja. Ninja now claims to be the world's fastest ninja. Watergate, where Yan and Zwan Sleeping Xio-chun talked about the recent history of Bo Feng Shuiman together. Oh, the daimyo showed a surprised expression on his face. He didn't even know that there was such a person in the village. Shimura Danzo's face was blue, gritted his teeth, wishing to eat Sarutobi with one bite, but he couldn't show anything in such a field. I object. The grade of Haefeng Watergate is too young, and the experience is not enough to bear the burden of Hokage, and the experience of Oshimaru itself is more sufficient, and there is no problem at all. Shimura Danzo thought and bait the table fiercely, stood up and confronted by Feng Shuiman. The two people's eyes collided and they didn't say a word in the air. Suddenly there was some tension in the atmosphere. Fenglin said half-jokingly. Shimura Danzo struggled with reason, knowing that he could not succeed to the position of the fourth generation, so he assisted Oshimaru to become Hokage to facilitate his future actions. However, Sarutobi Hizen still closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the final sentence of the daimyo. After all, who will inherit the position of Hokage still has to nod his head. What do you think? The daimyo asked the others in the seat. After whispering to each other for a while, except for the close-knit ninjas brought by Sandai Kazushimura Danzo, everyone else expressed their thoughts to the daimyo and nodded. After receiving the signal, the daimyo nodded towards the third generation, and the third generation nodded heartily to complete the content of this meeting. People sit at home, and Hokage comes up from the sky. Just after finishing the task of the day, Bo Feng Shuiman just walked into the house and welcomed the encouraging eyes of Fenglin and Jixin Nei. What's the situation with you two? Why do you look at me like this? Is there anything on my face? Bo Feng Shuiman rubbed his face indiscriminately, and ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror, see what's on the face. However, Fenglin and Jixin Nei stopped at the door of the bathroom. Brother, It seems that the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Uzan has not notified you yet. Tomorrow you will succeed the fourth generation of Naruto, Fenglin said with a smile. What? Bo Fengshuiman couldn't believe his ears. The war had just ended, and the three generations actually chose to pass on the position of Hokage at this time. Brother, you heard it right. The third generation of Hokage told you to come to him tomorrow to accept Hokage's inheritance. You must take me with you. However, I really want to go with Bo Fengshuiman and feel the feeling of Hokage's succession to the throne. All night, Fenglin lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling, and could clearly hear the waves of Feng Shui pacing back and forth outside. Brother must be excited and unable to sleep, but he wants to pretend to be calm in front of us. Fenglin shook his head helplessly and gradually entered the dreamland. Menglipo Fengshuiman succeeded Hokage and walked towards the village to a whole new level. With the assistance of Fenglin, the peaceful reunification of the ninja world is not far away. Early the next morning, Bo Fengshui knocked on Fenglin's door and called Fenglin up to the third generation. Xielin, although I am about to become Hokage, this time of war is still thanks to your performance on the battlefield. Otherwise the victory will have to pay more. Lu Bo Fengshuiman sincerely thanked Fenglin. Fenglin waved his hand. His heart is eager to fight. Only fighting can make the 8 stunts grow up quickly, not to mention the village is also his own home. The two jumped on the roof, and in a short while, they came to the room designated by the third generation of Hokage, which is the room where the scrolls are stored next to the Hokage office. Without wasting time, Bo Fengshuiman kneeled on one knee and waited for the orders of the three generations of Hokage. I always think you are the heir of the Will of Fire. I will entrust the future peace of the village and the ninja world to you. Are you willing to accept it? Sarutobi Izumi sat on the main seat with a serious expression and stared. Looking at the wave of Fengshuiman. I will not live up to the will of the three generations of adults. And the Will of Fire is what I have always wanted to inherit. Fenglin stood on the side and watched quietly with his arms folded in front of his chest. The succession of Naruto is so simple, there is no other audience besides himself. I plan to hold a succession ceremony in a better environment, but you will be in the future. The road is still very bumpy, but I believe you can. Sarutobi Risen showed a faint smile. And Hokage's succession ceremony was also over. Fenglin curled his lips. He had known that if he was so boring, he would not have come with his brother. He didn't have the enthusiasm that he had imagined. Three generations waved their hands and signaled that both Fengshuiman and Fenglin could leave. At home, a silver-white pot is boiled with a blue flame on the stove, and inside is the porridge carefully made by Juxinai. Fenglin and Bo Fengshuiman appeared silently behind Juxinai without making a sound, preparing to surprise Bo Fengshuiman. However, Mizuman's slight smile still couldn't escape Juxinai's perception, so he raised the spoon in his hand and turned his head to look at Mizuman and Fenglin. How is it? Of course there is no problem with my brother being so good. I just received notifications in the past. Fenglin patted Bo Fengshuiman's shoulder, with pride on his face. After all, his brother was excellent and explained. He is not a bad ninja either. On the other side, Shimura Danzo's plan failed and took the initiative to find Oshimaru, who was doing experiments. It failed. Our plan was in the arms of Sarutobi Hizen, and unexpectedly chose the position of Haifeng Mizuman as the fourth generation. The expression on Shimura Danzo's face was very ugly, but Oshimaru was very calm. After all, the two people and Fenglin had been ventilated before this, and they had expected this ending a long time ago. Compared with the promise that Shimura Danzo made to himself, Fenglin, the little guy, made the conditions more trustworthy, and Shimura Danzo was just one of the tools of Dashimaru. However, this is not the time to turn his face with Shimura Danzo, and there is still enough superficial work to be done. When necessary, even using violent methods, you must fight for the rights in the village into your own hands.